Welcome to our coverage of IRONMAN Switzerland Thun. Alongside Joe Gambles, I'm Matt Lieto. Thun lies at the northwestern end of Lake Thun in Switzerland's Bernese Oberland region, and steeped in history and providing fantastic views over the lake set against the backdrop of the Bernese Alps. Thun's charm enchants locals and tourists alike. The city's most famous landmark is the mighty Thun Castle, built between 1180 and 1190. Thun Castle stands majestically over the old town and has sweeping views of the Alps. There is no shortage of culture and arts in the city. Plan a visit to Thun Art Museum and the must-see Thun Panorama in Chateau Park, an imposing panoramic painting of the city from 1814. The natural beauty in this region is breathtaking and will make for a wonderful backdrop for today's professional male race. And it's a beautiful day out there. We're going to, obviously it's a little bit choppy as we can see on screen, but race weather.
Yeah, and here's today's race weather presented by Roka. As you can see here on screen, we've got quite nice mild temperatures right now. It's 62 degrees Fahrenheit, 17 degrees Celsius. It's a little cloudy right now, but the humidity is quite high, but we expect that to maybe sort of come down as the race progresses. Yeah,
it'll chill down a little bit, but pretty spectacular conditions for a great race today. We know it's going to be a fast race with these male competitors that are out there racing for some money, some qualifying spots for world champ as well. But what's not going to be fast, Joe, is look at this view. This swim course, a little bit choppy. The Roka swim course is it's going to take a little something out of some of these athletes.
Yeah, that does look a little choppy out there, and I'm sure that's on the minds of some of the athletes right now, checking out the conditions, and they're probably hoping for flatter waters, but some of the really fast swimmers we have today on our Roka swim course will be licking their lips, because that'll probably break things up pretty quickly in the swim today.
Yeah, for sure. And, this race, pretty unique, and it's obviously beautiful. So it's got has the Athlete's Choice Award from 2022 for the best bike course and the second best swim course as well. There's 1,500 athletes registered for this race, representing 56 different countries with over 250 tri-clubs competing, with a total of 447 tri-club athletes. And a beautiful, beautiful shot of the overhead. That's great transition here. These athletes, I mean, there really isn't a more spectacular venue for an Ironman. Obviously, they're going to be going into the hills here out on the bike course, but flat run course we'll get into that here just in a little bit. But there's some World Championship qualifying slots up for grabs. 2 male in the pro category, Joe, and then 75 age group males. And then for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship Kona, there's 35 age group female spots.
Yeah, lots happening today at IRONMAN Switzerland.
Yeah,
that's great to be here, Matt. So what are you looking forward to today's racing? We've got some fantastic course, great location, and some amazing athletes. So is there anything that comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, all those things for sure. I mean, for me, it's just this venue here is spectacular. So being able to be here and share this venue with people watching, family members maybe at home, or people tuning in to watch the pro race, there really isn't a better backdrop for a professional males race. And it's going to be awesome. And, there's 2 knee spots up for grabs, and only 2 of our favorites already have spots. So I think there's going to be kind of a race within a race, Joe, to try to get to that World Championship first time in Nice this year. And a lot of these European athletes are pretty darn excited for that challenging course and just a world champ that is close to town.
Yeah, and we have our defending champion, Jan van Berkel. He's actually won IRONMAN Switzerland 3 times.
Yeah.
He has mentioned that maybe this is one of his last races, so obviously wants to go out on a high note.
Yeah.
And there's also the other Swiss athlete, Andrea Salvisberg, as well, and he's looking to get that spot for Nice later this year as well.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you brought that up with Van Berkel. I mean, he is kind of a legend, certainly in Switzerland. He was third a couple times, second a couple times, and then has won the race 3 times, only to get bested by a legend, Ronnie Schildank, as far as the most wins there. And he did say you hedged your bets for him, but he was pretty confident saying this was going to be his last race. You never really believe that from a professional athlete. You always think they might have second thoughts, but he wants to go out on top, and I love his gumption, and I've changed my answer. That's what I'm most looking forward to today, is to watch a successful professional athlete go for his his last race here at his hometown event. But let's go to the course, the Roca swim course. As we've seen already, beautiful swim course. The athletes are going to be in Thun Lake, and the one loop is a 3.8-kilometer swim. It starts at the renovated Lido or pool, where the athletes enter the pristine water of Lake Thun in the heart of the Alps. From there, you'll swim towards the marina next to the pool and make your way into transition.
Yeah, once out of the water there, they'll jump onto their bikes in T1 and head out onto the full gas bike course. The two-loop 180.2-kilometre bike course takes athletes towards Spies, where they turn away from the lake and into the Gerbe Valley. The course continues towards Bern Airport and then the Gantrich area. A smooth downhill gets you back to transition. And they've got a little bit of elevation gain on this. They've got up to 2,200 metres elevation gain, so around 7,000 feet of elevation gain. So pretty solid climbing out there. Yeah,
you're not messing around with that course. And the Hoka run course, it's a 3-loop 42.2K run course, takes athletes along the lake bank to the event area and the Shadow Park, where they'll cross a historical bridge before the turnaround, all to the backdrop of the majestic Alps. And it's 75 or 78 meters of vertical gain, so pretty flat in general. You can see they went around the track there to start too, so pretty flat, pretty fast, and especially with some of the athletes that we have out here. Berkel, I believe he ran was a 236 last time.
236 or 237, yeah, very fast.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And here we go, Joe, and some of these athletes want to put their name on this list along these other athletes that have already qualified for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. And for me, the names on this sheet that step out are Leon Chevalier. He's one that's obviously had great success. Jan Frodeno is one as well that we're looking forward to watch race World Champs.
Absolutely, and so. One on this second page is Chris Leifman, who just punched his ticket just last weekend in Coeur d'Alene, or 2 weekends again, excuse me. So he'll be definitely one to watch, as well as Max Newman, who had an amazing race in Kona last year. So we'll see how he goes on the Nice course coming up in 9 weeks' time.
Yeah, Matthias Peterson as well. He's racing here today. He's already qualified. He won a race 3 weeks ago in good form. He said it was a warm-up race for him. He went pretty well.
I'm in Austria. An amazing performance from the 28-year-old. Really had an amazing day out there in Austria only 3 weeks ago, so hopefully he's recovered pretty well. But yeah, we've also got Jesper Svensson on this list and Rasmus Svenningsson. Both the Swedish athletes already punched their ticket, as well as Rudy von Berg from Ironman Texas earlier this year. Yep,
and Cam Werf actually just did 2 Ironmans recently, but qualified at one of those earlier this month and was able to have a great result. And let's go check out who is going to be on the other side of the world at the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. On the women's side, Ruth Astle, she's one that was one age group race not too long ago and is now one of the pre-race favorites going in. She had a great race at World Champs in St. George in 2021.
Yeah, and there's an interesting name on the list there, Taylor Knibb. That's a spot which she'll be debuting with her first Ironman in Kona this
Interesting
year,
or terrifying if you're one of the other women on that
list.
absolutely.
The way she races a 70.3, if she can put double 2 of those together, it's going to be an amazing performance.
And then on this sheet, we got Kat Matthews. She has gumption written all over, and she's one that wants to make up for lost time last year. She wasn't able to race, but she's going to have to get past the woman right to the right of her name there, Daniela Reif, who has continued to show that she is all class and one that's going to be hard to beat. Sarah True just got her spot last week at the Frankfurt European Championship.
Yeah, amazing to see Sarah True come back and come away with the European title last weekend. Amazing race. And you get to see it firsthand, Matt. Obviously, you were commentating, so great performance.
Yeah, it was impressive to watch her come from behind and kind of get rid of some maybe some demons that she said weren't really bothering her, but it was good to see her come back from not being able to finish that race a few years ago. But Joe, we can see some of the athletes are getting in there, getting their swim warm-up going and getting rolling, trying to get the body warm for a day that's going to be a long day. And it's a little bit cool, so you'll see some athletes trying to stay a little bit warmer, doing their dry land warm-ups instead of getting in the water with a little bit of time to spare. But we don't have too much time, Joe, till we get to the start of this race, about 20 minutes till the gun goes off. So we're going to have a lot more coverage of the Ironman Switzerland Thun when we get back from this commercial break.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to our coverage of Ironman Switzerland Thun. Great morning here for a race and a absolutely beautiful venue for an Ironman, Joe.
Yeah, look at that backdrop there. It's a really inspiring race, a place to come and compete in an Ironman. And these athletes, I'm sure the nerves are starting to really build as we get very, very close, around 17 minutes until the race start for our professional men. And it is a men-only professional race today.
Yep.
So the men are going to, we'll see what sort of form they're coming in with coming up very, very shortly. But yeah, what a beautiful spot. And as you mentioned in your brief, the pool right next door to the lake. So what a beautiful location and a great place to have a race.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see nobody warming up on the 10 meter this morning before they get going on the swim. But I love this shot because this is what a race is like. Race morning is like, right? You're around with your buddies and you're like, wait, we go around that buoy. We go, like, everybody's nervous, but you're trying to like calm each other down and, get the details out. So for me, that shot brings back a lot of memories of what it feels like to be at a course race morning. And so, Joe, you've obviously won some Ironman and had great success as a professional triathlete. What is going through, let's say, both these age groupers' minds and then the pros that maybe are already out in the water?
Yeah, at this point, you're just making sure that everything's in order. Pretty much once you leave your bike and or you're just walking down to the water with your wetsuit goggles, everything's set, and the actual nerves start to set a little bit. You know, your bike's in good condition, you haven't had any problems. Just getting to this point is actually a little bit of a relief because there's so much that goes into actually just getting to the start line of an Ironman event. So at this point, this is sort of the calm before the storm. For me personally, I'd like to sort of take a little bit of time away from everyone and sort of take some deep breaths and sort of gather myself before you sort of come back together and you find your position on the start line, which is when definitely the adrenaline starts to kick in again and you start to really realize that what awaits you of a big day of racing. But yeah, for the age groupers, it's just about keeping calm and making sure that they keep their energy, like making sure they have their last gel and they're staying hydrated and not wasting any energy because they're going to need all of that to get themselves around the course today here in Switzerland. Yeah,
for sure. And it's, it's great seeing some of these athletes out here have spouses or support out, making sure they've got everything done. That also helps keep the nerves down for sure. Some athletes have certain types of routines. They'll always do the same dry water routine or have like little habits that they might do. I know for me, I always wanted to get in the water and warm up, but I had this thing where I'd always have to have like a little bottle of water with me. And I would always, for some reason, be the person that like had to get my goggles wet before the swim started again or with water. But did you have anything like that?
I sort of had that little thing as well. But the ability actually to get in and feel the water before the gun goes off is really, really nice, which is what they have the opportunity right now. So you're looking ahead here to some of the pro men's notables. So as we mentioned before, Jan van Berkel going for his potential fourth win here in Switzerland.
Yeah, and Joe, this field is pretty stacked as far as like for me the top 3-5 are very competitive athletes. You know, you've got Maurice Clavel. We've seen him at the front of the World Championships in Kona, really kind of being an instigator. Patrik Nilsson to me is one that for years I'd picked to maybe get on the podium in Kona, but I always kind of qualified it with he's either going to be on the podium or he's not going to finish. You see that he kind of goes all in and sees what his body has as a reaction. But and then obviously Matthias Peterson had a great race a few weeks ago, and I still think that Rasmus Svenningsson is kind of underrated and a dark horse. I saw him win Ironman Lake Placid a few years ago.
Yeah,
and that guy is a ridiculous cyclist, and on a course like this, he has a great opportunity to dominate. And for you watching at home, those colors next to the names of the athletes are actually the swim cap colors that they're going to be in. So we'll do our best to identify those athletes as we go through here, but you can look at the colors that those athletes have as their cap, and that gives us a little bit better of an ability to designate who those athletes are.
Yeah, no, it really does help, and definitely in the blue cap is one I'll be watching for. Is Andrew Horsfall-Turner, who, if I remember correctly, he led out Ben Canute at Ironman Arizona last year, and he's a very, very strong swimmer. So yeah, he'll be definitely one to watch in the blue cap.
Yeah, and he was one that was kind of certainly off my radar. I was commentating that race and didn't. I was like, man, I wonder who that was. We didn't have everybody's name down for that one, and he was one that certainly gave Ben Canute some feet to sit on and did some work together. And so he's certainly gonna put some work in today. And being a stronger swimmer, Joe, maybe explain how the conditions today might affect someone that's a standout swimmer compared to the rest.
Yeah, no, I think the conditions today, because we saw a little bit of chop, that they may sort of help the stronger swimmer maybe get that gap. When you, firstly, in a wetsuit, it'll generally keep the groups together. But with the chop in there, it might actually help sort of to break things up, which would be really favourable for someone like Andrew Horsfall-Turner, as well as also the Swiss athlete who's a two-time Olympian, Andrea Salvisberg. He's two Olympics, not a huge long career in long course racing, but he's a very, very good swimmer. So it wouldn't surprise me if he's out there right on the toes of Andrew.
And he's one. It's kind of a matter of time when you're that good. I want to say he was 22nd at the Olympics. Like he was up there, right? He just wasn't an also ran. He was there, and when you're that good, it's kind of, for a lot of those athletes, that you either know or you know if you're going to be decent at long course or not, if you're that type of athlete, right? He's not going to continue to put himself out in Ironman races if he thinks he doesn't have it. And for me, it's a matter of time with an athlete like that. So like today could be the day that it all comes together and he, wins by 10 minutes. But he's an athlete that is continuing to put his work in and taking those opportunities to race long course when it fits well into his calendar. Yeah,
and what an opportunity to race in his home country, in front of friends, family, training partners. Yes, I'm sure you have a lot of support there out on course, and with such a strong swim pedigree, bound to be towards the pointy end of the race early on, which will really help the motivation and keep him focused throughout the day.
Yeah, Joe, and for me, this Roca swim course, we can see it's choppy from here, and it's a one lap. So to me, that says, man, out in the middle of this thing, it could be kind of chaos, right? Like it's not going to get better as it gets further out into the middle of the lake.
No, it's a very large lake, and as you said, as it gets deeper and further out from shore, you're going to get some bigger chop. And yeah, I think it wouldn't surprise me if this really does split up with the likes of these very, very strong swimmers and Andrea Salvisberg, who obviously is a two-time Olympian and a pedigree swimmer. Yeah,
and you never know. Like last week at the race in Frankfurt, the Women's European Championship, the race, the swim actually affected the outcome of the race by a fair bit. The first three women, had 6 minutes over, right? And especially when there's conditions like that. And that was non-wetsuit, so that was kind of why that was affected. But I think to your point, when it's choppy like this, it can certainly affect and make those gaps a lot bigger.
Yeah, no, you're completely right there. And you can't lose it. You can't lose the race in the swim, but it can definitely really affect the dynamic. And especially with these top 5 or 6 athletes we're watching right now, it could be really important in the outcome. But after this short commercial, we're going to come back and check all the action back at IRONMAN Switzerland Thun.
Throughout my career, the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Into the swim start.
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. We're here at the swim course venue on Lake Thun. We can see all the athletes getting ready, dealing with their pre-race nerves in whatever way they do best. And we see some of those athletes out warming up, getting a feel for the water and kind of orienting themselves. Joe, so before an Ironman swim, what are you doing to warm up? I think for short course races we see, this is awesome. We'll get back to that, but this is Jan van Berkel. Again, we said his last professional triathlon race, he says, certainly his last Ironman, and there we go. We've got his fan club putting up the last dance. So, Joe, we talk about getting wings. Like, how much of an advantage does this gentleman have? He I'm sure decided to do this race as his last race a while ago, let alone over a year, and he's had prep to be able to focus on a race he's won 3 times already, to do as best as he can, as we see Paul K getting ready to warm up everybody. How big of an advantage does he have in that hometown race? He's won it 3 times. He's placed on the podium 4 other times, and everyone here, percentage-wise, wants him to win. Yeah,
no, it's definitely a big advantage. If you use it in the right way, it also could be a lot of pressure, and it could feel a little overwhelming. But look, he's a 3-time champion here at Ironman Switzerland. It's been an interesting year because he actually went over to New Zealand earlier this year and raced down under. His coach is Dan Plews, who's based in New Zealand, and I just wonder if he went and spent some time there. Ironman New Zealand had an amazing race, got 3rd, and probably, I'm guessing he wasn't peaking for that. It was probably part of the preparation to build for his grand finale, which is here in Ironman Switzerland. I don't know that for a fact, but from looking at his season and how it makes a lot of sense that he just wanted to make sure that he had everything sort of mapped out. And from what I've seen in pre-race interviews and stuff, he looks fit, healthy, and relaxed and confident. And that's how Dan works too, so it wouldn't surprise me at all. I think that's a great observation. And for me, I think it's such a big deal that he's here racing. This is his last race because, Joe, if I'm being honest, and I have nobody has more respect for Jan van Berkel than I do as an athlete. But if we're being honest, he's been, and he would admit this too, he's been disappointing at the World Championship. He did get an 11th, which you can't shake your head out. Ran a 2:47 in 2019. But he's someone that, like, I've picked to be on the podium there. Like, on the day, you'd think he has all the tools because he was running low 240s before everybody was running low 240s, right? So, to me, this feels like his World Championship, right? It's going to have that same focus that he went going into World Championships in the past. And to not have to do another race on the back of it probably has to really be an advantage. But it's got, he's a professional, but it's got to add a little bit of nerves. Yeah, I should definitely feel like he's 5 minutes away from the gun going off and definitely feeling the nerves. And yeah, look, sometimes Kona doesn't go according to plan. And look, obviously racing in Switzerland in those conditions, in maybe the cooler conditions, lower humidity, suits him. And that's why I'm surprised that he maybe isn't going to have a crack at Nice this year, because maybe he'd do really well. And he's one of the best runners he's got in the sport. He's posted so many very fast marathon splits, most notably outrunning Joe Skipper here back in 2021 with a 2:37, I think. And to outrun Joe Skipper is no mean feat. So, and that's the thing, right, is that he's had World Championship performances in different courses. It just hasn't been on that day. And if he was watching, he'd be pulling up Google and being like, hey, Matt and Joe, you didn't ever do anything in Kona either, did you? So we have to have full disclosure there, but we can see the athletes getting ready. They're all lined up. Again, those colored caps are going to be how we identify some of the pre-race quote-unquote favorites, or folks that we have an eye on. And let's listen in to the action here as the athletes get ready.
Well, and if everybody there didn't have goosebumps before, they certainly do now. And less than 3 minutes to go to the start. And we can see there for help with the start is Raphael Lanz, the mayor of Thun. I'm sure he's pretty proud of the work that's gone into this race, and I'm sure he's pretty excited that y'all from all over the world are here watching his little city and the beautiful race that we're going to be able to take part in today.
Yeah, here we see the athlete introduction. Firstly, we saw Jan van Berkel in the yellow cap go down, and I think that was Maurice Clavel, and then we've got Patrik Nilsson, the Swedish athlete in the neon red.
And that's Andrea Salvisberg is the next to go. I heard his name being called. He's in the purple cap. And then that's Rasmus Svenningsson, again, one that I feel like has a great
I
shot
think so.
today.
He's got a really good chance today.
And in the very light blue there, that's Matthias Petersen.
3 weeks since Ironman Austria, where he put together an amazing performance to come away with a win there. So, yeah, he's in the powder blue.
And then Ruben Zepunkt is in orange. We didn't see him on screen, but he just went down into the water, and he's an ex-professional cyclist, so we can see him possibly do something on the bike here today.
Representing Switzerland, the home hero from Thun, Samuel Hudson.
Announcer getting everybody hyped up. Okay, always get in. Then we get the rest of the athletes coming in. You can see, Joe, the impetus some of these athletes almost, not politely, but pushing themselves to one direction. So it looks like athletes were trying to go left as much as possible. And tell us, especially on a one-loop course like this, how important is where you're lining up. It's a right turn buoy, so if those athletes are learning left, if an athlete's going to the left, to me it means maybe they're trying to stay out of the fight, and if they're going right, it means they're trying to get to that buoy first.
Yeah, it's really, they're probably using the athletes that came in after that weren't seeded, just looking to the other athletes with the coloured caps to sort of side off. But yeah, we'll see if picking left was the right choice, because they seem to predominantly be moving left there, which, as you said, it's a turn on to the right.
And they're about at their knees here, getting ready to go. We're going to have the mayor get ready and get us going on the start with the start gun. So Ironman Switzerland Thun, just a few seconds away from a day that's it's going to take a lot longer than a few seconds. So I'm sure these athletes enjoying this last little moment of silence. And then we're almost ready to go. Mayor is ready. Needs a spot. Oh, we got issues. There we go. He's got it. He's got it back. Had to load it up for him. And they are off. Every once in a while, you get a blank, everybody.
Sometimes.
It can't always be good, but the horn works, and the athletes go. We can see, Joe, they did start kind of almost knee-deep.
Knee-deep, yeah. I did notice that, and yeah, they're doing some porpoising right now, and that really gets the heart rate through the roof in that first second. You've got to be really careful not to be too aggressive in those first 15, 20 seconds, because if you go too much when you actually do start swimming, all the blood is actually in your legs. And it's like a grizzly bear's jumped on your back, and you don't actually go anywhere. So you've got the good athlete actually holds back a little bit, and then when they hit the water, then they really put the pressure on. But really, it's just that getting through those first 50 meters, 100 meters without getting caught up with other athletes is really the key thing to think about.
And I know how scared you are of grizzly bears, so that means something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the thing there is that it is like it does get your heart rate up. And then if your heart rate's already there and your heart's through your chest, and then somebody starts hitting you with their stroke the whole time, like then you really get in trouble and run out of energy. But it looks like that's looks like Salvisberg is the athlete in the middle. I believe that was a purple cap. Bottom left-hand side of the screen, I believe that could be a light blue. It's hard to differentiate between the white, powder blue. So that's
Pedersen.
Yeah, that's Petersen.
Petersen, sorry.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got, and what we should be looking at is, do we see that yellow cap of Jan van Berkel? I think I see him in the middle there. So these shots are great. There we go, green cap. That actually could be Jan van Berkel's cap there in the bright yellow. Yeah, there he is. So he's in like third or fourth position. And we do have Salvisberg leading at this point. And Joe, that is, for a lake, that is very, very choppy.
It is very, very choppy. And yeah, that was, as you mentioned, in the in the powder blue, Matthias Peterson. He took a very wide left position, really staying out of trouble, but I think as it clears out, he'll start to maybe make the move back towards the front because he's a very, very strong swimmer. But he's Maurice Clavel from Germany, sitting around third, fourth position there in the neon pink cap there, having a great start and really in the best spot in the house, really.
And that's Horsfall-Turner on the upper side of the screen. I was a little nervous there for a second, but I saw an orange cap that must have been Zipunked, but it is Svenningsson, so he's right up there. And then I did see the red cap of Patrik Nilsson was actually kind of far back when we had that shot that went by. That's surprising to me because he's a very, very, very strong swimmer. Usually swims under 50 minutes. So he might have to just settle in as we see some of our age group athletes, the right-hand side of the screen, getting ready to have their start. Going to be a little less chaotic for them than the mass start of the men. But to me, it's interesting to see Andrew Horsfall-Turner, the upper side of the screen. He's in the blue cap, swimming all by himself. Nobody choosing to go over to swim with him, but letting the kind of one of the other athletes we thought would have a good swim, Maurice Clavel, take the work at the front of that main group.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I see the red cap of Patrik Nilsson to the right of Maurice Clavel. So hopefully, Patrick's stayed out of trouble and had a good start, because when that guy's on, he's really an amazing athlete to watch. So hopefully this is a good sign that he's had a good start and positioned himself there in 4th or 5th next to Maurice.
Yeah.
So yeah, pretty clean start and sort of planning out how we sort of talked about pre-race at the moment.
Yeah, and it's, again, surprising for me to see Horsfall-Turner behind athletes like Svenningsson and Clavel as well. Not that they're not great swimmers, but he's certainly one that really pushes that pace. But we'll see how they move through the beginning of the Ironman here in Thun after this break.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
And we are back here at Ironman Switzerland Thun at the front of the race, and we have who we believe is our early race leader, Andrea Salvisberg, in the front of the race. Horsfall-Turner there as well. I believe that is a purple cap. Horsfall-Turner is in a blue, and I believe he is in about 4th or 5th position at this point. But, and again, sometimes pre-race favorites on the swim, it can pan out a lot differently, Joe, because often most of our swims or a lot of them can be flat and fast. And this is very much not that. So somebody who maybe isn't the best flat, fast swimmer can have a lot more power and get to the front of the course.
Yeah, absolutely. These conditions really give the opportunity to the stronger swimmers to really try and put the pressure on early and get that gap. But I think we talked about there was about 4 or 5 really good swimmers in this group that potentially could split the rest of the group up and sort of get away a little bit. But at the moment, from the shots we're getting, it looks like they're still all in contact, but we're very, very early days. 6 minutes in, we're around probably not even 500 meters into maybe about 500 meters into the swim right now at this pace.
And Joe, the front group of a swim here in Ironman, it is a lot different than it used to be. I mean, we're talking about an Olympic athlete. A lot of these athletes, collegiate swimmers, post-collegiate swimmers, very, very talented swimmers and making this very elite group. So if there's still 5 or 8 athletes still there, that's pretty darn impressive to be able to have that group. And obviously we have great coverage. So happy to have coverage out here of this race here today. And don't forget to subscribe to the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverage and races from across the world. Because, man, it's fun to watch your favorite pros, or maybe watch the race and figure out who your new favorite pro is. And, we have the ability to do so with YouTube. So subscribe to that, and you can keep check on who your favorite pros are. And we've got, again, there's that blue cap in third place. I believe that's Horsfall-Turner. And then we have that orange cap that is going to be Patrik Nilsson, and that pink cap that is Maurice Clavel.
Yeah, we have 2 orange caps out there, Rasmus Svenningsson or Sepunkt, but Svenningsson's probably out of the 2, the weaker of the 2 swimmers, so I'm guessing he's maybe a little bit further back. But going back to subscribing to the YouTube channel, what an opportunity to follow all these new up-and-coming athletes. Like, it seems like every race I get to spectate, commentate, there's a new person to watch, new male, female athlete that I didn't know much about, and they seem to be getting younger and younger, and they're just coming up through the ITU ranks or specialising at the Ironman distance at such a younger age. So it's fantastic to watch. And right now we're seeing that with Andrea Salvisberg, the Swiss athlete who's 2-time Olympian, sort of showing the way here at Ironman Thun.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the athlete in the green cap, Joe, looks very, very comfortable. It does not look like that athlete is pressing at all. And if we can get a name or a number on that, obviously with the chop, it's hard for the boats to get quite close enough to be able to figure out who everybody is. So we'll get that if we can. But one thing I do know is that it does look like he's doing it easy.
He looks very, very comfortable, and I haven't seen him really lift his head yet. So he's just following the bubbles of Andrea Salvisberg, the Swiss athlete, who's definitely put the pressure on, because now you're seeing a clear gap. There's 4 athletes away here. We're speculating here, but we think it's Andrew Horsfall-Turner in the blue, who's sitting in third.
Yep.
And then in 4th, probably Ruben Sepunkt. So, yeah, really, there's some separation already. So that means the likes of Jan van Berkel isn't in this group, Patrik Nilsson, and Maurice Clavel as well. So those 3 athletes 4 years ago were some of the best Ironman swimmers in the sport, and now we're 700-800 meters into the swim, and they're already gapped. So just the level just keeps getting faster and faster.
Yeah, and once the bar keeps getting raised, the athletes, the only way to answer that is to get in and do some work. And that athlete in 4th, to me, looks like they're pushing pretty hard, and you can see their heads coming out of the water a lot more, and juxtaposed to that green cap, where it does look like he is swimming catch up. And it's smart, right? He's certainly, the way drafting works, could be at the front, but he's saving a lot of energy, because on a choppy swim, it's a lot more energy, out to be able to have the same time swim, or likely the swim's going to be a little bit slower. But Joe, tell us how important the drafting is for these athletes.
Yeah, like for one thing that I mentioned just before was the athlete here in 2nd, who we'll find out who it is shortly, hasn't had to lift up and sight. So he's got full trust in the leading athlete that he's going the right way, and he's just basically just following the bubbles. And just the amount of energy you're saving is quite extraordinary just by not having to lift your head. But it's definitely a big advantage. Maybe in wetsuit, probably getting 10, 15%.
Yeah.
Would be an educated guess on the energy saving you're getting there. Really, once you're on there and the pace has settled down, as long as you maintain concentration, it's really a great place to sit, and you're basically getting pulled along and saving a lot of energy at the same time.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna make an observation, and it's kind of a guess, but I'll assume what happened here. That green cap is the same color cap as some of our age groupers out there today. As we see our leader, who looks like is Salvisberg, taking a backstroke stroke or two to see where his competitors are and how small the group is, and he goes back to work. But I believe, I'm guessing what happened is one of our leaders or our pre-race favorites or one of the pro men lost his cap, broke his cap when he was putting it on, and went and got a spare cap. And Joe, I am shocked to see, more or less, like, to me this looks like a Kona swim.
Yeah.
More or less, that entire group is still technically together. It's not going to be together in another 500 meters, but, you know, there's a meter gap in between some groups, but there's not like, it's not these 4 and then 15 seconds to another group of 4. It's like kind of everybody's still in one line. And now it looks like that athlete in third, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, you know, he's comfortable. I would expect to see him at some point make a move, as it looks like he's doing right now, trying to get to the front, trying to put his kind of mark on this swim. All those 3 looked back. I don't know if you saw that when we switched shots. We first had Salvisberg look back, then the second place athlete did, and then Horsfall-Turner did. And Horsfall-Turner looks over and says, whoa, wait, everybody's still here? That is not my race plan. I need to separate it. And him just making that move has put that 4th place athlete in a little bit of trouble, and he's got to maneuver now sighting to try to get on, at least get a ride with Horsfall-Turner and then jump on that other athlete in the green cap.
Yeah, because if he sort of loses, if that rubber band snaps, he's going to have to do all the work himself and do all the sighting and push the pace. But here we see in the pink, I think, is Clavel, who's, I'm not sure if he's, we just haven't seen him in shot, or he's managed to swim back onto the group, which is remarkable, because that's not very, that's a very, very difficult thing to do, to be able to swim back onto a group that are moving this fast. So yeah, Clavel's really working hard, but he sees this as an opportunity, and the way he is aggressive on the bike, he just wants to be at the front of the race as soon as possible. So I'm thinking that's Maurice Clavel that's maybe dragging himself back on, clawing his way back onto this very elite group of swimmers.
To me, that's what's shocking is, like, you know, he had to, you know, whether he had a big gap or not, but he's not, you know, showing right now at the front of this race. And this is an athlete that I said was an instigator at World Championship a few years ago. To me, I want to say it was 2018 where I saw him do a lot. You know, he was one of the first off the bike, but he swam 47 non-wetsuit in Kona. That is a very, very fast swim. So you'd expect him to be in whatever the front group is in almost any race that he enters, and certainly this race here in Switzerland Thun. But as we suspected, Andrew Horsfall-Turner making his way up to the front, trying to give Salvisberg a little bit of a break. Salvisberg notices that athlete going on, and they'll know, you know, Salvisberg will know he's got kind of an ally as you go through. But again, this shot, it still hasn't broken up behind Clavel. Like, there's athletes clawing themselves back, and I think sometimes that chop, if it's directional, the athletes have maybe a little bit longer of a draft to be able to get that advantage. But who knows what's going to happen? But let's see on the other side of this break.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hype Rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to IRONMAN Switzerland Thun, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Roka. Find faster with Roka. Someone who's finding faster at the front of this swim is Andrew Horsfall-Turner. We knew he'd get there eventually. It took a little bit of time for him to warm into it. Maybe that short course speed of Salzburg was a little too much for Horsfall-Turner, but a very, very strong athlete. Obviously a fast swimmer, but strength oriented for sure, and you can see him going around and taking a pull. And Joe, I'd imagine that Salvisberg will be happy about that, because he looked back and he saw, I mean, Joe, I am absolutely shocked that this group has not broken up.
Yeah, it seemed to have broken up like a few minutes ago, and now it seems to have come back together. I don't know if maybe that's why Andrew sort of came to the front and picked up the pace, because he realized that, hang on, there's maybe seven guys still in this front group. As we see Maurice Clavel sort of claw his way back to the to this group and maybe bring a few other athletes with him.
And it has split behind that, so definitely a distinct group. And I think in that cap behind that does look like that light blue cap of Peterson. But we got Horsfall-Turner on the screen. We had our amazing crew from A Fighting Chance go down and talk with Andrew Horsfall-Turner coming into Ironman Switzerland Thun. And let's take a peek at what he had to say.
I want to try and push the swim bike and then hope that things come together on the run. Come from a swimming background, so I basically raced 15 years as a swimmer, and then decided in sort of like 2015 I'd had enough with kind of swimming. Made the shift over to triathlon in 2018, and then yeah, just trying to make my way up in the pro ranks now. So it was actually, I watched the 2017 Ironman World Champs in Kona. I knew Lucy and Reese, Charles Barkley, back from the swimming days, so similar ages to them. Yeah, that just kind of sparked my like, oh, what is this Ironman thing? And then a bit like every amateur has, it's kind of that like, I think I can do that. That looks like a fun challenge. And doing 15 years in competitive sport, that itch needs to be scratched. Yeah, it's a beautiful course, amazing atmosphere, and I think what's really nice is it's the last like European qualifier for Ironman World Champs in Nice. I want to try and push the swimming bike and then hope that things come together on the run. And I'm just trying to keep chipping away. I feel like if I put myself in the right position all day, I should be, right at the pointy end of the race. And if that gets me near the podium or within the top 5, that would be a really solid day for me. But I definitely want to be competing, hopefully, right at the top.
What do you think, Joe?
Yeah, he definitely talks about how he's strong swim-bike combination, and right now we're seeing sort of what he talked about pre-race, so really pushing the swim on. He sort of took a little bit of time to get to the front, but obviously the pace was pretty hot coming out of the gate, so he was quite happy to let Andrea Salvisberg to sort of set the pace. But now he's sort of like in Andy Potts sort of style, like to sort of accelerate through as everyone's slowing down. He sort of likes to sort of push the pace when everyone's starting to get a bit tired, and sort of really sort of stretching them out right now. And yeah, really trying to just make his mark on the sport, and pretty new to Ironman racing, but with his swim pedigree, it's a great place to be. You really get a taste of what it feels like to be up the front when you swim like this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see what he's swimming through. Let's take another look at the swim course, the Broca swim course that the athletes are swimming through today around Thun Lake. You can see that amazing natatorium, or I believe it's called a Lido, swimming straight out from there, right-hand turn as we saw them do early. Real long straightaway across this beautiful lake, and another couple short little turns. The halfway point way out of the turns. We haven't quite gotten there yet, I don't believe. And then kind of back into the marina, so some fast swimming, and it's going to be great for the spectators, as marina shots are always pretty sweet. You can actually walk kind of alongside the athletes as they're swimming. But here's that shot from the side, Joe, and it looks like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, it looks
7.
Yeah, 7 or 8 athletes by my count, and it has separated, and but it does look everybody's pretty comfortable where they're at, and certainly a lot of those cap colors that we were looking for before the race. Looks like somebody sprinkled a little bag of Skittles out there on the Lake Thun, and that's that's what we got there. So some of our pre-race favorites kind of working or living up to the hype, and that's not always the case, Joe. And that's what's so surprising about this group being this big, is that I'm trying to think of athletes that aren't in this group, like for sure, and it'd be hard to pick them out. A lot of our pre-race favorites have made this front group.
Yeah, no, there's definitely, I think, as you said, it looks like all the colour caps are in that top 7 group from what we can see right now, which is great. It's what we want. We want the seeded athletes to sort of come here fit, healthy, and ready to give us their best performance and really show us what they've got, and really give us a really great race to watch. But it looks like we're halfway getting through the halfway point, maybe the swim. 21 minutes. From two years ago when the men raced here, they were very, very fast swim. I think they were a touch under 40 minutes, which is very, very fast for an Ironman swim. So there's something in the water here in Switzerland, I guess.
No, there certainly is, and I don't think it's going to be that today. Although it looks like on this turn back, you know, the chop generally comes from one direction, and it looks a little less harsh where they're swimming now. You correct me if you think I'm wrong, Joe, but it looks like it's possible to be a little less harsh. But no doubt the pace is still harsh with Andrew Horsfall-Turner pushing the pace at the front of this race course with Salvisberg behind him, and then that athlete in the green cap still, again, I'm still giving the most relaxed award for that front swim group goes to this athlete in third. It really does look like he's just swimming catch up.
Very, very comfortable, yeah, sitting there on Salvisberg's feet, who was our leader for the first part of the swim. But he's also looking very comfortable, the Swiss athlete, and probably quite happy that Andrew Horsfall-Turner has come to the front and sort of. There we see Salvisberg sort of have a quick look around and see who's on his feet. Maybe got a little bit of a tickle on the toes and just had a quick look around to see. But at the moment, we've still got a group of 7 here, really swimming well, and it's led by the British athlete Andrew Horsfall-Turner in the blue cap, who's swimming very, very well right now.
Oh, he certainly is. Understatement for sure. But at this point, yeah, it doesn't feel to me, Joe, that much is going to change. You know, they're going to make another, as we saw from that course map, another turn as they get closer, but they're kind of now heading back. But if I'm correct, the way that course map turned out, again, it's hard to see with this shot exactly where they are, but it does look like they're either at halfway or very close, so it's still going to be a pretty darn fast swim. And again, still very surprised at the size of this front of this group. And I think I'm going to go ahead and say I was wrong. It seems just as choppy and just as difficult as these athletes are going to come around another buoy here coming into the mid sections of the swim. But we'll get more of the swim course when we get back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
And we're back here at the swim course at IRONMAN Switzerland Thun. And nothing's changed in the last little bit, Joe, and we still have Horsfall-Turner swimming. And, you know, if you're second place, that athlete that was leading earlier, Andrea Salvisberg, are you happy to have someone to sit on, or are you bummed that maybe you're not the one setting the pace?
Look, I think this is probably a good thing. Like, it's a long day, Ironman. We're going to looking at around 8 hours of racing today. So having company, especially with an athlete that's sort of setting such a great pace here at the front, Horsfall-Turner, I think he's quite happy to sit on his feet and sort of be dragged along a little bit and sort of save some mental energy. Because, look, when you're leading the race, there's a little bit more pressure, a little bit, you've got to sort of set the pace yourself. When you're just following, you sort of can just relax a little bit and he's maybe thinking about his bike right now and the bike nutrition, because he looks very, very comfortable there sitting in second place.
Certainly does. Let's take another look at the Roca race weather on Thun Beach. 64 degrees Fahrenheit, clear skies. It's gonna be warm when they get out. I think it's gonna end up being a perfect day. That humidity, as you said earlier, Joe, already dipping down a little bit at 74%. I am pretty surprised at the fact that the wind is only 1K an hour and we've got this chop. Obviously, it's a massive, massive lake, so anything's gonna make some turbulence and get some chop, but we've seen this course flat and fast before, so surprising to me that the wind is that low. It's possible on the other side of the lake, such a big lake, that it's moving a little bit differently, but that's the weather out on course. Thanks to Roca for all that great info and a great swim stroke from Andrew Horsfall-Turner, pushing the pace early in this swim. And Joe, so looking at the difference in athletes as far as the fatigue versus a calm swim and a rough swim, how much of an impact can that have on an athlete during an Ironman race?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think for a stronger swimmer, it's probably not that much different, but for a weaker swimmer, I think you can really expend a lot of energy without even realizing it. Especially today, we're seeing the athletes here in wetsuits, but if it was a non-wetsuit swim, a weaker swimmer in a non-wetsuit, just the ability to actually keep their body in the right position and sort of maintain that really good position in the water. It takes a lot of energy, whereas a good swimmer that just has that feel for the water, isn't fighting it, sort of just moves through it a bit more gracefully, isn't really expending any more energy. So, yeah, I think to answer your question, I think these good swimmers that we're seeing here on screen, yeah, they're not really... They're in for the long haul. The swim, they're just going, sort of doing what they do best and sort of conserving as much energy. Whereas the athletes 1, 2, 3 minutes back are probably working a lot harder and going slower. So,
yeah, for sure. Here's a great shot we had of the front of that race, and we saw it go all the way back to Clavel, and did see that light blue cap of Matthias Petersen as well. So that's through 6. I believe there's at least 1 or 2 more athletes that couldn't get a sight of a cap color on there, but there's a lot of our pre-race favorites, and no big surprise to see Horsfall-Turner at the front of this swim with, again, Salvisberg right on his feet, and that green cap athlete, again, super, super comfortable, sitting comfortably in 3rd place.
Yeah, so Salvisberg is the athlete we're seeing sitting in 2nd place right now. He's already raced Ironman South Africa this year. Ended up with an 8th place. I think that might have actually been his first Ironman. Actually, yes, it was in South Africa earlier this year. So not bad for his first one. Definitely his run was something that didn't go as well as he probably hoped. A very, very strong swim and a 4:23 bike in Ironman South Africa. And he actually competed against another athlete who's racing today, Rasmus Svenningsson, who ended up 4th that day, as well as Matthias Petersen. So a lot of these athletes, 3 of these athletes today racing, actually raced in South Africa earlier this year. I think it was March, maybe, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, definitely I've had a break and built back up to come here in top fitness again to have a crack here at IRONMAN Switzerland in Thun.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a race that, you know, very competitive. You know, obviously we see these athletes that have had great success in Switzerland before. Here, a lot of locals that clearly are making this race their A race because of that kind of national pride and getting that hometown race. So you're going to have to bring your A game. And Joe, it's the last qualifier in Europe for the World Championship in Nice. So certainly a lot of pressure, and definitely going to have to bring your best to be on the podium and to get a spot if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think we're 9 weeks away from Ironman World Championships in its first year in Nice for the men's race. And yeah, so these guys, if there's a few that have already qualified, which we've talked about already, but the athletes that do get their spots, there's 2 spots available for the men's race today for the Nice World Championships. We'll have to, yeah. How would you prepare for that? You've got 9 weeks. You've just done an Ironman. Okay, I'll phrase that differently. Yeah. What shouldn't you do in your experience from being around the sport many years, Matt?
Yeah, great question. I think what you shouldn't do is get right back to it. You definitely want to take a break. But I mean, honestly, I think through a lot of my clients and athletes I've helped and raced with in the past, that 8-week window is kind of magic. Like if you're a good athlete and you're in good shape, here's another shot. It does look like it's another orange cap in the back there, Joe. Okay. Or just the one orange cap. So one of those orange athletes who was in 4th for a long time is now in the back of this group. But you could go from, if you're in decent shape in all 3 and you've like kind of gotten your base training through the way, I think 8 weeks is like kind of magic number to be able to do a proper build. Clearly you can do a lot more with more time, but sometimes with more time you can do too much. And I think to answer your question, you just need to make sure you take a break and really let it absorb, because if you let it absorb, you can actually gain something from this effort. I mean, obviously it's damaging.
It's a big training day.
Yeah, it's damaging to the body for a lot of reasons, but your body does adapt to that, and you can certainly be stronger for it as long as you rest. And I think all these athletes would be smart enough to make sure they get their good rest in before all their preparation for World Championship in Nice. You're watching Ironman Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by Qatar Airways, going places together. And here we go. Still at the front, going places, is Andrew Horsfall-Turner, Joe.
Yeah, still looking very, very comfortable there. Yeah, really just sort of feels like he's going through the motions at this point. Very, very good swimmer. From his very small, short career in Ironman racing, he's definitely made a name for himself as one of the swimmers to watch.
And Joe, we got some word on course that we think it's actually in that third place, which is just cool, if this is true, is Florin Salvisberg, who is the brother of the athlete in front of him. We can see maybe that those strokes look similar, but that's what we've got on course. Again, we can't confirm, but that would make sense.
Okay.
Obviously, those two train together a fair bit, and come from a similar background, so that would make sense that that could certainly be him.
Yeah, a little bit of sibling rivalry there. He's not making sure he's not getting dropped off his brother's feet, if that is the case. But yeah, still looking here. We've got Maurice Clavel in fourth place. They're starting to feel like, yeah, they're starting to sort of move away a little bit. If you notice there, that they're starting to split up a little bit, but maybe it's just the camera angle. But yeah, that's from last shot we saw it starting to stretch maybe a little bit, but still everyone in the top 7 are still very, very close to each other.
Yeah, no, absolutely, for sure. And it does look like with this chop, it's a little harder to sight. Sometimes it gets moved around a little bit, so you can get separated or moved off to the side and lose a half a meter or meter, and then have to get yourself back on. But this group's doing a pretty good job. I'm surprised that orange cap, and again, we're not sure if it's, or positive if it's Zapunkt or Svenningsson. It's probably Zapunkt, but kind of been hanging on this whole time, and again looking like. If third is Salvisberg and he's going the easiest, the guy in the orange cap is going the hardest.
Yeah,
to be in this front group.
Definitely. He's sort of been, sort of coming back and jumping off the back and then getting back on. And but that's sort of, with these choppy conditions, it sort of can happen. You can sort of, the group can move one way and you don't sight and you sort of move off and you sort of, it's quite a hard position to be. And you sort of talked about it earlier. It's sort of reminds me a little bit of Kona, the conditions we see in Kona.
Yeah.
They're wearing wetsuits. Yeah, it's the big difference, and they're in Switzerland. But it looks sort of like that chop that you get at the far turnaround of Kona, and this is what these guys are contending with today. But yes, at the moment, still a group of 6 or 7 athletes still, and we're within probably around 10 minutes or so of completing the Roka swim course. Yeah,
which to me is crazy with that chop. That these athletes can go through that quickly. And again, still just so impressed that this group has stayed together. And sometimes a chop can keep it together, but there isn't, especially in the beginning. I think now when it's settled in and the small little gaps open, they're not that difficult to close if you're not totally on the edge. But in the opening segments, when it's this choppy, it's just crazy to me that this whole group has been able to stay together. And what that tells me, Joe, is that this could be similar to what I saw, last week over in Frankfurt. Like, it could be a massive, massive gap to that chase group. And I think, often, and you said it earlier, that you can't win on the swim. Maybe you can lose on it, but I think what's happening in this race is that the dynamics of how most of this bike ride, or a lot of this bike ride, could pan out, and the race in general is coming out of who's coming out of the swim together.
Yeah, I think this could be really decisive in especially the first part of the bike, and sort of who ends up coming out of the wall with who. And it's like at the moment, if you're in this group and you manage to stay, you're really, that you're getting a good gap on some of your other rivals, and some of the pre-race favourites. We don't see Jan van Berkel, from what I see, I don't think, in this group.
Right.
Patrik, I don't see a red cap of Patrik Nilsson, who on his day is one of the best athletes on the Ironman circuit. So Maurice Clavel is he's really fought hard to keep himself in this very elite group. But yeah, it'll be interesting when we see the actual time gaps when they exit this Roka swim course, and that'll happen in the next probably about 600-700 meters.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that I kind of haven't talked about the fact that we're not seeing Jan van Berkel in there. Great catch, Joe. He's kind of on the edge of that front pack in really big races, right? He'll be kind of that next group. And I think what's important there is if he's got someone else, if he's got a Patrik Nilsson with him, then he's got a much better shot to be able to move back up, having a little bit of camaraderie. But Joe, tell us a little bit about, we can see how big this lake is, and we can see that Horsfall-Turner is setting the pace. Obviously, he's the one who's sighting. There's going to be a lead kayaker, stand-up paddleboarder in front of him. You've got boats next to these athletes, and they can all just kind of settle in. How different of an experience is this for the second group of those people chasing, like, big chop in the middle of a lake, trying to see where you're going?
Yeah, it's not the greatest position to be in that second group, especially if you're on the front and you're not having a great day of that second group, and you feel like you've got to try and limit your losses, and you sort of go on the defensive. And if you're going on the defensive very early on in the swim, feels like a very, very long 3.8 kilometre swim. So yeah, the lead one or two athletes of that next pack are definitely feeling the pressure, because they know they're losing time, and they're sort of, it's a little difficult and a little bit demoralising. And so you've really got to make sure you sort of just gather yourself and make sure that you keep reminding yourself that it's a long day, and the swim, it's not, you can't potentially lose in the swim, but they've got all the 180 kilometre bike and the 42 kilometre run to make it all up. But it's definitely not, I'd rather be in the front group, that's for sure.
Yeah, totally. And it's one of those things too that it's often for the pros, the swim is very important. It's a very long swim. Obviously, Horsfall-Turner, great swimmer. If you can lose a lot of minutes to somebody like that, and obviously that's his strength, so he's going to push it. But if you're an athlete that is going to lose a fair bit of time, it's something you have to be mentally prepared for. And it's one of those things that it feels like when you get out of the water with a gap, you've basically given everybody else a head start. Like, in a lot of ways, the race obviously starts with the swim, very important. But the swim feels like the race kind of feels like it starts on the bike, because that's when you've gotten information. People tell you how far back you are, how far in front maybe you are of somebody else. You can look around. In the swim, you kind of know what you're feeling and who's immediately around you. And if you're Horsfall-Turner and these guys, you're in the front group and other people aren't. But if you're Jan van Berkel and you get out of the swim and you hear 5 minutes, you're like, okay. And he's a professional, and he knows he can run a 2:37. So like, that's a gap that a lot of these other athletes aren't going to be able to run that fast. But it feels like you've given up free time.
Yeah, but yeah, the athletes such as Jan van Berkel, Patrik Nilsson, who between them won probably 10 Ironman championships, maybe more at this point. They probably woke up this morning hoping, well, they would know who the swimmers were in this group, and they knew that Horsfall-Turner was going to be here. Peterson, very good swimmer. Salvisberg is going to be in that front pack. Clavel. But they were probably hoping that they were going to have a really good swim because they don't want to have to bridge that gap back to the front on the bike, or have to make it up on the run. But they probably in the back of their mind knew that there was a good chance that they were maybe going to make the cut and lose some time. So they're prepared for that, and at the moment they're just sort of reassessing the situation and making sure that they keep their head on the game. Yeah. And and not to panic. It's too early to panic and worry about gaps at the moment. Yeah, they don't know what the gaps are. It's really hard to find out any information in the swim until you probably get into that first bit of the bike. Yeah, and for that reason, it's hard to motivate to keep going, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go around that buoy and you see, you know, sometimes you might take a look at your watch, probably not. You might count in your head, and if they're getting any feedback from behind, it's not going to be positive, right? So it's really hard because you have to self-motivate. There's no external motivation, no external input whatsoever. Yeah. And, you know, they can look up at, you know, they can see the boat that this is being shot from. Yeah. So if they're sighting behind and they see the boat 2 buoys ahead, they're doing the math pretty quick, and it doesn't feel very good. So how in your head, even though if you're a smart athlete, you know you can't lose it in the swim, what are you doing to stay positive if, let's say, a Nilsson or a Jan van Berkel is getting a split on their own that they're 3 or 4 minutes back? What are you doing in your head to be like, dude, stay in the game, it's not a big deal? Like if it's early on the bike, they're really, like it's early. They need to sort of focus on what they're doing, not worry too much. Still a very, very long day. Yeah. But yeah, if they're hearing 4 or 5 minutes, there's a chance that they may do something silly. They may push above what their goal watts were, just because they feel a little bit under pressure. But that's sort of the last thing they need to do, because these guys might be pushing it too hard as well. So it's a very long day, and that's where I sort of was saying, Jan van Berkel, Patrik Nilsson are very experienced athletes, won big races, and especially Jan van Berkel, he's won IRONMAN Switzerland 3 times. So he knows what to do, and I'm sure he'll manage to sort of gather himself and sort of keep in the moment. Yeah, and it was hard to see with that overhead shot because there was some glare on the water, but it did look like there was a group possibly not that far back. Again, don't hold me to that, but it's possible, and that's one thing that if you took a step back, Joe, and you know, I've kept saying, I'm so surprised how big this group is and how this has stayed together. It's possible that the pace isn't that ridiculous, right? Like we haven't had a lead change since Horsfall-Turner in a few hundred meters went around Salvisberg and took that lead. And, you know, if it was that slow, you'd have that third athlete who we think is foreign, Salvisberg, you know, he might take a pull, right? Like if you feel like it's that easy and you guys aren't making that much time, they pull through. So it's possible this group is as big as it is because maybe they're not opening that much of a gap. Yeah, potentially. And you got to remember, Jan van Berkel, Patrik Nilsson, and the other athletes that may have not made this front 6 or 7 athletes are very, very good swimmers. As I said earlier, 4 years ago, these guys would be used to coming out in the top 4 or 5 in any Ironman event. Now it's just because the levels sort of stepped up. You've got some younger guys coming through that was sort of swim specialists, ITU background, and then not quite good enough to maybe go with that early pace. And they're getting older. These guys are a little younger maybe. But yeah, like these guys still, if they had to swim the whole thing by themselves, could still swim a very, very good time. So I can't imagine they probably will lose 4 or 5 minutes. We haven't seen them, but I'm guessing it's probably it's probably under 2 minutes. Yeah, I think that's a good observation. And I think, you know, in a choppy swim, as we could tell, they're getting very, very close to the finish as the water's getting smoother, right? So they're going to head into this harbor here, I believe, pretty soon. But early in a race, when it's this choppy, it can be disorienting, right? And it's it takes an athlete a little bit longer to find their stroke, so to speak. So it would make sense that an athlete that's a great swimmer wouldn't make the pack, quote unquote, in a swim that's choppy like that. And then once they settle in, as you said, they're capable of swimming at the same speed. And people that, you know, watch from afar, or age group athletes that haven't swam at this level, you might think, oh, the fast swimmers,
in the pool are going to be the fast swimmers in the open water, but sometimes the fastest swimmer in your pool in the triathlon group can't swim open water for some reason.
Oh, especially if you put them in a wetsuit,
Yeah.
it just sort of throws them off. And yeah, you're surprised. Like there's guys and women that swim very, very fast in the pool and are good swimmers in triathlon, but not like they swim in a pool. It is different. But here we go.
Very, very, very close to the end there, and you can see another thing that's helping Horsfall-Turner. Not only is there that lead kayak we suspected, but the lead kayak has a white balloon, looks like about 8 or 10 feet above. You can see it on screen on the left-hand side of the screen. So that means that these athletes don't have to even pick their head up to be able to see. And if you look at that balloon, that would tell you that there's no wind. The tops of the trees will tell you there's a little bit up high, but it looks pretty smooth as they get closer into this marina area and the crystal blue water here at Lake Thun. And Horsfall-Turner not holding off the pace at all. You know, he's an athlete. You know, he said he's still, you know, trying to make his way up the ranks, so to speak. And, you know, no doubt someone that is a swimmer of his caliber is going to have, you know, sponsors that are looking to him to, you know, have that expectation that he's going to have good swims. So I don't think he's going to give up the run to the timing mat. You know, sometimes these pro athletes will get bonuses from their sponsors as well. And I think, Joe, if you're in this group and you're Salvisberg or the Salvisbergs that are on his feet, you're not even going to try. It's kind of like out of respect. You're like, okay, you did the work, the lion's share of the work. You were going to let you, not let, you know, we're not going to try to contest that at all because there's certainly some pride there, and Horsfall-Turner deserves that because he's worked pretty hard, but he's not like trying to drive it at the end. You know, I'd imagine, Joe, at this point, he's settling in because these athletes now need to react to if anybody's going to make moves early in this bike course. And let's not forget, it's a pretty hard bike course.
Yeah, no, at this point, it's just about sort of gathering yourself. These guys are making sure they stay in this group, but also just maybe bringing their legs in a little bit, get a bit of blood flow to their legs because they're going to have to stand up and run very, very shortly. They're sort of coming into the channel section of the swim, which is a pretty cool sort of narrows, swimming quite very close to the shoreline there, which we give a chance to some of the spectators to get a good glimpse of these athletes. So they're actually going past where the finish start line was, if you look at the course map from earlier. But yeah, they're getting very, very close. But at this point, they're sort of just in a stalemate. They're just ready, just want to get through here, and they're thinking, okay, out the water. Make sure the wetsuit comes down, they take the cap and goggles off and get a smooth T1 and get out onto the bike with everyone else that they've been swimming the whole 3.8 kilometres with, and nothing goes wrong. Because things can go wrong in transition. You can lose a minute there, and then that can really mess up your race, and all of a sudden you're under a lot of pressure.
Certainly, you can see moving through this marina section of the course. And Joe, looking back at some results in prior years, I think that was an outlier. It must have been a shortened swim or something that 2 years ago when they had that sub 40. But looking back, a lot of the years here, you can see the fastest swim being in that like 52, 53 range. So I think they're used to having a little bit of that chop. And so no surprise if looking at historical results that Horsfall-Turner would be over 50 minutes. This might be the only over a 50-minute swim an athlete as good of a swimmer as Horsfall-Turner
but
would
I think
have.
as you picked up on very, very early in the broadcast, look at the water. It was very choppy.
Yeah.
We're looking actually at a pretty slower swim for athletes of this class, and the fact that they've gapped the likes of Jan van Berkel and Patrik Nilsson, who we don't know how far they're back at this point. But 50, they're going to be 51 minutes potentially when they hit the Roka swim exit, which isn't, it's not that fast these days. So obviously those conditions were pretty hard.
And the longer your swim is, the more of a gap that the leaders will have from the next group. There's just more time out there, right? So you expect the gaps maybe to be bigger than average, but again, it's going to be closer to 52. I'm looking at Horsfall-Turner's Ironman results. He hasn't done a ton of them, but Wales 44:28. That is not a fast swim course generally. It certainly can be pretty quick. Obviously, he showed that Ironman Arizona 47:15 and Texas 48:49. So he will lead out of the water here at Ironman Switzerland Thun with his slowest swim by about 3 minutes, which, you know, he might be surprised a little bit that it was that, but again, you know, that course out there today was choppy. He had the stroke, I think, that works the best with those conditions. I think Salvisberg and his brother behind make it look easy. It's just kind of that pool-looking stroke. It's a little bit harder
Well, it's
in
like
those
a pool right now.
choppy water.
Look, with the sheltered in this this channel, it is like a swimming pool right now. They definitely got some shelter from that wind. I'm sure it's a welcome relief from the chop that they've been having to contend with for the last 3.6 kilometers.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, award of the day for sticking in there is orange cap at the back. You know, we have some thoughts of whether that's Zepunkt or Svenningsson, but the way that athlete worked through this entire swim, I am super, super impressed that he was able to make it all the way through with that group, going from 4th position to 7th and then hanging on this whole time. So we're going to have splits here pretty soon as these athletes go through here. And again, Joe, it looks like the big name that we haven't seen yet is Jan van Berkel. So it's Horsfall-Turner, Andrea Salvisberg, Florence Salvisberg, and Maurice Clavel in 4th place. Matthias Peterson in 5th, and it was Ruben Zepunkt in 6th place.
Yeah, and the orange cap there really managed to stay in touch, and he'll be definitely very thankful that he did.
And our swim split presented by Wahoo Element Rival, 51-57 for Andrew Horsfall-Turner. And no offense to anybody out there, 51-57, I'd take it for sure. I'm not saying that's a slow swim, but it just is if you're a class swimmer like Horsfall-Turner. So that was, I think we miscounted. I thought there were 7 in there. There's 6 athletes from what we've got through that timing mat. So again, Horsfall-Turner, Salvisberg, Clavel, Matthias Peterson, and Ruben Zepunkt. And Joe, I'm looking at Salvisberg's results, the other Salvisberg, we're calling for now, and no disrespect there. You know, he is a very, very good short course athlete as well. Doesn't have any Ironman results to speak of at this point, but looked pretty good over the 70.3 distance last year with the 8th place in Kreisau in Switzerland. As we see these athletes getting in their bike bags, getting everything they need out of them, and then putting their wetsuit in them. They're not getting any assistance there. They got to make sure everything's on there. We got some athletes putting socks on, some athletes skipping, but again, Salvisberg swimming 17:45 WTCS leads, 11th place at WTCS leads. So that's a solid result.
Very good,
so,
yeah, very class athlete. Yeah.
And again, he's a short course athlete that, you know, you never know if he cracks off, you know, he could win his first Ironman because sometimes they just don't know what the pain is like. But here we go, our first athlete coming through here, and with that flag on the back, I imagine that's still Horsfall-Turner with put the Aero helmet on. So we got our second group, and as you said, Joe, not as long as maybe I would have thought. So that's Samuel Herseller coming through at 53:44. And that is a minute 45 behind Nico Markov. Jan van Berkel in that group, 54 minutes. So he's 2 minutes behind the front of this group. But Joe, no Patrik Nilsson.
Not yet, no. I'm sure Jan's looked up, and I can't remember the last time I swam 54 minutes. Just goes to show how tough those conditions were out there. That chop was legit, and I feel that we're going to see some athletes coming in over an hour, which is nearly unheard of these days, and the age groupers are going to definitely have their work cut out to get through. It's a very tough conditions. Hopefully it dies down a little bit for the bike, and we have really fast conditions out there.
Yeah, we got Horsfall-Turner first on the bike and super smooth and clean there. Joe getting through transition and onto his bike. 3 seconds back, Maurice Clavel, Andrea Salvisberg, 8 seconds back, Florence Salvisberg, 12 seconds back, with Matthias Peterson in 5th, just 17 seconds back. So the athlete that's losing a little bit of time in transition is Ruben Zepunkt. Again, that athlete that was kind of on the edge there, but 35 seconds. So he's going to have a little bit of a gap. That doesn't sound like much, but he's got 20 seconds to bridge up to 5th place, but he's going to have to make a choice. Okay, I have to burn a match if I want to be with this group.
Yeah, and look, transition, it's important. Like, these guys don't mess around in there, and that's really he's putting himself under unnecessary pressure, really, by having a slower transition. 20 seconds, yeah, it's not much, but 20 seconds when these guys are doing 40 to 50 kilometers an hour through the streets of Thun can really, that's nearly out of sight. Like, they go around a corner, that's more than 100 meters in gap, and once you lose that gap, it's really hard to sort of claw it back.
Absolutely. As we see some athletes here going through transition, one of those athletes going through, Patrik Nilsson has gone through. He's 55:39 through the swim. As we look at the Morton transition times there, Maurice Clavel, 2:37. Andrew Horsfall-Turner, 2:41, still came out first, and Andrea Salvisberg, 2:48. As we got a nice shot on the right-hand screen of from our athlete running pretty quick there, trying to bridge that gap. I wonder, looks like the form of Jan van Berkel, but I don't believe that it is. Trying to do the little flying mount there. We'll get a shot there if that's Jan or not. But other athletes that made their way out as well. Giulio Molinari came through transition as well. He is one that on the day can have a great result as well.
Yeah, he's a very, very strong cyclist. Very, very good on a hilly bike course. So watch for him to maybe move through the field a little bit as they sort of start to hit the hillier sections of this course. But
well, and will he be an ally for Patrik?
Yeah, look, Patrik, he'll be, I think, disappointed that he's losing a minute to Jan van Berkel. I think he would think Jan and him are probably quite similar sort of swimmers. And it just got like 55, 56 minutes. These guys, they've expended a lot of energy, and I don't think they were probably expecting to be out there that long. I'm sure they did a double take when they saw the swim split coming out of the water. 55, 56 minutes. So, yeah, not a great position for Patrik to be in, but look, he's, I think, a 6-time Ironman champion. Hasn't had the greatest form the last couple of years, but when he's on, that guy is a rock star.
You're right, and you're being kind, and I'm not going to pick on Patrik, but it's the elephant in the room is Patrik has not finished an Ironman since the Ironman he won in Germany in August of 2021. Since then, he dropped out of Ironman Austria, Ironman Cozumel, Ironman St. George World Championships, Ironman Germany, Ironman Sweden, Ironman Western Australia. That's 6 Ironmans that he hasn't finished. And again, he's an athlete, and this is why he's had those great results. Like, winning Ironman Germany is huge. And, you know, he did that over Hagenhag, McNamee, Hemmerich, Clavel, some amazing athletes. So when he's on, but when he's off, it's hard. It seems to be hard for his body to stay in it or for his head to stay in it. And to me, if I see Patrik Nilsson lose 4.5 minutes in the swim, I'm not betting that this is the one he's going to win.
Well, I just hope that he realizes that the favorite and the 3-time defending champion is only 1 minute in front. And hopefully he's getting that information and his head does stay in the game, because I'd love to see Patrik really work through that and fight through, because, Ironman sometimes doesn't go to plan, and it's sort of you have those bad patches, but it's a very long day. So hopefully Patrik, I'd love to see him go through like halfway through the bike and still be in contention and still fighting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here we go. Great shot of one of our first little rollers of the course with the athletes looking over their shoulder here, but a lot more to look forward to as we continue IRONMAN Switzerland Thun. You're watching IRONMAN Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together. And we got these athletes up front here. We got 2 athletes moving through it. Horsfall-Turner looks like has moved back in this group. So we'll get, as we see these athletes kind of do their wardrobe change, it looks like that's Clavel. I don't have the number. Can't really see it, but that looks like
on
Clavel
screen is Clavel.
Yep.
Stay there, Maurice. Stay there. I remember him, as you talked about earlier, in Kona. Just
goes for it.
Yeah, and I remember talking to him after the race, and he was a broken man. I just stay there and be patient, because this guy is a very, very good athlete, and I think I'd love to see him really execute his race and not sort of get carried away in the first few kilometres of this bike and try and blows apart in the first section.
And that's Matthias Peterson on screen. Yeah, he was broken, but I bet you he was still smiling.
Great guy, yes, he is. He's a very positive guy, always with a smile on his face, and he was pretty exhausted, but yeah, he learned a lot, but yeah, pretty cool experience to be leading that far into Kona on the bike. But yeah, I think if he can be patient today, we may see a really good performance from Maurice, who also, like Patrik, hasn't had a great race in the last couple of years. So I think we've got Patrik and Maurice, who have definitely had some amazing performances. Maurice, correct me, he won an Ironman. I think it was Lanzarote. It was a very tough Ironman and put together an amazing performance. And I'd love to see the same sort of thing happen today.
Yeah, Maurice Clavel, he's won Ironman South Africa.
South Africa, yeah.
Yeah, so he's definitely has some experience on tougher courses. Another pretty tough course out on the scene is Ironman Mont Tremblant. It's part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, and it's the last North American event of the season that females can qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Extra female age group qualifying slots will be offered. Male age group athletes can qualify for Kona in 2024, and it's voted the best bike course, top 2 swim and run courses, and top 2 finish line in the 2022 Athlete Choice Awards. Register today at ironman.com/IamNorthAmerica. Joe, surprise for me, we're looking here and wonder if this is the athlete I'm about to talk about, but kind of one of our pre-race favorites that we have not seen come out of the swim is Rasmus Svenningsson.
Yes.
So that's a big deal. Although we just did have a big group come through, so let's see if he's... So Svenningsson has come through, but Joe, he swam 1 hour and 28, so lost 8.5 minutes to the front group.
Wow, and he's not a
terrible swimmer.
He's not a weak swimmer, no, not normally. So, look, these conditions obviously had a big effect on the athletes. Like, you sort of talk about swimming in Ironman, you sort of, it has some effect on the race, but look, that's huge for a guy that he's one of the strongest riders out there in South Africa this year, posted the fastest bike split and posted a really good run off the back of it. Yeah, it's really impressive. I remember reading about some of the watts he was averaging. I think at South Africa it was 330, 340 normalized for Ironman South Africa.
Yeah.
This guy can ride a bike, and this course on these fast Swiss roads, like, I'd love to see him really light it up. So hopefully he can sort of gather himself and just put his head down and get to work.
He certainly can ride, and obvious reason that I can share with you is that he trained a summer in Bend, and he took a few of my KOMs, if you believe it or not. So he must be
wow.
He must be really impressive. But no, and Joe, I do think though on this course, like, he is a monster on the bike, right? And it's scary to think of him kind of unleashing to chase, but there's sometimes an advantage. Yes, there's an advantage to being in a group, but if a group on a hilly course, what happens is sometimes the athletes will overextend and they'll just pop one by one by one by one. And if you don't want to give up 8 minutes, but if you're on your own and you're that strong of a cyclist, he could see himself riding through a lot of these athletes that we see on screen and certainly getting close to giving him a shot on the run.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
Welcome back to our coverage of Ironman Switzerland Thun. We're back here with Maurice Clavel. one of our athletes that had a great swim today, was able to stick in that group, and he's riding behind Matthias Peterson, I believe, was the last time we saw. So those two riding quite well. I'm sure they're not alone yet, but Joe, looking at this course, like we know it's it's going to be 2,200 meters, 6,500 plus feet of climbing. There's not a lot of flat on this course.
No, I love the start of this course. There's straight up into what I remember from training there and racing a little bit in Switzerland. Just that's Switzerland right there. If you love riding bikes, go and ride in Switzerland. It's unbelievable, and the roads are very fast. We've seen definitely some fast bike splits posted here, yeah, it's definitely there. I've seen them out of aero more than in aero at this point, which is great. I love a sort of a hilly course where you get to be in the saddle, out the saddle, in aero, out of aero. It makes suits a very well-rounded rider.
Yeah, and we had a shot there of Gustav Palm Henriksen. They're one of our athletes that's chasing through, swam a little bit further back, and he's an athlete still looking for his best results, working himself up to, hasn't had great Ironman results at this point. 31st Ironman Cozumel, 33rd Ironman Sweden, but he's it takes time to get up there, but he certainly has some ability, so keep an eye on him. But back with Maurice Clavel, is passing some of the farmland out here on the beautiful Ironman Switzerland Thun course, but Joe, he looks comfortable, and I think he's taking your advice. Don't do what I did in Kona that one time.
Yeah, look at that cadence. That's got to be up close to 100 from my guess.
Yeah.
But super smooth, like very aero. Looks really well set up. And like he's noticed athletes here sort of. It's quite hard to see with the sunshine right now, but really adopting this very aero slippery position.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think it's a little bit higher up than we've seen from a lot of the other athletes, but you can tell by looking at it, it's certainly smooth aerodynamic position, pretty far forward for Maurice Clavel. As we see some more of our athletes getting out of the water. Here's another look like one of our age group athletes coming out of the water. Another great race on the circuit is the Qatar Airways Ironman Copenhagen. It's celebrating its 10th anniversary. It is the perfect race for beginners chasing their Ironman goal. Copenhagen, the fairy tale kingdom, comes to life embracing the thousands of athletes along their journey. Swim in Amager Beach Lagoon, ride along the stunning coastline, and enjoy the spectator support as you race towards the finish line in the heart of the city. 2023 is your year to join the Ironman family. Register today at ironman.com/IamEurope.
Beautiful part of the world to race there in Denmark, in their capital city of Copenhagen. And yeah, beautiful roads here. We've got a league group of around five athletes, I think, 6 athletes at most, out here on the Ironman Switzerland bike course. And look at really showcasing the quality of the roads here, and very fast road surface.
Yeah, so through 3.7K, we had 5 athletes still together. Ruben Zapunkt did kind of get, quote-unquote, spit out the back. So he was at 28 seconds while the rest of them kind of consolidate. A little bit of a gap at that point from Matthias Peterson and Maurice Clavel to Andrew Horsfall-Turner of 5 seconds. So that's enough that if they stayed on that through those rollers, that it's possible that this group has split up or will. But those 5 athletes were together. Jan van Berkel moved himself into 8th place, 2 minutes back, as we see them going around one of the corners here. And but the way Maurice Clavel is looking over his shoulder, Joe, on that corner, I bet my life that those 2 athletes have a gap on the other 3, or that there is a gap somewhere in those top 5. But he looked pretty far over his shoulder to see where the other athletes were. So looks like these 2 athletes are definitely pushing that pace. We'll have a split here at 17 kilometers to see where they're at compared to the other athletes. But we did see Henriksen has gone through that 3.7K mark as well. Patrik Nilsson has actually lost a few places through that. So he's now 7 minutes behind the leaders, and not a great sign, Joe.
No, not a great sign for Patrik. But yeah, hopefully he just sort of takes his time to sort of gather himself and keep his head in this. But yeah, close to, yeah, what do we got? 4 minutes back. And yeah, lost another close to a minute, I think, to Jan van Berkel, who's definitely one that he'd want to really, ideally, would have been out of the water with. So
yeah, Joe, it's interesting and to see an athlete that, again, was in Nilsson, an athlete that kind of terrified a lot of the best athletes in the world for that year, because on the day he could do anything, right? And to see an athlete of that capability kind of disappear and not be able to get out of their own way to get across a finish line is pretty shocking. We don't see that very often. Obviously, there's a story there, but much more to come here at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. We see the age group athlete on the right-hand side of the screen getting the stuff he needs out of that bike gear bag and putting his wetsuit in there and hanging it back up politely as he can. Getting ready to have a nice long day out there. On the left-hand side of the screen, that's Maurice Clavel looking as smooth as ever. And, you know, if he's not in the lead of a race and there's somebody in front of him this early, it means the person in front's going pretty quick, because Maurice is not the most patient man. If there was room for him to go up the road, I think he'd be trying.
yeah, maybe he's maturing as an athlete and must be a bit more patient, because this guy can really ride a bike. And yeah, very, very fast section of the course. We saw them coming out of transition pretty much out of the bars pretty much straight away, and actually had to climb up. But now they have a gradual, long sort of descent where they're able to get back into aero, and they're hitting pretty fast speeds of probably close to 50 plus kilometers an hour.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, sort of, it's a really, if you look at the course profile, it's really interesting to see this course. So it's a sort of a net down, then they have a gradual sort of climb, and then another short descent before they do a sort of a two-step longer climb before a very fast descent into transition to then start their second lap. So this is the time that they sort of need to sort of make the most of the speed and sort of get that average pace up. But definitely a really interesting bike course. And here we see a Morton move here with Maurice taking the lead over Matthias Peterson.
Yeah, so those two kind of been riding together, so to speak. Maurice Clavel making his taking a turn at the front as we go around this left-hand corner on some narrow roads, so not a ton of room out there, but great. You know, if you find the bike to be your strength, roads like this inspire you to ride as hard as you can, right? And I think it's going to be a game of patience, you know, for Maurice. And you know, this athlete scares me a little bit today, Joe, because you know he said that his win a few weeks ago was a warm-up race. And, you know, he got what he needed out of that warm-up race, but, you know, was able to get a spot to Nice and get that taken care of. But you know, if he was just using that as a prep race and he's in a better position now, and the big thing is this weight is off his shoulders because he has nothing to lose. He already won a race. Like his goal was to win a race. He was just using that last race to prep for it. And, you know, he kind of, you know, obviously put good work in and was able to win that event. So, you know, he's one that scares me today because there's zero pressure on his shoulders. He's probably had a bunch of rest, hopefully in the last 3 weeks, able to soak in and obviously gain a lot of confidence, you know, having the ability to know, hey, I just won an Ironman 3 weeks ago. Yeah. And
is 3 weeks enough? What do you, is that enough time to sort of recover and then sort of, you can't really do much training from...
I think that's the benefit of that, right? Is like theoretically maybe that would be enough as long as you just didn't do anything, right? And there's not enough time really to train. But, you know...
When you say do nothing, you still spin the legs out and just sort of... But not any specific training. He's not going to go and do a 20-mile, 30K run because he just did a marathon.
Yeah, you're going through the motions. You're making sure your first priority is to absorb that last day and then move from there. And you would assume, you know, he to be at the level that he's at, he's got to be a somewhat smart athlete, probably has a very smart coach. And they went in thinking that he'd in some way be better after the first race and then 3 weeks later, you know, in that second race. So you got to have a little bit of trust in that, especially with that good of a performance out of that.
Yeah, it's interesting to see his bike position. It's quite different to Maurice's bike position. Definitely Maurice runs a lower saddle, sort of not as big a drop. This what we're looking at here with Matthias's position, definitely the saddle's a lot higher. You can see his foot isn't as flat at the bottom of the pedal stroke. He definitely a little more stretched out as well. Look, he's a young guy. He's probably able to sort of absorb that position, and obviously winning Ironman Austria and not that long, only 3 weeks ago, obviously worked out well for him. But definitely a very different position, and that sort of goes to show that everybody's different, and you sort of got to find what works for you. And this is for these guys who are first and second right now in this race. It's obviously working out quite well.
Certainly is working out well for these athletes on screen too. Some of our age group athletes making through the swim. Often for age group athletes and certainly most first timers, that swim can be the most intimidating thing. That's something a lot of us didn't grow up doing, and you know, making sure you get out before the cutoff and with some energy left is pretty important. So big accomplishment for these athletes on screen, getting out of the swim and getting again to those bike gear bags, getting their gear out and putting all their swim stuff away and getting ready for a nice long day out here in beautiful Thun. So here we go. We have, looks like the group is back together. Looks like we have at least 4 athletes together, as we saw Clavel go to the front there. So that is Horsfall-Turner in the back there in third place. Not totally sure on which of those athletes it would...
One of the Salvisbergs, I'm guessing.
Looks like it's both Salvisbergs.
Yeah, they seem to be together, so... And their dress, their kit is matching, so they're not really helping us out much. But one of the, we're looking at one of the Salvisberg brothers in third.
Yeah, so it's Maurice Clavel now, back to him in first place. So it looks like Zapunkt has made that bridge. So he used maybe those technical sections. We saw that fast, those narrow roads that we were talking about. You know, again, he had 25 seconds to make up. And as an ex-professional cyclist, you can see the way he even moves on a bike standing up. You know, that guy's been riding a bike pretty well for a long time. So he made this bridge. So right now, again, it's that 6 out of that front swim group that are in the lead there with Matthias Peterson, Maurice Clavel, Horsfall-Turner, the Salvisberg brothers, and Ruben Zapunkt all together at the front of this race. So 6 athletes at the front of Ironman Switzerland Thun, 1 hour and 20 minutes in. And Joe, let's take a peek at how we got to where we're at so far today. It starts, of course, with a swim. And the athletes, again, on this beautiful course, wetsuit legal, a little bit choppy, and they were sent on their way by the mayor of Thun himself. Yeah,
no, it was a bit of a choppy morning for the swim, and definitely had an impact in the swim times with the first guy coming out in 52 minutes, which is pretty slow by current standards in Ironman swimming, but definitely it wasn't because of their the quality of the swim group here. There was 6 to 7 athletes, and then I think it got whittled down to 6 by the end of the swim, with the Punkt, sort of hanging on, sort of yo-yoing back and forth off the back there, but managed to still make that front group. But yeah, they it was led by Horsfall-Turner, the British athlete, and really set a great pace and created some gaps to one of our favourite athletes, Jan van Berkel, who was a little over 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, and a huge gap to an athlete like Svenningsson. Again, even Patrik Nilsson losing that amount of time could be enough. Ironman, as we know, is a mental game. All you're doing is talking to yourself on this bike ride, and if they've put enough damage in to make these great athletes doubt themselves, and they've taken them out of the game, kind of before the race even begins. I bet against that with Rasmus Svenningsson. I think he's going to thrive on this bike course, but we'll see at this point. And those 6 athletes have gone through 17.1 kilometers, Joe, at an average of 42 an hour, so we'll kind of put the clock on them to see how far back the chasers are. But there's our front 6, all within 9 seconds, as we saw Punkt just make that bridge. And Joe, as a brother who races or used to race Ironman with his brother, it's always fun to see 2 brothers out there. They're loving it, and
yeah, for sure.
And it excites you to see your brother doing well, but it also kind of calms you. It's like, okay, the guy who grew up down the hall is right down the street or right up the road with me, and we're in this together. So
yeah, and
pretty unique.
A great position for sure for these brothers. Amazing, doing really, really well, and obviously in their home country in Ironman Switzerland. So yeah, no, they're having a great day right now, and currently sitting in the top 6 position in this Ironman Switzerland Thun. So yeah, we're hitting like a pretty fast section here. Some of them athletes are pedaling, some are actually spinning out, so they're probably hitting close to 40 miles an hour, if not faster. So definitely a very fast section of the course. But we'll catch up with and see how this unfolding after this short break.
And the love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you. Ain't nobody.
Welcome back to our coverage of Ironman Switzerland Thun, and we're back here on course. And this looks like we're with our chase group, Joe, and with that, we've got Nick Thompson in there, Samuel Herseller, Jan van Berkel, and Strahina Tratnik.
Yeah, it's a good little group here of 4 athletes, which includes the reigning champion, 3-time Ironman Switzerland champion, Jan van Berkel, who's this is his final race as a professional athlete, so obviously wants to go out on a high note. But he'd be quite, I think, pleased that obviously he, in the position he's in now, I think coming out of the water, he would have been disappointed that he didn't make that front group, because he is a very strong swimmer. But now he's probably getting feedback saying the gap is holding and he's not isolated, which is great, because the last thing you want is to go up against 6 guys who are well-spaced, doing the right thing, but still, it's comfort in numbers. But he's got a group of 4 himself, and he's surrounded by some very strong athletes who are actually holding this very well pedigreed group of athletes here in front. So
yeah,
I think he'd be quite happy. I want to see the split with Patrik Nilsson and see how that's going, because I'm guessing he's maybe not quite as happy in the position that he's holding currently.
Yeah, no, he's definitely fallen back a little bit. In that group of 5 that we saw there, it only lost 10 seconds at this point. So
it's nothing,
yeah, that's not much at all. Other good race on the calendar, August 20th, you can come experience the nostalgic French elegance at Ironman Vichy. Known as the queen of the spa towns, Vichy offers a double race weekend with an Ironman 70.3 on August 19th. Selected by the athletes as the best Ironman and Ironman 70.3 races in 2021. Swim, bike, and run to one of the best finish line parties on the circuit. Vichy is the perfect host city because after the race, you can finally relax thanks to its many spas. Register today at ironman.com/IMEurope. I don't know, spa after a hard day around an Ironman course sounds pretty nice to me.
Does sound very good. And here we are. I think we're looking. Do you think this is the chase group?
Looks like this is one of the chase groups out on. Yeah, so this is that second group, first chase group, and that's Strahinja Trakic. Out here, he's in 4th in this group here. But yeah, again, in that group, pre-race favorite Jan van Berkel, Samuel Herseller, and Nick Thompson.
Definitely want to be able to handle your bike. He's definitely saw a very fast sweeping left hand turn they had to make there. And yeah, these guys talked about in some of their pre-race interviews that they had spent some time out here doing training camps. Jan van Berkel, I'm sure, spent many a time here, and obviously he's won on this course, so he knows every turn on this course. And I think this is we're moving through the field, and if I'm not mistaken, that is Jan van Berkel, I think, in the white kit.
Yeah, it does look like it. Yeah, there we go. Confirmation that is our defending champion from 2 years ago. It was a women's race last time we raced here. So that's Jan van Berkel doing his best to kind of hang in this group. And again, I think, Joe, you're right. He's in a really good position. You know, if you've lost that kind of time, you know, to have a group of athletes that seems to be working pretty well together and confident athletes, you know, it's pretty solid work. We've got an athlete, Nick Thompson, from Australia. Looks like it's his first Ironman distance race. So he's out there putting in the effort as well.
Yeah, no, this is a very strong group of athletes, and yeah, Jan's positioned himself nicely there in 3rd, and obviously the pace is pretty hot because he's not feeling that he needs to go to the front and push the pace. So he's quite happy with what they're doing, and they're holding the current group of 6 that are up the road after having a couple of minute gap out of the water. So Jan van Berkel in a good position, and we'll check on one of the other favourites.
Yeah, Nilsson hasn't quite gotten across that line yet, and our Molinari has gone through, as well as Tobias Dratchler at 6.5 minutes, so he's not made up any time. But the one thing, Joe, and I'm not trying to diminish any of these athletes in this group, but Jan van Berkel, he's in a good spot. He knows the effort that he's in, but none of these athletes have a pedigree that he can look over and be like, okay, I'm in a good spot. I know what I'm doing here. On the same side of things, a lot of athletes in that kind of pedigree, or rookie athletes as we've seen there are in that group, sometimes they can go out a little hot. So like right now it's working out pretty well. At a certain point, he's going to have to go it alone or be the one who is, you know, kind of the captain of the team, so to speak, and go to the front and push the pace. If he's complacent in that group with the results that we've seen out of those other 4 athletes, that's not going to be a great thing for him. So he just has to kind of just do his own race and make sure he's not, you know, if he ever feels like it's too easy, he needs to go to the front and push the pace.
Yeah, I completely agree. And on shot here we have Horsfall-Turner, our Broker swim course leader. He's looking really smooth right there, sitting quite comfortably in the front group. But yeah, Jan van Berkel, he will know if the pace drops off, and he's going to have to do the work. You can't win an Ironman by just waiting, and he's going to have to put his nose in the wind at some point and really push the pace to make sure that he doesn't lose too much time to this front group.
Yep, and Joe, sorry, the fastest man on course right now is Rasmus Svenningsson. He's made up about 30 or 40 seconds on that group. He's in 19th place. He's still 8:49 back, and to me, Joe, we're not seeing Patrik Nilsson. And to me, as much as I'd love to see him do well, that's game over. He's going backwards with what we've seen from him. If it's not going well, he doesn't seem to cross that finish line again. 6 DNFs in the last 6 Ironman attempts. And don't get me wrong, I don't take any joy from sharing these stats because he's at the time, one of the most talented athletes. And again, I thought, man, he could win a race like Kona on his day. So you hate to see an athlete, what he's going through physically or mentally, to be on this. There's no worse streak as an Ironman athlete to have that many DNFs in a row. So hate to see it. We're hoping he's not in that DNF category yet, but right now he's been passed by even more athletes. So through that checkpoint, we're going through the top 25, and he's not there at this point. We see athlete in the back, 23, checking to see if he's got a little bit of a soft tire, bouncing up and down, looking over his shoulder. So 23, not super confident in his equipment right now, looking over his shoulder. Maybe he's going to see if there's some help nearby. But here we go. Here's another one of our groups, Joe. This is the front group, and that's the Svenningsson on the back there.
Yeah, no, there's some definitely punchy climbs there. You can see when an athlete has to get out of the saddle and sort of rock and roll their bike to get up and over. It's definitely, they're working pretty hard. But he was following Clavel. And that was Horsfall-Turner making the pass there to, I think, move into the front. So he, as we saw him earlier, he was sitting back in about 4th or 5th. He's thinking it's time for him to do a little bit of work at the front and keep this pace high. And yeah, he's moved his way into the front.
Yeah, no, they're working together for sure. And if you're someone like Andrea Horsfall-Turner, you know, if you can work with this group to get more of the athletes that aren't in this group further distance behind, then it gives you a little bit of cushion. You know, he said his run hasn't been the most consistent over the Ironman distance, so he's looking to remedy that. Joe, looks like from our spotters on course, unfortunate news that Patrik Nilsson is having bike technical issues, so he was on the side of the road a fair bit back. So at this point, you know, we hope he gets back on there, because at some point you just gotta get on there and you got to finish an Ironman. So we're hoping, and I'm certainly cheering for Patrik. Nobody wants to see him have a great race more than I do. But today, not the day. You'd hate to see somebody's luck go from bad to worse, and unfortunately, that's where Patrik is at. The sport can be beautiful and can be pretty harsh at times too. So Patrik's going through that right now, as we see one of the Svenningsson brothers at the back of this group of 5. Looks like we'd have Zapunkt is probably the athlete behind him at this point. Not seeing his frame on screen yet, but Horsfall-Turner at the front of this group trying to keep the pace up.
Yeah, no, he's looking really smooth there. I like his position. Only, I think, very new to Ironman distance racing, but yeah, with his very strong swim bike combo, he's sort of probably getting pretty used to being at the front of a lot of these big Ironman races. So one of the benefits of being a fish and being a very, very strong swimmer. So here we see Zapunkt, who was who was the last athlete in that front pack out of the water. So he's managed to still stay in contact. Yeah,
and here's that chase group trying to do their best to get over one of these kind of steep little kickers all together, while trying not to be too close as they get over this, and certainly a descent to follow. Fun fact, Joe, we're going to have some of these today. We got, in Switzerland, Sunday is sacred. So Sunday is known as the day of rest, and that means no mowing the lawn, no do-it-yourself projects, or anything that will disturb your neighbors in any way. These noise restrictions are actually part of the Swiss law. So we're pretty glad to see that they've made the exception for all the great fans on course cheering for the athletes as they go through Ironman Switzerland. But that's fun fact number 1 for
that
the day.
Sounds like your everyday, Matt.
Yeah, no projects, no projects happening.
No mowing the lawn.
No, not going to happen.
No, coffee shop.
But Horsfall-Turner, I'm sure, enjoying the tranquil day out here on a Sunday in Ironman Switzerland. And Joe, you'll notice, maybe explain to some of the people watching, looks like there's maybe something in his kit, or maybe his kit's baggy. What's going on there?
Yeah, it seems it's a new trend amongst the pro athletes of putting like a hydration pack down the front of their pack. So obviously it fills the space between your arms, it's better for aerodynamics, creates like a fairing, closes that gap so air passes over more freely. Yeah. But also it's a way of keeping that hydration and making sure that you're hydrating correctly. So it's sort of a 2-for-1 deal.
Yeah, and you see some have like a hydration pack, some will have a bottle, or some will have like some other plastic thing they're putting in there. Maybe they can put some of their other nutrition in, but certainly a way to fill up that void, as you said. But Joe, look at how amazing this bike is. This has to be one of the most stunning bike courses on the circuit.
Oh, absolutely. So if anyone's been lucky enough to go to Switzerland, it's very very scenic, very beautiful part of the world. So yeah, to put on Ironman would definitely be one to watch.
There we go. We see Ruben Zapunkt at the back of the group, hanging in the back of this group of 6. This is a place where he's kind of been there a lot of the day, you know, whether it be in the swim or the bike, but he's been able to do his best to bridge himself back up in the swim and then now on the bike as well, as we see Andrew Horsfall-Turner doing his best tuck on one of these fast descents here in Ironman Switzerland.
I'd love to know how fast he's going right now, but it's pretty quick. I wouldn't surprise me if he's doing 70+ kilometers an hour down through these beautiful roads in Switzerland. But yeah, the road quality here is second to none, and yeah, he's handling his bike very, very nicely at this point.
Yeah, no, he absolutely is, and certainly, you know, I imagine kind of this rolly terrain can feel a bit like where he's been training from. He's used to some tough courses. Being out at Ironman Wales, it's certainly one of the hardest courses there is, and no doubt he's a tough athlete. So Andrew Horsfall-Turner in the lead here at Ironman Switzerland Thun, again in a group with Maurice Clavel and Matthias Petersen, Andrea Salvisberg, Florence Salvisberg, and Ruben Zapunkt.
Yeah, this is one of the faster points of the course, and this is sort of a good chance to sort of spin the legs out, because after this they have what I can see is like a sort of a 2-part climb with a little descent in the middle, which will really sort of see if this be interesting to see if this group stays together, because this next climb looks like it's from around 15 kilometres before they get a bit of respite. They descend and then they start the last steeper potentially climb up to 60 kilometre mark before they make the quite fast descent back to start their second lap.
Yeah, no, very well noticed, Joe. There's going to be a lot of tactics and these athletes kind of deciding where best to spend their energy when they're out on this beautiful course here in Ironman Switzerland. But we'll be back for more action from Ironman Switzerland Thun after another one of our quick commercial breaks.
Pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
And we're back with all the action at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Here we are, you've got Zapunkt making a bit of a move here. He's been sitting back in his 6th place, which is what he came out of the water at the back of that pack, and he's making a bit of an aggressive move here to pass all the 5 athletes in front of him, which, when they're evenly spaced, that's what you got to do. If you want to get to the front and they're all 12 metres between each athlete, you have to go all the way to the front, which right now he's probably pushing well over 400 watts to make that move, which, I don't know. Maybe burns a match, but it may be tactical. He may want to get to the front because he was a seasoned professional cyclist, so he wants to be at the front when they hit the climbs.
There we go. Another Roca race weather update. 68 degrees with clear skies. Humidity still dropping, 69%, winds 2 kilometers an hour. And Joe, as you said, if he wants to make the move to get to the front, you have to do that if they're evenly spaced, which you're 100% correct. But you also have to do that if you're on a roller and you find yourself within that drafting distance, maybe not on purpose. You just got to go. You got to go all the way past it. And I mean, there's experiences where, you know, athletes will spend some energy they weren't planning on. I had to do that once passing Norman Stadler and Timo Brocht in Kona, and all I could do when I passed Norman was just apologize and pull in front of him because I slowed our pace down by about 5 miles an hour. But it's sometimes it sneaks up on you, and it can be challenging. But it does look like this was maybe a little bit more purposeful. He had enough time in the back of the group to be able to kind of watch, see what other athletes were doing.
Yeah.
You could see that gap to that 5th place athlete was stretching when he went by. Now this is that chase group, Joe.
Yeah, no, and now we're back on with the chase group. So yeah, no, that was hopefully tactical because yeah, as I said earlier before the commercial break, we're coming into the longer of the climbs, which if you want to put the pressure on, you don't want to do it by having to pass 5 people. You want to do it by putting the pressure on from when you hit the first climb and really put the guys under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing you need to do, if you haven't already, is I would like to remind you to subscribe to the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverage and races from across the world. A lot of effort goes into bringing these races to you. We'd love it if you kept up to date and watched it. I know we both like to keep an eye on it. And another replay of that move, Joe.
That was a conscious move. That was like,
you're right.
I'm going.
You're right. And he kind of caught, you can see Salvisberg. Again, we'll be able to differentiate them soon enough, but I'm just going to say they're the Salvisbergs at this point, and they both kind of look as Ruben makes that move. And after he established that and went to the front, there was a little bit of a gap, kind of the elastic stretching a little bit. I don't think anything ended up happening from him, but he looks over. He knows Maurice Clavel and his ability and that he likes to go. Joe, he looks over and says something to him. Does he say, okay, let's go?
Because
Maurice almost moved
nearly
over.
went, and then he's like, no, Maurice. No, Maurice.
Remember what Joe told you.
Let's wait, Maurice. But yeah, maybe. He definitely put the pressure on there, and now he's moved into the front. And he's, starting to put the pressure on, and maybe the guys, the younger guys, starting to feel the pinch a little bit. It's, like the Salvisberg brothers, who we're seeing right now is number 5, which is Andrea Salvisberg. So yeah, maybe it was tactical and trying to put the pressure on before they hit the climb.
Yep.
Soften the legs a little bit, so when he actually does attack on the climb and try and create that move and create that gap, these guys are already under pressure.
Yeah, and you don't in that case, then you don't have to make a move from the back of the group all the way front, right? So he's spending that energy just against gravity on that hill, and I think that's a smart move. And those 6 athletes have gone through that 33-kilometer segment, so we'll get more idea of the athletes chasing behind. But we did see this group earlier, a second ago, of that chase group still working well together with Jan van Berkel at the back of the group. But yeah, Joe, I mean, this climb is no joke, and it's certainly tactical. And if you were trying to get away on your own on the first lap, which is a bold move because the time is gonna be your ally if you're a good cyclist, and these the other cyclists will kind of take care of themselves as far as falling off the back. But goes into this climb, a tiny little descent in the middle of this climb, and then a very long descent into that second lap, which would give you a great launching pad for that second lap, going into getting yourself a gap on the run. And it is all Ruben Zapunkt right now pushing that pace. Maurice Clavel, this is alarm bells. If you see Zapunkt at the front, Maurice Clavel mark, and you're in that group, you're really going to push as they see somebody crossing the road with what looks like an umbrella. He was able to get past that. Good job, Ruben. Keep your head up as you're making that effort. Ruben is another one of the athletes that we were able to get our wonderful Fighting Chance crew to go chat with before the race this week, and let's see what Ruben had to say.
My swim-bike combo is for sure in the world top. Yeah, I mean, I really always go with my stomach feeling, and that's just go hard and then spare some energy for the last run part. I moved to Girona in February. The last couple of months I trained with like 35, 37 degrees Celsius. I'm used to the heat, but the race is always different. I think my swim-bike combo is for sure in the world top. No, I'm not qualified. That's one of my main reasons for Sunday to qualify for Nice. I think, especially as a good cyclist and downhill as well, I can see myself competing really well in Nice. I want to win on Sunday, so that's my reason and my goal to be here. Triathlon community is just super friendly, super open for everybody. I had a kind of a depression after my cycling career. Triathlon community just welcomed me with open arms, and that was just a beautiful act. And I think triathlon is such a nice sport. Everybody does it. Everyone does it together, so that's nice.
Yeah, Joe, I love his attitude and his open and honest reaction, saying, cycling, he had a bit of a struggle after he retired from cycling and moved to triathlon and found some great support and camaraderie. And Joe, he's not getting much support right now, or wasn't enjoying the camaraderie, I should say, because he's now off the front. And either he is really on a huge effort, or Maurice Clavel has learned patience, because I'm surprised that Maurice is not able to hold the wheel of Ruben's Buck.
Yeah, it's a very decisive move. He moved out and went, and definitely, as you said something to Maurice, tried to G him up a little bit, and maybe he wanted a little bit of support. But Maurice playing it, for my mind, right.
Yep.
Maurice is a great runner. Like, when he won South Africa, he ran a sub 2:45. Like, so he needs to trust in that ability and be patient. And the guy he needs to worry about is a few minutes back with Jan van Berkel. So, yeah, Sapunkt is definitely putting the pressure on right now. And as we saw from his interview, he's comes from a cycling background and has just really embraced triathlon and really loves the support that he's getting from the triathlon community. And right now he's feeling that support and just showing us what he's got in those cycling legs of his.
Yeah, no, and I mean, he's an athlete that, again, we know is a great cyclist. He's run a 2:57 is his best Ironman run, and that's his only Ironman to date. So, that's telling. You can certainly make an improvement. If your 2:57 is your first one, there's no reason to think he can't improve upon that. But a 2:45 is a little bit different category, and I think Maurice Clavel can look at that and be confident and be like, okay, I'm going to let the guys I'm racing are behind me or in this group. I know I can get 10 minutes on Sapunkt if we're both on a good day. And when you're an athlete that's out there, you're judging your competitors against them having a good day and you having a good day. If Maurice doesn't have a good day, then he's not going to have a good day, and it doesn't really matter. You're not trying to protect yourself for a cushion if things don't come together. You have to have that confidence. So I think you're right. I think Clavel has seen what happens when you do too much too early, especially in the conditions in Kona, and paid for it. But right now, love seeing what Sapunkt is doing.
Yeah.
I think it's probably a little bit early. You're right. But, man, if he can run a 2:57 and on this course, and he might be practicing, he said he wants to go to World Champs in Nice because it's a challenging bike course. He's going to want to be part of that race there.
Yeah.
So this is him putting in an effort that, you might have to see on the race day at World Championships in Nice.
Yeah, with his swim bike combo, it's definitely if he can get his spot today, he'd definitely be one to mix it up and make things interesting come World Champs in 9 weeks' time. But we did definitely seeing Jan van Berkel's group, which we saw on camera just before, losing a little bit of time, but still only 30 odd seconds. But it'd be interesting to see at the next time check how those standings end up. So after this short commercial break, we'll see what time splits we have in store for you.
and we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun, and we're back with Ruben Zapunkt. And he is one that has pushed the pace and put a big effort in and a deliberate effort to get away from this group that we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen. That's Salvisberg on the back, one of the Salvisbergs. And in that group still, we had Maurice Clavel and Matthias Peterson. So, yeah, that group's still together. And at this point, Zapunkt doesn't have a huge gap, but he's certainly, like, you can tell, Joe, they're in a shaded different section of the course, and he's a little bit further down the road. So he's opened up a gap of, 10 or 15 seconds, it looks like, at least
very
at this
quickly
point.
as well. And he's definitely putting the pressure on, and these guys are quite happy to sort of just maintain the pace they'd set earlier. But that was definitely an aggressive move, and wants to get to the start of the climb leading this race, and with a bit of a gap, so we can maybe build on that throughout the steeper sections of this course.
The Flex 90 program allows athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer if an Ironman registration, transfer, or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 45 days before your race. If your plans change, your race can too. The Flex 90 program. And again, Ruben Zapunkt on the left-hand side of the screen, our chase group on the right-hand side of the screen, and again in two different zones on course. A beautiful part about this course is you can kind of tell the separation. It's not too far up. You can see that building that he's passing there at the front. So it looks like they might actually be closing down a little bit. But Ruben Zapunkt being the one that's forcing the others to react. And I think that's an important thing, no matter how big the gap is. A lot of these athletes train by looking at their power meter. They look at what they can do, and they're not used to reacting to other athletes. And even if they can stay with Ruben, as he looks very aggressive going up this little roller, even if they could stay with him, they're not as used to those efforts, and it feels so much different coming off of a bike when you're going on those efforts on your run. And Ruben Zapunkt has decades of these sharp, snappy efforts that his body can just absorb. He does not notice
This is just
that.
riding a bike for him. This is just how he rides a bike. And you can see he's sort of dancing on the pedals there, and just naturally just moves with how the terrain presents itself. And I don't think I've even got to the actual climb. It's just like a false flat section. I think very shortly we'll actually start where we'll see he'll settle into his rhythm, and we'll make their way up to the next aid station, which is before they sort of get a little bit of a reprieve and downhill section. But this next section of I think it's about 5 kilometre climb will be pretty telling in how everyone's legs are feeling.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we can see again that Ruben has opened up this gap and looks very, very comfortable on this kind of falls flat little roller section. But you can definitely see that he's gaining some elevation. But through that checkpoint that we just saw those other athletes go through, we do see Rasmus Svenningsson has gone through as well. And the only athlete riding faster than Svenningsson is the man on screen right now. So, Rasmus isn't making up a lot of time, but making up 30 seconds on a group of 5 early. We talk about this all the time in Ironman racing, and when we commentate that all these athletes are very, very high-level athletes, especially if they can swim at that caliber. They're aerobic machines. So anybody that can swim that fast can ride with this group for an hour. It just depends if they're totally doing the effort that they can only hold for an hour or a couple hours and then have to fade or not, where Rasmus is certainly settled in. You can guarantee he is not overextending himself early. He knows a course like this, Joe, is perfect for him. This much climbing, 1,100 meters each lap. He's going to try to be stronger the second lap than the first lap, and you're going to see the elastic snap right back to an athlete like Rasmus Svenningsson. And pretty soon, like by middle of the second lap, he's going to be in the top 8 and possibly picking up some stragglers if any of these guys get blown off the
Totally
back.
agree. And I actually read his race report from Ironman South Africa this year, and he sort of talked about he didn't have a good swim there, even though the swim was shortened, but he rode to his power, and although he wanted to go harder, he sort of knew that 340 was what he could hold 330, which is crazy watts. But what it found, he lost time in the first hour, but then they all started to come back to him, and he ended up executing in the fastest bike split overall, and did it pretty much solo, and then executed one of the best runs to come away with a podium position, a 4th place position, which was a great performance. But he executed a very even-paced time trial, which, as you said, I think if that's what he's doing today, I think that'll put him in a really good position come about like the 100-kilometer, 120 mark of this course.
Yeah, I think that's smart, and it's great that he's able to share that information. And for you watching at home, that is the best way to ride an Ironman bike course, right? To save some for the second lap and certainly the last third, to be the strong person as you move through. Sets you up for a good run because you're using your energy, your effort after you've got a little bit of fatigue. You could, as I just said, you can go really hard for an hour, but your legs aren't ready for it. So you let your legs warm up. You see what your body's capable of on the day. And, we talk about these tactics and the groups and so on, but especially on a course like this, it kind of doesn't matter, right? Like sometimes the groups can be more damaging than profitable because they're putting you outside of your zone. There's certainly, in this group, there's 1 or 2 athletes that right now is looking at a number that is above the number that they said they were going to ride, and they're convincing themselves it's okay. And at a certain point, it won't be. And right now, Ruben Zapunkt is not doing that. I guarantee you the effort he's putting in is one that he had planned and trained for. And as a cyclist, he has the ability to go over those efforts more and absorb them than a triathlete. And Rasmus Svenningsson certainly is not an athlete that's going out too hard right now.
And so an athlete that I'm not saying that but the Salvisberg brothers, who are short course athletes. Yeah. And Florian, in his first debut Ironman, these guys have the ability to push crazy numbers over an hour. Yeah. But what's their numbers going to look like at hour 2, hour 3, hour 4? And that's really when you want to even split or even actually ride better numbers in that second half. Or at this point on the course, second lap is where you want to be pushing your best numbers, not sort of going backwards. So it'll be really interesting to see. I think most of these guys will get through the first lap and then be like, okay, can they push the same power? And if I would be surprised if it's 20, 30 watts lower. So it's definitely, I think, as you said, Zapunkt has the experience and the cycling legs to be able to really capitalize on a course such as this one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, he's put in the prep. And again, on a course like this, he will know, and he'll be looking at the course profile to know where his strengths are gonna suit him best and where he should put that effort in. Here's a great overhead shot of Thun in the lake, a beautiful, beautiful spot here. We've got some zones out on the course. It's a very remote course, so we always aren't going to get great, perfect pictures, and we don't want to give you the pictures unless they're perfect, so we'll get those back to you as soon as we've got that great reception to make sure we get you some quality shots. But we do know right now there's 2 groups out on the road with 1 solo rider off the front. Looks like now it is actually 2 groups of 5 with Ruben Zapunkt off the front. We do have a chaser in Rasmus Svenningsson that looks to be pulling back a little bit of time as we see. It looks like one of these athletes is getting spoken to, whether it's from an official or if he's getting information from somebody else on course. But it's we'll get word, I'm sure, very quickly if that is an official and spoke to him and put him in the book, so to speak. We'll get word on that pretty soon. But that was number 23, I believe, in the back of this group of 5.
Yeah, no, these guys are haven't even hit the hilly section that Zapunkt's hit already. So yeah, these guys are still ticking along really fast. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly who that athlete is, but I think it's the athlete in front of him is Jan van Berkel. So
that is Nico Markgraf from Germany. So he's in the back of that group. He's kind of been in the back most of this time at this point. And again, if we get word that there's a penalty, we'll share that with everybody. But yeah, Joe, you were saying that is Jan van Berkel sitting in 4th position, kind of riding with this group, hoping to not lose too much time. Do you think that move from Zepunkt off the front will keep that front group pushing harder because they know there's an athlete up the road, or do you think they'll be missing maybe some horsepower and be looking at each other to try to chase?
I don't know. I think they were doing fine with Zepunkt sitting in the back. So
yeah.
I think they were quite happy, and that was a very definite move that he made. And I think they're like, no, I think we're doing quite well. We're still maintaining or building on our lead. I think the mature decision for those guys is just to keep doing what they're doing, especially for some of the less experienced Ironman athletes like the Salvisberg brothers. Right now, they probably knew that Zepunkt, look, he's a very strong cyclist. He's ridden some very fast times on 70.3 courses, only raced a couple of Ironmans before. I think it was probably to be expected, and they're like, okay, go. I'm glad Maurice Clavel didn't go, because I'm sure he could have, but I think it was a good decision just to keep what he's doing, because I think in terms of his overall race today, I think that was a good decision.
Oh, we saw him thinking about it, right?
Oh yeah, he definitely
he definitely kind of pulled out to the side, and was he had the good Maurice, bad Maurice on each shoulder. One was saying go go go, one was saying no, we learned our lesson that time in Kona. And that's a hard thing to do as an athlete, is to talk yourself out of making the aggressive mood, because it's fun and we're competitors and it feels good, and he'd be convincing himself, no, the bad side, Maurice's bad side, would be like, no, it's not as hot as Kona, it's fine. I'm happy as well that he made that choice, because in the end you have to think about what the result sheet is likely going to look like. And Maurice Clavel knows it's probably going to look like him, and he still thinks Patrik Nilsson's in this race.
Yeah, he doesn't know that he's out. Potentially out,
Yeah, and Jan van Berkel, he's thinking, okay, to beat those guys on their good day, again, you rate yourself how your race is compared to other athletes when you're both on good days. He's like, man, those guys are running 237s or 238s or 235s. I need to not do anything dumb on the bike, because I need to run a 240 minimum to be in the same stratosphere as those guys. So smart moves as we look at one of the Salvisberg brothers at the back of this group, but we'll be back after this break.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Gatorade. Fuels you forward. And Joe, we're here with our chase group, with our defending champion from 2 years ago, Jan van Berkel. Again, 3-time winner, 2-time second place, 2-time third place. I think he'd probably prefer another first, but can't be too greedy. But to get out of the sport with another win, I'm sure that's what his dreams are made of.
Yeah, I think his whole season's been building to this race. He's right now he's in a great position. Obviously, would have liked to make that front group in the swim, but maybe this is actually the best thing that could have happened, because he's riding maybe a pace that he can sustain and really hold throughout the whole bike, and then put together his super fast run, which 2 years ago, 2:37. Absolutely amazing, and this guy's posted a bunch of sub 2:45 marathon splits. So.
Yeah, and that bar, I mean, that to me, it's still ridiculous that these athletes are running that fast. But there's a lot more. It's become more normal since he did that 2 years ago. There weren't as many. It was more jaw-dropping 2 years ago than it might sound to people now with shoe technology and just people pushing it. And, we've seen, athletes like Blumenfeld and Gustav come in and have those kind of runs, and they're transcendent athletes. So it kind of normalizes when you see these run splits so low. But Van Berkel is still at the top of his game. If he ran a 2:37 a couple years ago, he could pop off a 2:34, 2:35 today.
Yeah, I completely agree. Obviously, that was 2:37. That was 2 years ago. That was one of the first sub 240s, probably. Like now,
there weren't that many.
There's probably maybe 15, 20 of them. But now, back then, 2 years ago, it seems to have really jumped another level. So yeah, Jan van Berkel is definitely one of the pedigree runners on the triathlon circuit, and if he's got that in his back pocket today, sitting at just under 3 minutes back at last split, he's sitting pretty at this point. But still a long way to go. And here we go, the Sabunk brothers. The Salvisberg brothers. My apologies. Sitting back and sort of settling in for this longer part of the climb.
Yeah, Joe, and for me, it looks like there has been a little bit taken out of the front of this pace. I don't know if it's, okay, Zapunk's gone, that's fine, but what it is, but it does look like a little bit of the impetus has gone out of this group. And it obviously looks can be deceiving as they're going up a climb, so I might be reading into this a little bit more. But you can see Salvisberg brother up on his aero pads, getting, pretty high, not aerodynamic at all. And it's not that steep of a climb. They're moving pretty quickly. So surprised to see them in that position. But, now that I look at Horsfall-Turner, he does look like he's moving pretty well. So I'm very, very curious to see the split from Ruben Zapunkt as we get to this next section. But I think it's going to continue to grow regardless of what it is as he's going to settle in. And it does look like he has gone through, or he's about to go through, so we're going to get those.
He just went through, 48.9 kilometre split, which is sort of at the top section of that first climb. They have he'll have a bit of a downhill section, and then start the second part of the climb. But gone through that split in just around 1 hour and 12 minutes, so averaging 36.44 kilometres an hour. So we'll see what the gap he's managed to create from the other guys.
Yeah, with a fair bit of climbing in that too. So that's some pretty quick moving. So no doubt they're coming up to this split here pretty quickly as we see one of the Salvisbergs at the back of the group. Looks like both of them at the back getting their nutrition. Ruben Zapunkt looks over his left shoulder to see what his gap is, and he's not going to see anybody in sight with the amount of time that's gone by since he's gone by that split as he adjusts his little aerodynamic situation in his jersey there. Now back to this group. We see Clavel's looking around a lot. We see him moving over, looking over the shoulder to see maybe Salvisberg is, whether or not this group is coming through. And they've gone through now, Joe, at 1 minute and 23 seconds back. So in just 15 kilometers, Ruben Zapunkt has made 1.5 minutes on this chasing group. So either these guys are slowing a little bit, or Ruben Zapunkt's really flying. I think it's maybe more Ruben, but a combination of the two. And I think that might open the door for this chase group behind.
Yeah, no, I think we'll learn more when we see the next group come through with Jan van Berkel. But yeah, these guys, they're in this set chase group now after losing 1 minute 23 to Zapunkt. Great riders. We talked about Maurice Clavel, but even Andrew Horsfall-Turner did Ironman Texas this year, rode a 4:10, which was one of the top 5 or 6 bike splits out there. So this guy can ride.
Yeah.
And so it's not like these guys are weak bikers. They've got some really strong cyclists in there. Matthias Peterson just coming off the back of winning Ironman Austria. And I think he only lost less than 10 minutes to Cam Worth, one of the best cyclists in the sport.
It's not bad.
So these guys can ride. So obviously Zapunkt is... This is a move, and this is him playing his hand fairly early on.
Yeah, and I do like what I'm seeing out of the Salvisberg brothers. Both of those two athletes being in the back of the group and also being the two least experienced Ironman athletes out there, I think that's smart. They know that if they get off and they have good running legs, they have the running pedigree, that they're going to have a good run. The way that they're going to have a bad run is if they push the bike too hard, it's certainly too early. So I think I like what I'm seeing out of those two. Still waiting for the split on that chase group, so it doesn't look like that gap to that front group has gone down too much. But these 5 athletes still lost almost 90 seconds to Ruben Zapunkt just in 15 kilometers. So that cyclist, now he's going to make up a fair amount of time on these descents too. Like if you're that good of a cyclist, you can gain time even on the descents and while using less energy, as that chase group, Joe, does go through at 3 minutes and 50 seconds down. So they've lost another minute and a half almost to our leader and about even to where they were to that chase group. So so it does seem like it is certainly Zapunkt moving away from these two groups, and these two groups kind of holding their paces against each other. Yeah,
I completely agree there. Yeah, definitely still a strong group, chasing group, second pack, I guess, with Van Berkel sitting in there, with Samuel Hertzler and Nick Thompson as well. So no, they're holding strong, and yeah, I think if Jan Van Berkel's getting that feedback, he'd be quite happy with the current situation. And definitely when you see this, like I think the firepower has gone out of this front group a little bit. It's sort of settled. We're getting into an hour of 15, hour 20 of biking at this point. So 2 hours, over 2 hours of racing into the Ironman. So yeah, things are starting to settle. They're sort of finding their rhythm, and I think this is playing out really nicely.
Yeah, absolutely, and worth noting that chase group was 5 and is now 4. So Strahinja Trakic has dropped out of that front group. At this point, I haven't seen him go through that timing mat yet either. So that group is now 4. So again, those two groups riding very, very similar paces, just separated by about 10 seconds, but has been enough to drop one of the athletes out of that group. So it's 4 against 5 when it comes to those two groups. And, it's basically negligible difference in time. So those two groups, I think now that Zapunkt is gone off the front, we'll see them ride a similar pace. But Joe, is there a moment where, like Jan Van Berkel, he'll probably, it's really hard to get information out there, so he won't know that Patrik Nilsson's out of the race, as we assume that he is, or that he's not a factor. He'll know that Maurice is up the road. Somebody will try to yell him that information when possible, right? But if you're Jan Van Berkel, is there a section of this course where you're like, okay, there's a climb, I could make 2 minutes up on this climb, or you just like, nope, whatever I do, if I run a 2:35 and somebody beats me, then they had an amazing day.
No, I think if he got off with this deficit right now, with this time gap, he'd be very, very happy. So, and the fact, I think he's not even thinking about Patrik Nilsson at this point, because Patrick's not with him, and he didn't swim with him, and he hasn't caught him up on the bike, and we're 50 kilometers into the bike. And no disrespect to Patrik, but Jan Van Berkel knows if Patrick's not on, then I'll probably don't have to worry about him too much. So I think Jan's probably not even worried about Patrik. He's worried about the guys up ahead. He probably hasn't raced Matthias Petersen very many times. Andrea Salvisberg, he probably hasn't raced. So those guys, he's probably more worried about, I think, than anyone else right now.
I think you're right. And Joe, I think it's time for another fun fact. Did you know that the official name of Switzerland is actually the Swiss Confederation? I think maybe we just stick with Switzerland for now, but Switzerland is made of 26 cantons. Cantons are similar to states in the U.S., and Thun residents in the canton of Bern, the second largest canton in terms of both size and population. So put that in your memory bank. And another fun fact from Switzerland. Don't worry, more coming.
I didn't know that, no.
I know that you did. But here we go again with that chase group of 5. Still keeping an eye on that tracker to see if Rasmus Svenningsson is pulling back time at this point. But a lot of athletes out there riding very similar pace to what we see these two front groups riding. So nothing really stretching out. Obviously, we have Zapunkt off the front. But through this split, it's a pretty common like high 113, low 114s split between these two groups and kind of the ones and twos that are coming across the timing mat as well. But plenty more bike riding to come. Ironman Switzerland Thun. And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. On the left-hand side of the screen, our first chase group. And on the right-hand side of the screen, that was our second chase group. But this first chase group, one of the Salvisbergs on the back. I was thinking Svenningsson because I just looked at his split, Joe. He came through in 14th place, got another 3 spots, 112, 31 for his split. So the only athlete that's faster than him is Ruben Zapunkt, and he's put in 1 minute and 20 seconds on the rest of the field. So definitely a fast riding Rasmus Svenningsson. Ironman Mont Tremblant, part of the VinFast Ironman North America Series, is the last North American event of the season that females can qualify for the 2023 VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. Voted best bike course, top 2 swim and run courses, and top 2 finish line in the 2022 Athlete Choice Awards. Register today at ironman.com/IamNorthAmerica.
Yeah, great race, Ironman Mont Tremblant. Amazing community support and just beautiful place to race. And we're back here with, this is the chase group. And, yep, Jan van Berkel has not changed position at all. He's, or is that maybe, has he... Maybe he has. Front. Maybe he's just moved to the front.
He's moved to the front. Yeah,
wow.
Great observation. Yeah, so he's decided this is time. Maybe he's gotten a split from some other folks, or maybe it's because they've kind of passed that big climb of the day when these other athletes still have the energy, and he knows he needs to be the one to push himself out there. And, I mean, Joe, he's won 3 times, second twice, third twice. He's a fan of the sport. He's a super smart guy, like very, very smart, very well spoken. He'll know it's not rocket science, right? Like he'll know this is like the time that I need to do on the bike to put myself in a position to have, if I have a good run, to put myself in a spot where I can capitalize if I'm on a good day and win, or I'm in a top 3 where at this point with the amount of experience he has, he knows within a minute or 2 if he's on pace or not. Like he just knows this course like the back of his hand, especially his whole focus for this year is this race. So he knows, oh man, we got to this roller at whatever 60K at this time. I need to be a minute up the road.
Yeah,
so
no,
he's on it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think that was worth noting that he's gone to the front and started pushing the pace a little bit. And we talked about that earlier, that if he was quite happy to sit as long as the pace was the pace that he thought that he needed to hit, and if it dropped off, it was going to be on him to, as the 3-time defending champion, to go to the front and make sure that he at least holds pace, or holds the gap to that front group, because they're the guys that he's going to have to outrun when they hit T2 later in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see some of our age group athletes still moving through transition. Another one of our athletes getting himself ready to have a fantastic bike ride out here at Ironman Switzerland on this great course that starts in Thun and goes through the Swiss countryside. Absolutely stunning, and he's in for a day, no doubt, and stoked to be out of the water and onto dry land and getting on the bike ride. And on the left side of the screen is that first chase group, again, that has Matthias Peterson Andrea Salvisberg, Maurice Clavel, Florence Salvisberg, and Horsfall-Turner. But at the very front, on the left-hand side of the screen there, just for a moment, was Ruben Zapunkt, still pushing the effort in and moving off the front. And Joe, worth noting, not seeing Patrik Nilsson go through that second split.
Yeah, no, I did notice that, and yeah, I think that might be day over for Patrik Nilsson, unfortunately. So yeah, Zapunkt definitely in the steepest part of this climb, a little bit further up the road on these guys, probably pushing closer to 2 minutes gap at this point. Definitely settled into the climb section, which is definitely, if you look at the grade on this course map, that definitely kicks up in this latter sections of the climb, and tops out at the 62.2 kilometre checkpoint, which will be really interesting to see what happens after this, or another 5 kilometres of climbing, which at this speed, we're looking at probably 15 minutes, something like that, until they get to the top of this climb.
Yeah, and there's a kicker inside this little rise too, and I think that, to me, that's telling that Jan van Berkel, smaller in stature, been around this course a lot, moves to the front. On some of this section of road, he's going to be able to see either the chase group itself or the support vehicles around the chase group or right behind it, in media and in officials, that sort of thing. So that gap will look, on a steep climb like this, that gap will look pretty close. So that'll give him some energy if he's got it in his head that he's got energy to spare. And the other thing, Joe, is that they've been kind of out on course, right? Like, not really near a bunch of fans. Unless he strategically put people to give him info, he might think Nilsson made this group. It's quite possible.
It is true, yeah.
It's quite possible, right? So if he knows that Clavel is a danger, Nilsson's a danger, and if I'm being honest, he probably thinks that Matthias Peterson is as well.
Yeah.
But right now he knows none of those guys are in his group. He's got to assume that they're all in front of him. So it's possible he would try to make a bridge or at least get it closer to be up there. I don't know that he's the type of athlete to burn that kind of match. But if he's on that climb and he sees that he's pulling back time, he might as well do that, because there's a long descent that he's going to know like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
And if you do an effort like that with a long descent, you have the ability to recover.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I want to say that he probably knows that Patrick's probably not in the race. Maybe he saw his bike still there at the swim. I don't know. They're pretty cunning. Athletes been racing well. You notice things like that, especially Patrik was probably the main guy on his radar coming in today. But anyway, but yeah, he definitely took time back. He might have got a time split saying that they took 5-10 seconds back on that front group, and that might be enough for him to just, okay, fantastic. Like, I've been sitting back feeling waiting. I'm gonna close this down. Or he just knew that the pace was starting to drop off a little bit, and it was his time to get to the front and press the pace a little bit. But I think, this climb, it's great. It's a pretty long. It's 5-6, probably 6 kilometers with some steeper pitches through the midpoint and at the end. So it's going to be really telling on how everyone's legs are feeling at around a third of the way into this bike.
And it leans itself to the veteran, and I almost guarantee you, like, looking at this profile, if you're an athlete like Jan van Berkel, people ask you about it. What's one piece of advice? Whatever you do, don't go hard till the second climb, right? Go as easy as you can until you hit that climb.
Yeah.
And he's on track right now with that advice. And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Left-hand side of the screen, that is Ruben Zepunkt. Right-hand side of the screen is that chase group. Joe, it looks like he's got maybe a little note, like a Post-it note or something on there. Maybe some tactics, some reminders of, that's very much a pro cycling move is, they'll put a piece of athletic tape on their stem and write down the key
the
key
grades
climbs
and the sections and
for sure. He may have something like that down. You see him look. Obviously, he's looking at his power meter and that, but it does look like he's written some notes to himself.
He looks great. You can tell he races bikes professionally. Just got that way about him, the way he pedals his bike, and making this climb look effortless right now. And excited to see how much more time he's managed to pull on this chasing group, but. Very smooth, just very well set up on the bike, and I'm sure he will look exactly the same at this point on the course on the second lap. So right now I think he made the right move. It was an aggressive move when he went from the back of the group to really put the hammer down, and but he's definitely showing that he's fully capable of sustaining this and building on this lead right now.
Yep. And still looking at the tracker, and again, have not seen Patrik Nilsson go through, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume, and we'll get word when we can, official word, but I'm going to assume that he has pulled out of the race pretty far back. And Joe, when you're a professional athlete and you see the day's not going for you, but in a perfect world, he was hoping to get maybe a Nice spot for Worlds and maybe go there, but that might actually even surprise me with his results and his inability to do well in Ironman recently. But if he had a mechanical and things weren't right, if you pull out now, you don't do damage, and maybe he can find another Ironman to maybe get ahead of the game for Kona next year. Never want to see it either way, because it's difficult mentally as an athlete once you start getting those DNFs. But sad to see him not there. But right now, one of the Salvisberg brothers at the back trying to hang on as the pace has definitely been lifted, Joe. And it does look like these athletes, looks like Ruben Zepunkt has gone over that 62.2 kilometer mark. And he is through that at 132.45. So we're going to get a split here and not too long on the steep section. As we see Salvisberg look over his shoulder, so no doubt he can see that chase group behind with kind of their camera moto. And that means that Jan van Berkel and the rest of that group can see this group. And it's really probably looks like they can reach out and grab them. So that's, I think, probably going to be whether or not Jan van Berkel tries to quote-unquote bridge, it's going to be confidence inspiring, right? Like he's going to say, okay, they're not that far.
No.
That is, and again, in Ironman, I think a lot of people make mistakes, Joe, of thinking the small groups, the small gaps early matter. Where if you think about it from a mindset of, okay, what is this result sheet going to look like at the end of the day?
Yeah.
First through fifth place is going to be separated by 15 minutes. First and second place might be separated by 5. Why am I worrying about 2 minutes right now? Get out of your head. Remember that it doesn't matter till it ends. And if you're doing anything, often if people worry about small gaps, they almost always hurt their race in the end by trying to do something aggressive early.
Yeah, I wish I could tell the old me that.
I told you that,
Why
Joe.
didn't you tell me that, Matt? No, it's absolutely true. Because, you look at every result, every top 10, even in Kona, every big Ironman event, and there's big gaps at the end of the day, from first through fifth. They're not. Well, there's more and more races where they're coming down to.
True.
But generally, if you just execute your race and you have a good day and capitalize on your good times and limit the bad times in Ironman, which do happen. No one has a perfect race. Then you come away with a good performance. And at the end of the day, if you can execute a good marathon, run sub 250 with a solid swim bike, you'll generally be in the top 5.
Okay, Joe. Sorry to cut you off, but it has broken up again. So half a minute that Zepunkt has put into Maurice Clavel, who is now 15 seconds ahead of that group. So now is the question of, does Maurice Clavel use this descent and kind of risk it a little bit and go solo across the front? And it looks like right now that he maybe has already been pull back or sat up at that point because it is a group of 5 again. But that shows that the rest of these athletes are softening a little bit, with Andrea Salvisberg being the next over the climb, and his brother being last over the climb, just 10 seconds behind as far as the brothers being separated. And here's that chase group 2. Love this camera work. We got a shot from the front, and it looks like it's not or no longer Jan van Berkel at the front pushing, but one of the other athletes that apologize not having the name for it at this point.
Yeah, we'll get a split very, very shortly. But yeah, I'm surprised that Zepunkt hasn't created more of a gap on those guys. They're obviously riding pretty well, but yeah, Maurice Clavel definitely was the strongest of that group to get over the climb first, but that came back very, very quickly once the descent. And that's what sort of happens when you've got descent. It's a very rapid descent, and you've got different technical abilities. And Maurice Clavel can handle a bike, so
sure can.
He just didn't. I don't think.
You also don't really...
Tactically, you don't want to be by yourself.
Exactly.
He was going to be in no man's land. He was quite happy having these other guys who are very strong riders around him.
And again, he'll be thinking maybe something similar to what we were just speaking about is, I guarantee you, he's talking to himself all the time. Okay, stop, don't do the thing that you want to do because that maybe isn't the smartest. And he'd have 15 seconds, and he has to say go back because why am I trying to chase a guy that I can outrun by 12 minutes? If we're both having good days, right? So like it's just not worth it, and you know I think he respects Zepunkt, but he's certainly not going to waste his energy. And we're going to get a split here on this second group here pretty soon. But again, this first group, a group of 5 with Maurice Clavel, and it has gone through. And that in the red was Nick Thompson.
Yeah. And
so they've actually pulled back a little bit of time. So they're 4:20 back from Zepunkt, but only a minute. A little less than 2 minutes, minute 55 behind that group, which is the closest that they've been. So that's a good movement for Nick Thompson, Samuel Hertzeller, Jan van Berkel, and Nico Markgraf.
Yeah, no, that's really important to note. That they're gradually pulling back the time on this group, and that's looking really good for Jan van Berkel. I think it's a great position to be in. Zepunkt obviously doesn't have the run pedigree that some of the other athletes do, so he's playing his hand. And Maurice is being very patient, which is great to see. And he's surrounded by some less experienced riders, but they're definitely riding very well right now. And he's quite happy to have the support around him. But I'm sure Jan van Berkel is also very happy that the likes of the Australian Nick Thompson and the other Swiss riders, Samuel Hertzler and Nico Markgraf, are also having good days on the bike, and he has some support because they're pulling back time, which for Jan, who's potentially got his fastest run by about 8 minutes on anyone else in the field, he's in a great spot right now. But early days. And
I think Maurice is in kind of the driver's seat to a certain extent, because if he gets caught, showing how tactically savvy he seems to be today versus maybe sometimes in the past, that let's say that second group catches the first group, it's going to be late into that second lap, and Maurice Clavel is going to have a book full of matches at this point, right? And he's going to be able to burn them. As we've got an athlete here, there's Hargraft pulling over to the side of the road, almost looked like a mechanical or stopping for some reason. We'll get another shot of that or some word as soon as we can, but he looked like he was taking his foot on the pedal. Don't forget, Joe, that was an athlete that seemed like he was testing that rear tire early in the race, so it's possible that there's something there, but we'll get word on that as quickly as we can. But as I was saying, Maurice Clavel, if he's got that energy that he's been saving, that climb on the second lap, he's going to be able to do a lot of work and distance someone like Jan van Berkel if they catch up. But yes, a lot of time.
They've got a whole other lap after this, so
certainly.
it's plenty of opportunity on this course. If you're feeling good, you can, as we've seen by Zepunkt in this first lap, you can create gaps if you've got the legs. And if Maurice is being a little conservative right now and holding back, then he can play his cards later on, which for me is tactically the better idea is hit it at 120. That last, if you can crush that last 60 kilometers, the last third of the bike, that's when really people start to really fade, and that's the place to really put the hammer down on that. The climb we just witnessed, but on the second lap would be a great plot spot, because even if you overextend yourself, as you alluded to earlier, they've got these long descents that you can recover, get the heart rate back down, regroup. Even if you go maybe a little over what you really should be on the climb, there's a chance to actually recover and regroup and gather yourself again.
Yep.
So it's a great course. I'm loving this course. It's I love racing in Europe. I love watching this unfold.
Yeah, and to see, to me, you're right. Everything about this race so far is awesome. Great action, great movement. We got a couple groups, a solo rider off the front, and for me, don't wish anybody to blow up, but the fact that we still have these two groups of 4 and 5 riding together on this hilly of a course, there's going to be some, the second lap, there's going to be some explosions for sure. And it's just a matter of time when that happens and who that's going to be. But we did, Joe, get confirmation that Patrik Nilsson has pulled out of the race early in the bike ride. So unfortunately, that athlete is not going to be on our radar for the rest of the day. So if you're looking for Patrik, he is no longer in Ironman Switzerland. As we see, one of our athletes looks like one of the brothers here doing his best to keep up with the group. Now moved up to 13th place is Rasmus Svenningsson. Hasn't made up a ton of time on first place, or actually has lost a little bit of time to Ruben Zapunkt, but as you said, his tactics, you're going to see him have a good second lap if he's having a good day, but he's 9 minutes back, having ridden 1:33.14 to get to that point of the race course, while the front group has ridden 1:35.20. So he's 2 minutes faster than both of those groups to this point. So
still got a lot of work to do.
He's
but
moving.
But
as much as Ruben Zapunkt is off the front, those two athletes are riding about the same pace.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Rasmus really knows how to execute a well-paced time trial, and I think he'd be a little frustrated that his swim, because right now he's definitely got the bike legs and obviously feels good. So something obviously didn't go right for him on the swim. And to lose that much time, to swim over an hour is
I've seen him.
Unusual.
You know, when he was in band training, I chatted with him a bit and saw him in some of his swim sets, and he was a great swimmer. Didn't look fantastic, right? And maybe that'll come out more in a choppier situation. But he was doing sets of long distance at high pace and looking comfortable. As we see this technical descent, it looks like we've got 3 athletes separated at this point, that second group, including Jan van Berkel. He knows these roads again like the back of his hand. And we did see Markgraf look like he pulled off the side of the road. Whether or not it was a quick stop or one that's going to take him a while to remedy, no doubt he's no longer going to be in this group, and it would take a pretty heroic effort and maybe not a smart effort to try to bridge back up to a group in a time trial.
Just to regroup and just play the long game at this point. So, yeah, look at these beautiful roads. These guys, they're hooting around these corners. As we saw the course profiles, definitely some faster descents, and these guys are getting through this very, very smoothly right now. So we'll just keep following the action here on this fast descent for a short climb, but take a short break and we'll catch up with all the action.
And the love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
And we're back with all the action at Ironman Switzerland Thun. And here we are with an aerial shot I think we're seeing at the top of the climb here. And here we are with Ruben Zapunkt coming up to the aid station after coming through the last time check, leading by a little over 2 minutes over Maurice Clavel, Andrea Salvisberg, Matthias Peterson, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, and Florian Salvisberg. And then we have a 2-minute gap to the chase group with reigning champion and 3-time defending Ironman Switzerland champion Jan van Berkel, who's sitting in a really great position. 4 minutes 24 behind the leader, but actually making inroad into that front group, which contains some of the more known runners in this field. So looking really good for Jan van Berkel, but still we're only not even halfway through. These guys are making the faster descent now into the transition area to then go out onto their second lap. But this is probably the fastest point of the course. They still have a little bit of climbing to do, but it's a net loss of elevation. So these guys' average speed should go up quite a bit in this next 20 or so minutes.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely, Joe. And I think, one athlete that we hadn't really, or we haven't said much about is Leonard Arnold. He's sitting in 11th place, and he's gone through at 1:34.24, so just a minute slower than Rasmus Svenningsson. And looking at his results in the years past, he has not done an Ironman yet, but he has a run 70.3 Dresden. He ran a 1:10.33, and and that is against athletes. He got 3rd place, but the athletes in front of him were running 15s and 14s. Sometimes you look at an athlete that runs a 1:10, you say, okay, well maybe the course was extra fast, but if he's outrunning Franz Loesch by 5 minutes in a 70.3, the guy's got some wheels. And if he's at this point put in time on all the other groups, right? He's riding faster than both of the chase groups.
Yep.
He's only riding less than a minute slower than Rasmus Svenningsson. He's in 11th place, 5 minutes down. An athlete that has the leg speed to run a 1:10. If he's on it, his first Ironman, danger. Like, this could be the guy that we didn't talk about all race. I kind of fell into noticing it. Yeah. That he was in there, name that I thought I recognized from Dresden, and that is one that shame on us if we don't talk about him more, because right now he's putting in a great bike ride, and he's in that no man's land.
Yeah,
and
he really is.
That's not usually a place where you're able to get the best of yourself. But so he's going to pick up Nico Markgraf, who we saw on the side of the road. So he's probably right now in 10th place already, and less than a minute behind that second chase group.
Yeah, like it can be a blessing or a curse being in that group. Like, you can overextend yourself. Maybe he's just pacing it well. And this is a sort of course where there's so much climbing and then descending that it's maybe not that much of a disadvantage to be by yourself, because you can climb how you want to climb, and then sort of have a clean line into the corners on the descent. So we'll see. Definitely we want to keep an eye out, because we'll be sitting in 10th at the next split. And it's definitely with the 1:10 in the bank at Dresden last year, he definitely is one of the guys to watch coming into T2 and see where he's sitting.
Yeah, again, not any experience at this distance as far as my records show. Could have missed something there, but certainly has the ability to put himself in a good position. It's possible he's overriding himself, because if he got 3rd place in a race where he outran the front 2 guys by 5 minutes, he clearly lost time somewhere, clearly losing a little bit of time in the swim as well. But certainly an athlete we need to look out for. But amazing shots of beautiful Switzerland, and yeah, amazing stuff there. And Joe, I think I've got another fun fact.
Give it to me.
Believe it or not, there's only 2 countries in the world that have a square flag. I'm sure you can guess the first, Switzerland. But which other country also has a square flag? Have a guess.
Sweden.
That's your guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't good. The answer is the Vatican, the smallest country in the world. So you guys put that in your pocket for next trivia night. It's one just the Vatican and Switzerland. There you go.
Not squares on the flag. The actual flag is square.
It's a square flag.
Wow.
You paying attention, Joe?
I was watching the race, but
Okay.
you're more interested in the fun facts, and that's fine.
I do enjoy it. They're so fun. Here we go. Another great overhead shot of one of our chase groups. I believe this must be the second group. It looks like it's just a group of 3 now at this point. So won't jump to any conclusions here, but seeing 3 athletes. We'll see if looks like that all white kit of Jan van Berkel at the front of the group. I believe, yeah, that is him. And see who else is still in that group. So another athlete.
Well, if we lost Nico, then that would be right. It would be Nick Thompson, Samuel Hertzler, and Jan van Berkel.
Yep, you're right. Yes.
So, yeah, their firepower just obviously dropped by 1. And I want to say that's Jan there.
Could be.
Sitting in 3rd. So I think when Nick Thompson, we decided, was in the red.
Yep. So that's Samuel Hertzler in the front.
The Swiss rider Samuel Hertzler.
Yeah, and they're still certainly pushing the pace. Definitely moving through, as you can see, the athlete on the back, doing his best to hang on, and looks like he's putting in a fair bit of time. I do look at a split of Strahina Trakic is back down in 19th place, so he has kind of moved through the field in the opposite direction that you'd want to. Had a great swim and hung in that second group for a while, but still Ruben Zapunkt is the one putting in the effort and kind of making this race his own as they move closer to the end of this first lap, Joe, and he has gone through the 76.6 kilometer mark in 1:52:04. So pretty darn quick. If that pace carries on, Ruben Zapunkt is looking at a bike time of 4:21:53 if he holds that.
Okay.
And man, it's pretty fast for this rolly and just straight up hilly course. Super fast time. That is just a approximate time if he holds on to the pace. But again, in this group, Joe, at the front is Matthias Peterson, an athlete that we've seen taking his turn. Like if Maurice Clavel is doing a fair bit of work, I'd say the second most is being done from what I've seen at least on screen. In this chase group is from Matthias Peterson. We had our AFC crew was able to sit down with Matthias before the race and give him a little chat. So let's learn a little bit more about this athlete.
So yeah, my plan is to go all out on Sunday. The plan was actually for all the time to do Austria as a warm-up race and this be the A race. So for some reason I performed well at warm-up races. I think the form is good, and I have had some good training sessions, but I've also been a little bit sick since Austria, and either I'm flying on Sunday or you find me in the post-race tent a little bit early. I also think that's one of the reasons why the Danes have so much success is we, to a certain degree, support each other, and I think there's a lot of healthy competition. We want to beat each other, but we want to beat each other at our best. If I'm at a race, I'm gonna race. Maybe I can take a little bit more chances, but again, when you're out there, it's not like you're thinking oh, this is a good chance. Most of the time, you're just racing the race. So yeah, my plan is to go all out on Sunday.
Yeah, that's awesome. Getting a little bit of insight into an athlete saying, for some reason, I perform better at warm-up races, which, it's possible. It's just a trick his coach is playing on him to make him not stress going into the first race. And maybe his coach knows that that's the warm-up race is the one he's really going for.
A training race. Yeah, just takes the pressure off.
But there is something to be said about that.
Yeah, I completely agree. Sometimes, your hit-out race goes a little too well, and then your A race maybe not so well. But at the moment, he's looking like he's backing up very nicely from his win in Austria 3 weeks ago against a very strong field. And yeah, obviously his legs showed up and he's recovered well, done all the right things, and he's bounced back. And yeah, as you said, doing his fair share of work in this front group with the likes of Maurice Clavel and as well as the Salvisberg brothers and Andrew Horsfall-Turner.
Joe, what did we say about a good cyclist and his ability to go downhill? Because Ruben Zapunkt in 14K of downhill has put in 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Look at his average speed.
Chase group of 5.
Look at the average speed through that section.
45 kilometers an hour. That is unreal. I mean, because theoretically, a group, quote unquote group, should roll faster because at a faster speed, if you're legal distance, there will be some draft gained or some efficiency gained if you're sitting at legal distance. And with those 5, it should be kind of like a rolling, kind of machine of speed there. And Ruben Zapunkt dropping like a rock a minute. I would have thought he would have gained 20 or 30 seconds, but a minute is crazy. And part of it could be gear choice. As a cyclist, he probably put a 56 on front chainring to make sure he can pedal the downhills. If his plan was to get away the first loop, you want to make sure you capitalize. And if he's like, man, if I can pedal this downhill and get some time, like that's free time for him.
For sure. No,
crazy.
Yeah. Just to show his background as a cyclist, that's where a minute just and free time really. He probably didn't put out that much power, or expend that much energy to find that extra minute. So yeah, especially these races in Switzerland and Italy, where and France, as we'll see in Nice, the technical element becomes really important. That's where we were lucky enough to talk to Rudy von Berg. I think during Ironman Hamburg about descent in Nice and how good he did in the 70.3 Worlds and how important it was. And I remember the footage of him just really knowing every inch of that course. And it definitely, people train the uphills, the flats, the aerodynamics, but how much do you work on your technical ability? And obviously, Zapunkt has that from his cycling background.
Okay, Joe, the second group, Chase group, has gone through. The not as big news is they're riding about the same. They've maybe gained another 5 seconds, but the big news is Leonard Arnold has moved himself to that Chase group.
Wow.
So that group is now 4. He's still, at that point into that descent, still had another minute to make up on those athletes, and he as well has made up a minute on that second Chase group. So again, this is an athlete that, if he has a great run, that if he showed that he has the ability in Dresden to run a 1:10, if he paces himself well and has done the right training for an Ironman, I mean, that's a lot of leg speed. I'm looking now, and I'm looking at some of Jan van Berkel's results, and Ironman is very different than 70.3, but Jan van Berkel's run a 2:37, and I'm not seeing him running under 1:15 anywhere. As we look at the VinFast performance analysis, estimated clock at the next split for Ruben Zapunkt is 3 hours and 44 seconds, average speed of almost 45 kilometers an hour. Absolutely smoking fast.
Yeah, going back to Leonard Arnold, he actually had a higher average speed than Zapunkt through that section. Marginally, but still faster.
And my doubt was, and I even said it, that maybe he's not as strong of a cyclist, but clearly to go down a hill that fast. And again, he's the only athlete today that has ridden himself by himself in no man's land up to another group.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to see pretty soon, Svenningsson's probably going to come across. Nico Markgraf's still out there moving. So whatever that problem was, he fixed it, and he's only lost a minute, actually. So he's 6:33. So that's great news to see Nico fix whatever problem that was, or if it was not sure. Hopefully we'll get maybe details when we need to. But again, Rasmus Svenningsson, probably another athlete moving through that section quickly, but very, very impressed with Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, he's second fastest time split at this point. Only losing a minute and 30 seconds overall on the bike so far to Ruben Zapunkt, and we know how well he's riding. So he's definitely moving through the field and make his way into the top 10. and jumped on the back of this group here. So excited to see how this plays out after this short commercial break.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our first chase group with 5 athletes there, with one of our Salvisberg brothers at the back. And we did, Joe, see Rasmus Svenningsson go through that second check at 1:52.33, still 9 minutes back, but he is the second fastest mover on course, just 50 seconds slower than Ruben Zapunkt. So still moving. And again, if he sticks to what he's good at, and he's a diesel engine. He's a unit. He's a big dude and very, very strong.
Especially this next section that's a gradual downhill. He could take some serious time back in this section.
And when you're that strong and strength-based, that first lap is going to take nothing out of him.
Yeah.
If he
just warming up.
Paced properly. So Svenningsson still moving through, not quite in the top 10 yet, so still riding in 12th place behind Nico Markgraf and then Leonard Arnold. But right now, we're in the back of that first chase group with the Svenningssons. The Salvisbergs. I'm going to do that a few more times, I'm sure, today. I apologize. But those athletes having a great ride so far, and actually Ruben Zapunkt through 85.8 kilometers as well already, so 2:02.38 through that, and that split, Joe, even faster in that section, 52 kilometers an hour.
Wow, that's really, really fast. But yeah, so Ruben Zapunkt, Svenningsson, very fast through that last section, and now Ruben Zapunkt going 52.23 kilometers an hour through that last section. So obviously very quick. And as we said, this is just going to bump up their average speed and give them a good chance to really put together a really fast bike split.
And here we can see some of the technical nature of some of this course as they go around that left-hand bend. So certainly no doubt or question as to why an athlete like Ruben Zapunkt can make up time on a group like this. He's a very, very strong cyclist, but also very, very talented technically. And if you combine those things on a course like this, you can make up time. And Joe, that's why, personally, I am so excited about the World Championships in Nice, and a lot of the pro athletes are too, because it gives, we all love Kona, and that's why a lot of us started racing. You and I both, we'll say, loved our experiences in Kona. There were some tough times there, but for me, for instance, I felt like technical riding was a strength. And in Kona, you don't really, if you can handle your bike in the wind, yes, there's an advantage there, but you don't really get to benefit on knowing how to handle a bike well. And to say that that's a factor in Nice is an understatement.
For sure.
It's going to be almost as important as going uphill fast. And to the point that I'm not picking on this athlete at all, but Andreas Dreitz, he's one of the best cyclists in the sport. Great bike handler. He crashed in Nice in the 70.3 Worlds trying to go fast down that descent. So it's going to be these athletes trying to do their best to go quickly at their limits while, if you're an athlete like the fact that Cam Worth qualified and is there, I cannot wait to see what type of effort he puts in that climb, but then that descent. But back to this race, it's fun to be, for a lot of these athletes that consider themselves cyclists and fans of cycling, and obviously an ex-professional cyclist, to have a course where being good on your bike is an advantage, and it's not just about who's the fittest.
Absolutely, yeah, because yeah, you've got to be the whole package to ride a course like this really well, and even more so probably in Nice in 9 weeks' time. So someone that can do really well on here, like Zapunkt, and potentially if he has a good day today, will get a spot to go to Nice in 9 weeks' time. He would love it even more so, I think, so because with that cycling background, it'll really have its advantages on the technical element.
And we're getting some help from our spotters out on course. That the Salvisberg on the back right now is Florin. So we'll try to do our best to call out these athletes by name when we can get close enough to recognize their equipment to do so. So that is Florin on the back and Andrea a little bit ahead.
By height rise. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. We're back with our chase group. And Joe, the chase group has just gone through another checkpoint, 85.8K, and they've lost another 30 seconds to Ruben Zapunkt. So they're 340 down now with Maurice Clavel first in that group, and still Matthias Peterson, Andrea Salvisberg, Andrew Horsfall-Turner, and Florin Salvisberg all sitting in this group. Looks like pretty comfortably. Nobody's really put any efforts in. I think once we get to that second lap and some of those rollers, you might see Maurice start to press a little bit, but super impressed with the fact that Ruben has put in even more time. And if he holds up, and he's, you know, we often think that the one getting away means that they're trying harder, but he's a great cyclist. So it's possible if he's pacing himself well, he could come off with a 7 or 8 minute lead, depending on what the athletes behind are doing. But other big news, Joe, is that second chase group with Nick Thompson, Samuel Herzeler, now with Leonard Arnold and Jan van Berkel is 5:15 back. So they've taken their biggest jump as far as time cut on this first group. They're now only 90 seconds back. Yeah. So that's a lot. And Joe, I'm curious if Jan van Berkel knows who Leonard Arnold is, right? And if he's like thinking, okay, you know, to me, I would bet Jan van Berkel isn't looking at anybody but himself. But if these athletes know the type of runner that Leonard Arnold is, they might want to try to force him to the front to do some of the work.
Maybe. And it looks like, from the tracker that Leonard Arnold went round Jan van Berkel, yep. And Jan's currently sitting at the back of that group. But Leonard Arnold will bring some more firepower to this group. But 90 seconds, it's going the right direction for that group.
Yeah.
But yeah, and if you remember from the start of the bike, there's quite a lot of climbing in the initial stages before some sort of false flat. So there is opportunity, and it'll be interesting to see how these guys, especially the Salvisberg brothers, who are more like short course based, sort of handle, and if their legs are still feeling pretty good starting into this second loop of this very tough course.
Yeah, no, and again, I like what I'm seeing out of the Salvisbergs. They tend to be letting the other athletes kind of push the pace. So, you know, I think a smart move from those guys. You know, doing their best to maintain, you know, good pace and not overdo it at this point again. But still looking at that clock to see if Rasmus Svenningsson has been pulling back any time on these leaders as well. Another beautiful Ironman on the circuit is Ironman Portugal Cascais. You can revel in the seaside splendor of Portugal's Atlantic coast at Ironman Portugal Cascais on October 21st. With its sandy beaches and beautiful coastline, Cascais is an incredible triathlon venue. The bike course provides stunning views of the Portuguese Riviera and the unique experience of riding on the Estoril Formula One circuit. Enjoy the vistas as you run along the coastline. Get your engine racing in Cascais. Register today. Go to Ironman.com/IamEurope. Again, still here with this chase group, Joe. The Salvisberg sitting on the back. Here's this is a great spot for these athletes to kind of check out what everybody else in that group is doing, and they're going to maybe get a little surprise on this out and back to see how close that second group is. And Joe, I think the important thing here is this is great. We're going to be able to see this, and they're going to be able to see, okay, this group's going to catch us or not, depending on what pace we go. But this is great for Jan van Berkel because he's going to see, okay, there's no Patrik. Maurice isn't the one in the front. I'm not worried about Ruben. There's 4 other guys in that group. Matthias Peterson, he knows, has had a great race recently. But these athletes, this is the only section of the bike course where for themselves they can see what's happening.
Yeah, they can see how the other athlete looks and
because no matter
expressions. But there they are, they're crossing each other right now. So we'll get a split very shortly on what is the gap, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's come down a few more seconds from our last split.
Because these athletes, they'll be getting people yelling at them on the side of the road for splits, and like as an athlete, you've gotten enough really bad splits to never trust them unless it's from like a trusted friend or a coach or something like that. So seeing it with your own eyes is something different. And sometimes you can see kind of like posturally or body language to a certain extent on how the other athletes are looking around you. So I think that's one thing there. But those athletes have gone through now 3:54. That first group went through behind Ruben Zapunkt at the turn, so they've lost another 15 seconds to Ruben just in 4 kilometers. So he's really on it, Joe, and it's either going to be a huge gap or an explosion at the end. And it looks like that second group has gone through still at 1:30 down.
Yeah, same. No change there, which is to be expected. It's a flat, non-technical section, but I'm not sure which way it's going to go here. Is the front group going to see that the second group's sort of closing in on them and they're going to pick it up? Maurice Clavel is obviously a very strong cyclist, as a lot of these guys are in this front group. Or is it going to incentivize the second group to close that gap down? Because they've just been whittling away. You remember it was around 2 minutes and 5 seconds out of the water. So it went up to close to 3 minutes, then it's just gradually come down. It's still 90 seconds. Nothing so much has happened. And Jan van Berkel, I'm sure, is quite happy with the current situation, as long as he's fully aware that he has Leonard Arnold with him, which is maybe Jan doesn't know this guy. He hasn't raced. This could be his first Ironman, we're thinking.
It looks like it,
Yeah, from what we understand. So, but with a 1:10 70.3 run split in Dresden, he definitely is a pedigree runner. So, but still another 90 kilometers of riding to go, and a marathon is different to a half marathon. There's a lot of good guys that can run 70.3.
Yep.
But as you said, Jan van Berkel hasn't run many fast 70.3s, but neither is someone like Ben Hoffman, who has run many fast Ironmans. Do you know? So it's really, there's only a few that do well at both.
No, and like even like Patrik Lange, when he was running under 240 or 240 low, he was not doing fast 70.3s. He's probably had a few now, but I doubt he's run a 1:10, right? It's a very different thing. I think, very well said. Rasmus Svenningsson has gone through about the same time as that group, but still riding about 3 minutes faster than both of those groups. And plenty more action to come at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. And Joe, it looks like this is our first shot of Arnold. Looks like that's him in the back. That's the kit and the bike that we haven't seen yet. So that looks like that is our athlete that's been moving through the field solo.
Yeah, it's impressive that he's just managed to execute this and by himself, pretty much. Not a good swim, but sort of was isolated.
Yeah.
And just made his way very patiently up to really the best athlete to sort of mark right now, which is Jan van Berkel, which is the athlete in front of him in the white.
Yeah, and if you've made this kind of effort and you know that you're with Jan van Berkel, you maybe don't know or recognize the other athletes, but again, on some of these straightaways, they'll be able to see the group in front. He'll get some information. Leonard Arnold needs to just sit. He's sit in this group till something develops, because no matter how comfortable he feels, he's put in a pretty good effort, and he will know that. To bridge up to an athlete like Jan van Berkel and a group on your own, you're putting in some work to do so.
Yeah, and this is a good test to see how his legs are actually feeling. I don't think he actually made a move to catch up. I think he just rode his own pace and just found himself getting closer and closer, and definitely has some good technical skills, because he closed the gap pretty quickly on one of those technical fast descents. But yeah, here we see. I think that's Jan.
I believe so.
Yes,
and he's definitely pushing the pace on this
front.
roller. Yeah.
Yeah, like he knows. He's been racing for many years now over the Ironman distance. He was one of the first guys to come, I think, from short course into Ironman and sort of make that a full commitment to that distance. So he's definitely got some run legs in previous years, some leg speed in there, but definitely pushing the pace on these climbs out of town, and yeah, really testing the guys that he's been riding with for the majority of this bike so far.
Yep, and through the split at 93.2 kilometers, Ruben Zapunkt has gone through 2:12.58, and Matthias Petersen has gone through 2:17.28, leading that group of 5. So 4:12 back. So it just continues, Joe. I mean, like, we're talking 15 seconds like every 4 or 5 kilometers. And that adds up over time, especially when he got that really big gap early. And if he can continue to do that and then take these massive minute gaps on steeper sections of climbs and then the steeper descents off those climbs, it's not unreasonable to think, depending on how he's paced himself, that he could have 10 minutes lead
I think
on these
it could be
groups.
more than double. If he's paced this well, and these guys may be, especially be overriding a little bit, especially these younger guys or new to Ironman racing. Yeah, if Zapunkt can hold this power, he'll be closer to 10 minutes by the end of this bike. But still a lot of climbing to go. But at the moment, he's I think, for my mind, made the right move when he made that quite aggressive move around. I think it was quite early on, about 30 kilometers into the bike on the first lap.
I don't know. I kind of thought you were shaking your head when he did it at first.
No.
No, we're going to play the tape back. I mean, it's he has to, right? Like, and if he knows he can run a 2:57, and he knows he can ride faster than these guys and run a 2:57, then that's the move he has to make. If he wants to get off the bike, because these two groups are probably going to come together. If he wants to get off the bike with 10 people and run a 2:57 and get 7th place, that's fine, but I don't think that's what Ruben wants. He said that he wanted to try to qualify for world champs, and the only athletes in here that have qualified are Matthias Petersen and Jan van Berkel. So it's a competitive, race for those qualifying spots for Nice. So he certainly has to put that effort in. That second group, Joe, has gone through a checkpoint again as well, and they've lost 3 seconds, so kind of negligible. Those groups are riding pretty similarly at this point.
Yeah, they're riding very, very similar paces out there. This is definitely the right tactic for Ruben to try and get that knee spot and try and get a podium spot here in Switzerland. But yeah, 2:57. I think he's done 2 Ironmans, and 2:57 was the better of the 2 Ironmans from what I remember. maybe he's got more. I'm sure his goal will be more like a 250. I think that's sort of the first. If you can break 250, you're well on your way to sort of getting good at running off the bike for a marathon. But yeah, at the moment he's riding at his pace, and look at him putting on a clinic for how you. I don't want to jinx him though.
Outside, inside. Take the outside of that apex and go to the inside. On the right-hand side of the screen, we saw Leonard Arnold putting on a clinic for 8 stations. He was 2 for 2 with grabbing a bottle at speed, and 2 for 2 for throwing his trash into the little square bin they had there. So great work from him. Join us on August 6th and race Ironman 70.3 Duisburg. Located in the steel heart of Europe, nestled in the Ruhr metropolitan area, northwestern German state, North Rhine-Westphalia, the city of Duisburg is perched at the confluence of the Rhine and the Ruhr rivers. Start by swimming the regatta course at the Sport Park Duisburg. During the 90K bike course, athletes will ride over the Bridge of Solidarity. Cross the finish line located at MSV Duisburg Football Stadium. Register for this epic race today at ironman.com/IamEurope.
It's got quite a slow cadence there. Leonard Arnold really grinding on the pedals, but it's worked from the first lap. So I don't know. I'm not sure if he's getting tired or that's just how he's been riding the whole time. But it's very slow cadence going up these steep climbs. Whereas you contrast that to the athlete in front, which is the Australian Nick Thompson. It's a little faster cadence, but all the same, they're following Jan van Berkel up the hill, and as well as Samuel Hertzler, the local Swiss athlete. So these guys are pretty much holding their own compared to the front group right now, and out onto their second lap of this bike course.
Yeah, an absolutely stunning bike course. We see one of the fans out there, beautiful horse, checking out these athletes. Often when you're on races like this or on bike rides in these areas, you'll see the horse try to keep up for a little bit or as long as their pasture will allow. But we're back with, haven't had shots of Ruben Zapunkt for a little bit, so seeing him outside of that descent, seeing him back on the pedals in one of the more pedally sections of this course, still looks just as comfortable, Joe. You know, very smooth, very controlled, a little bit of movement, but the kind of movement you'd expect from, kind of a pure cyclist when they're putting down huge watts.
Yeah, no, he looks great. He looks like he did on that first lap, and just looking really, really smooth. Did notice that the trend these days is with the compressions sleeves on the, I think that's for aerodynamics.
We were way ahead of them, Joe.
We were way ahead of the curve, Matt. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, they all seem to have them these days. I'm not sure. There must be some watts advantage. But yeah, Ruben's, everything he's doing right now is working, because at the last time check, he had over 4 minutes on the chaser, Matthias Peterson, and the other athletes in that group. So yeah, doing all the right things, Ruben Zapunkt.
Yeah, as we're back with that second chase group with Leonard Arnold, looking at his watch as we go up one of these little climbs. Again, early stages of the second lap of this course, but chase group doing their best to make it one big group chasing Ruben Zapunkt. We'll see if they get there. And here we go, back at Ironman Switzerland Thun, as we see our second chase group on our second lap. You can see these athletes now, Joe, will be passing some of our age group competitors on their first lap as we go through the later stages of the race, as some of the amateurs are a little bit further back getting out of that swim. But don't be worried, these guys are pretty quick, so hopefully still staying positive even if they're getting passed by some of our pro men.
So Matt, are you ready for a fun fact?
Well, you have a fun fact?
I've got one.
Oh, wow, crazy.
Are you ready?
I think I am.
According to the World Health Organization, Switzerland is the least obese country in Europe. With all the mountain walks and beautiful nature to explore, Swiss athletes clearly have an unfair advantage compared to the rest of us. Now we know why Danny Reef is such a powerhouse.
That's pretty good. I
Yeah.
did not know that. I've, gathered that there's a lot of fit people and they like their sport there.
Hiking and skiing and mountaineering and yodeling.
Yodeling burns more calories than people think. It's true.
You just
Try
made
it.
that up.
There's people at home right now yodeling now, and I want to, but I don't think the mic will take the yodel. The production team won't be very excited if I yodel into this. But Joe, Ruben Zapunkt still cruising at the front of this race, gaining more time with every pedal stroke, even taking a left-hand corner in his aero bar is going pretty well. But, I've got another fun fact for you, Joe.
Hit me.
I'm gonna. If you're a coffee drinker, which I know you are, I would advise you to bring your own to Switzerland, as the country is home to 4 of the 5 most expensive cities in the world to buy a coffee. Although I can confirm that the Swiss coffee is quite good. Maybe not Kona levels, but that's just another reason to push hard for a qualification spot.
What are the other most expensive cities to buy coffee?
That is a fun fact for another race coverage, Joe. We're talking about
I'm going to
Switzerland.
say Copenhagen.
Could be. Bend, Oregon, I think, is getting up there too. But that's for another day. Ruben Zapunkt, he really is putting on a clinic, Joe. And, when he went away at that point early on, I think both of us weren't quite sure whether or not that was the best call. And now it looks like that's been a good move for him for sure. Do you think at this point Maurice Clavel would be thinking, man, I kind of wish I went with him? Or do you think he's still confident in what he did?
I think he's playing the long game. I think he's quite happy with the position he's sitting in right now, I'd say.
Yeah, I think that's probably the smart one. It's easy to second guess, but he's in the meat of the race as we see that second chase group here. And again, a lot of these athletes are looking to do their best to qualify for some of those 2 spots that we have up for the World Champs in Nice. And this year, the VinFast Ironman World Championship will be co-host in Kailua Kona, Hawaii, and in Nice, France. The best male professional and age group athletes from around the world will descend on Nice. The spotlight will shine bright on the best female professional and age group athletes in Kailua Kona. These iconic locations have vast history in triathlon and embrace the community of triathletes.
It's going to be an iconic race in an iconic location, the home and course of many, many champions fought out.
Must be nice to be in Nice if you're Mark Allen.
I had the opportunity to compete in my first Ironman World Championships in 2022 in Kona on the Big Island, and it was a dream come true for me. It is one of my favorite places in the world, and I feel such a spiritual connection with the island.
I am personally very, very excited to be there. A race, the course is going to be challenging, hilly, hence why I'm in the hills preparing already for it. But I tell you what, no one knows how to put on a triathlon party quite like the French.
The race venue is amazing, but what makes it so special is the community there and how they embrace triathletes, and also our community of triathlon that gathers there every year.
So I'm sure we're going to be in for a treat. Looking forward to a beautiful course in the Mediterranean. I've had the pleasure of living there for a few years, and I can tell you it's gonna be spectacular and worth preparing for.
I felt so proud to be representing myself, my family, my daughter, and my teammates out on Elite Drive and on the Queen K.
Looking forward to seeing you there. Enjoy the celebrations and even more the preparations. See you then.
Join me there in 2023 to enjoy the magic that is the Big Island during race week.
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. We're back with our men's leader, Ruben Zapunkt. And there he is. We've got Ruben making his way up one of our little rollers here, one of the kind of steep kickers on this section of the course, and continues to just put a bunch of time in on the rest of the athletes chasing, even though we've got two big groups chasing. And Joe, it's pretty likely that these two groups will come together with that gap, although it's stalled. What do we think that does to the dynamics? In my mind, it seems maybe it will confuse things and slow things down.
I agree. I think that's probably what will happen, but I don't think that will happen till maybe that, if it does happen, till that long section that we saw on the first lap. I think that's where someone like Ruben could sort of extend that lead, and that could be like what we talked about, getting up to 8, 9, 10 minutes if he's still feeling good and riding as strong as he is right now. So, but yeah, I think that's a little bit down the track. 90 seconds is still a good sizable lead, and it started at 2, so it hasn't really changed too much. But it depends on the tactics and how the guys that are feeling good want to sort of play it out. Is Maurice Clavel has he been holding back all this time, and is he waiting for that section, the hard section on the second lap, to sort of push on a little bit and make a gap, or is he just at his limit right now? We don't really know, and I think when we hit the harder hills in the next 40 odd minutes, we'll see how everyone's legs are feeling.
Yeah, and Joe, just watching Ruben go around that right corner, you can tell the skill that he has, and why he's gaining so much time is that, he's pushing the limits. He was within a couple centimeters of that cone as he went around, and he's doing that because he's trying to hold as much speed as possible around those corners. And to do that good of technical riding on a time trial machine is just shows how good of a technical rider that he is, and explains as to why he's continuing to make up time on these two groups chasing behind, and athletes like Rasmus Svenningsson as well that are chasing and not pulling any time back on our leader, Ruben Zapunkt.
Yeah, no, it's pretty hard to pull time back when you're taking corners like we just saw in that last shot. So no, he's looking good. Like he's still on top of his gear and still holding a great aerodynamic position when he's getting back up to speed. This section's sort of, if you remember from the first lap, sort of a false flat. There's definitely some faster sections, which we're seeing right now, but then it actually does kick up a little bit. And so, yeah, he's just basically at this point, this is where you can really capitalize on feeling good and sort of ride the fast sections fast and sort of try and minimize the speed loss on the harder sections. So this is what he's best at. He's a former professional cyclist, so he definitely knows how to ride a course like this. And what will be interesting to see is when you get into the long sustained effort, that's when we'll know the athletes who's been fueling right, who's been hydrating right, and who's paced themselves well, because it's really all about that last 60 kilometers of this 180 kilometer bike course.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see, he's got plenty of fluids on board. That bike also has a big reservoir bladder in that kind of fairing off the back. So he certainly has a lot of space to put energy in hydration and nutrition in there. I haven't seen him replace any bottles yet on screen, but not to be said that we missed that. But I think you're right. It's whoever's pacing themselves well, but you got to do all the other things too. And sometimes on a day where it's a little calmer, it's not super hot, not super windy, you maybe forget to do all the things. So we'll be able to know, I think, as you accurately said, the late stages of that second lap of the bike, kind of once we hit those climbs again, who's done the best job at kind of doing all the things. But Ruben Zapunkt has gone through 106.6 kilometers, 2:31:59, so still moving through really, really well. And his estimated bike finish time has gone down by 5 minutes, so 4:15:13 is the estimate, because he's just, let's watch him go around this corner. See that left leg out, getting the apex, using the whole road. That's how you really know, for me, Joe, as to how good somebody is at descending and cornering is actually how close on the exit of the corner they get to the opposite side of the road. And he's using every little piece of that road and making sure he's not hitting the brake, only hitting the brake at the last possible moment if he has to. And that's why I think we're going to see this gap is going to be even bigger at this next checkpoint when these other athletes come through. And he's pressing, and that's the difference, Joe. Like, obviously he's a superior cyclist at this point, it seems, to the athletes behind. But he's on his own, and he's setting his own pace, where if you're at the front of that chase group, you're not putting in the effort that he is, because you've got people behind you. And if you are, you're kind of going to be annoyed that people are sitting there, so you just don't tend to be putting it all in. And Ruben Zapunkt is certainly all in right now.
Yeah, and look, his skill level is probably a little bit superior to the other athletes, and as everyone gets tired, he's going to get tired, the other athletes. He's still going to be able to work at a higher skill level than the other athletes, which then further extends the gap. Even if they're holding the same power, his skill level, he's going to be able to maintain that when he's tired, when his legs don't feel so good. You make bad decisions when you're maybe getting a little glycogen depleted and stuff. But I think he'll still be able to capitalise on those technical sections and get round and still find time where it doesn't cost you any extra power or energy.
Man, you are not kidding. Arnold uses a huge gear, as we see the rest of the athletes, pushing 15 or 20 higher RPMs than Arnold is. So it's that'll be interesting to see if those 110 running legs are still there after using such low cadence and RPMs standing on these steeper climbs here at Ironman Switzerland Thun. But we'll see, getting near the end stages of the bike ride.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Okay, we're back with our leader, Ruben Zapunkt. And Joe, the chase group has gone through 106.6 kilometers. So in the last 13 kilometers, they have lost another minute and a half. That is extraordinary, and Ruben Zapunkt is really laying it down. And we'll be able to see again if these athletes are losing time to that second group. But it seems like the reason these gaps are opening up is because Ruben he's just flying. And actually, Joe, those athletes have gone through that checkpoint as well. And now Jan van Berkel is just 1 minute and 10 seconds behind that first group. So if they have somebody in the front of that group that's good in these technical sections and pushing, and once you get within about where they're at, a minute, that's close enough where the people that have the energy are going to start taking pulls and try to close it down.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And they're probably going to, they'll be able to see them now, I think, on these long sections, especially once they hit this climb. If they've just gone through 106, so basically in the next 5-10 minutes they'll get a good sight of them, and then definitely probably have even gobbled them up by the time they start the long climb. But Zapunkt averaged nearly 3 kilometers an hour faster than anyone else through that section. And we saw it on camera. We saw him, you talked about it, how he came into the corner and he came out of the corner and just lost no momentum at all, and it was straight back into aero and just straight on the pedals.
Well, and the biggest thing about that puts the ball more in Ruben's court is that he's doing all of that with no extra energy. He's doing that with skill, right? So like doing that, yes, you have to be alert. You have to make sure you're on your nutrition to be alert. but he's spending no more energy than any of those other athletes, possibly less because he's not braking
He's
and
not touching
accelerating.
his brakes, and so he doesn't have to accelerate back up to speed. He's already hasn't lost the speed, so he basically just back into aero. Whereas these guys, if they're slowing too much, going through the corner, and then have to get out the saddle, torque the pedals to basically get back up to speed to then brake out, like that was so much more effort, and you did it slower. So yeah, this is where the technical element really is important, and I really hope he does get his spot for World Championships.
Yeah, I want to see it.
I think his swim, he might be just off the front guys.
Probably, but it's wetsuit, probably, right?
Yeah, so anyway, might be too we'll talk about this in after the marathon. He'd make it really interesting, I think, because his skill level, I could see him really pushing it on the descents with someone like Rudy von Berg or Leon Chevalier, and those some of the French athletes that can really handle their bikes.
Yep, yeah, absolutely, and looks like we actually have the pleasure of having Leon Chevalier on with us here in a little bit for an interview. Pretty excited about having him on. That's going to be great to be able to check in with him and how his prep is going for those world champs and what else he's been up to. But right now, I'm sure he's tuned in, watching just along with us as well. You see Leonard Arnold at the back of this group of four, hanging in there, and I think doing the smart thing when he was able to bridge up, not messing around, being like, okay, I just spent some energy. I'm going to sit back here. Hopefully, he's hydrating and getting that nutrition in as well. But we can see Leonard Arnold having a good race here, bridged himself back up to this chase group, which seems like they're going to get maybe up to the front group here, and maybe not too long, certainly before the end of these climbs, depending who's pushing the pace at the front of this group. But we'll look through. It does look like Rasmus Svenningsson has gone through that mark in 12th place as well. He's 9:45 back on our leader now, but that means that he is only 4 minutes down from the front group and just 3 minutes down from this group on screen.
Yeah, it was interesting watching Leonard Arnold go around that corner. Like, did everything right, but just didn't have the same flow as Zapunkter when we watched him go around the same corner 4 minutes ago. So yeah, just more effort. Like, lost speed going in, more speed, more energy to get out. And on a course like this, it adds up. Because I don't know how many different sections like that there are on this course, but there's a lot. And if you find 5 seconds, 10 seconds each one, that turns out to be a lot of gap in the end.
So we can see Ruben is getting some water in one of these aid stations. Always great. Gets a mouthful and then uses most of that bottle. See if he can get another one. Great catch. Oh, almost had it. Dropped it. Let's see.
He's having fun.
Yeah, he's still entertained by it, but he used a lot of that, Joe, on his chest and his legs. So for me, that shows that he's certainly pressing, right? Like if it's not that warm. Oh, not quite. But you can see the smile on his face as he looks over. So he almost had it. And for those asking, we've seen some athletes get penalties for inadvertent littering, or if you do it and you acknowledge it, you get a penalty for littering. He's still in the zone of the aid station, so no worries there. But anyways, if an athlete's pouring water on their quads and their chest, yes, that can just be a trigger to cooling and some relief. But sometimes it just shows that the inner core temp is building up and the athlete is pushing. So, but that smile afterwards makes me think that he's not too
no, he's not
too
too
stressed.
pressed. Yeah, I haven't really seen him drink much.
Not really.
Yeah,
no.
I'm sure he is. There's plenty of hydration options on his bike, but yeah, it's still, I think at the last weather update we saw, I think it was 68 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 20 degrees Celsius. So it's warm. It's pleasant, but these guys, the core temperature's slowly rising, and by the time they hit the run, they'll be starting a little
It looks
dehydrated.
like Leonard Arnold has decided to go to the front and do a little bit of work at this point. They were on this long straightaway, so I'm betting when they first turned this corner on the left, they were able to see that group ahead, and maybe that was what Leonard Arnold needed to see to get himself to go to the front and push the pace and try to maybe bridge back up and get himself maybe in a more comfortable position to be like, okay, now I'm running in the second group or second place essentially, and maybe he possibly wants to put some pressure on Jan van Berkel, who's with him, but I would imagine Leonard Arnold isn't thinking about winning this race at this point. You would think a first-timer would, hope to put himself in a position to win, but obviously with the start list, with the amount of Ironman champs and huge performances that are in this field, he's just putting himself in a spot to capitalize and maybe get himself on a podium. Yeah,
Leonard Arnold's looking pretty strong right now. Really smooth on the pedals. Like I know we talked about him pushing quite a big gear going up the hill, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to be affecting him because he sits really nicely on a bike, looking really aero there, but still comfortable and really smooth on the pedals. So yeah, he seems like he's pressing the pace a little bit right now, and he might be the one, not Jan van Berkel, to maybe drive this group back up to the first group.
Yeah, I mean, and he's the one who bridged himself up to this group in the first place, right? So he certainly has the horsepower to do it. And maybe, it's resting a little bit in the back of that group. But this overhead shot, Joe, it seems like a great time. For, you guessed it, another fun fact. Switzerland proudly claims the highest percentage of people over 100 in Europe and is regularly inside the top 5 highest average life expectancies in the world. This extended lifetime is probably largely due to the cleanliness of the air, the abundance of walking trails, and the availability of high-quality healthcare. I think I know where I'm retiring to, Joe. The Swiss chocolate is also a good reason why I think I'm moving.
Chocolate and caffeine and walking.
What
else do you
is
know?
there? Well, and then like screaming fast descents. Yeah, I mean, he is, I don't know if anybody else is watching the tour, but, he looks like an athlete that could be in the tour. That is how great of a technical rider he is.
Well, they don't ride the time trial bikes as well. They ride on road bikes, so this is even more impressive. What he's able to do and handle a time trial bike, which really aren't made for descending.
No, and I think that's a really good point, Joe, because they're machines that are built to go in a straight line as fast as possible. And especially, look at the difference between the drop of his base bar and where his aero bars are. That's not really setting you up to be able to handle a bike as well as an athlete like Ruben is, and it's super fun to watch. And again, we won't get too ahead of ourselves, but it'll be fun to watch him at the World Champs in Nice if he's able to garner a spot out here today. I've been crossing my fingers for him, but anytime we see an athlete have the gumption to go up the road when everybody else is kind of quote unquote in the safety of others, you always root for him. So excited to see what this athlete on screen, Ruben Zapunkt, can do for the rest of the race here today. Still has a fair bit of work to do. Obviously, last time we went through the checkpoint 106.6, it still had a fair amount of kilometers to go on the bike ride, and then just a little marathon as well.
Yeah, he's definitely coming up to the harder part of the course, and if he's still feeling good, this is where he could really jump from the close to 6 minute gap up to more like 8-9 minutes. Especially, we saw him take chunks of time out of them on the descents as well, like a minute in each of the
chunks.
two. Yeah. So if he's feeling good, look, he looked pretty happy before. He gave the camera a smile and seems pretty relaxed, and just he's not fighting his bike. He's just, I think he just loves riding his bike and just
he'll be having a blast.
And is there a better place to ride your bike than Switzerland? I don't know.
No, it doesn't seem.
They're not really, but there's other places. But this is one of the best.
Doesn't seem like there's too many. But yeah, he looks super smooth and comfortable, and I think just enjoying himself out there as we're back to that second chase group as we have that athlete Leonard Arnold at the front pushing the pace, standing as we've seen him do on a lot of the climbs with that slightly bigger gear, pushing that pace, trying to bring these two groups together, which is going to change the dynamics of the race. And Joe, is there a time gap where an athlete like Maurice Clavel or Matthias Peterson is like, okay, now I need to to really start pushing? Is it 6 minutes? Is it 8 minutes? Is it 10 minutes? Or is it doesn't matter because they think the guy who's off the road by himself isn't going to have good run legs?
I think if it's creeping up towards 10, you don't want to hit more than 10 minutes. I think they know that Punkt is a former pro cyclist. He's only done a couple of Ironmans. He's yet to put together a really fast marathon. But who knows? This might be his day to really take a chunk off. And when your best time is 2:57, there's room to move. Whereas when you've run your time is low 240s, it's hard to take more time off. But anyway,
right.
I think 10 minutes would be when it starts to creep up. 8 minutes, they'll start, alarm bells will start to go, because definitely means they have to, if they want to catch him, have to run a sub 250. And it's not every time you can go out there and run a 250. You might have a slightly bad day, so they want to have a little bit of bit more comfort. So
and
I think
certainly putting it in their hands once he gets over this 6-7 minute range. And I mean, I'm impressed. I wouldn't have thought he would have had this much time at this point, but I think to your point, we're going to see in the next 20 kilometers kind of where the damage actually comes.
Yeah, I think after this short descent, and we'll get the time split. He's on quite a fast downhill right now, and that's why we've lost coverage temporarily, but we get it back very, very shortly. Then that's when it's sort of a false flat, which I think we're seeing right now, and then a short descent, and then another false flat, and then the climb, or the two. And the climb has two parts, if you remember from last time. Yeah. So it's sort of. If you want to sneak away and grab a snack, this would be time to do it, because the climb is where I think this is where people are going to either show us that they've been waiting for and they've got some more in the tank, or they've overextended themselves and there could be a few explosions. So at the moment, Punkt is definitely showing he's paced this well so far.
Yeah, no, for sure he has. And it's been fun to watch, but again, more athletes out there trying to push the pace and bring back, that's certainly this group here, and that's Rasmus Svenningsson is one out there. Nico Margraf is still out on course in 11th place, just running 9 minutes behind our leader. We see Nick Thompson on screen. We did get word that formerly in our lead group, Strahinja Trakic is actually pulled out of the race as well. So we've got 2 confirmed DNFs with him and Patrik Nilsson not finishing the race here today. But those are kind of the bigger names that we've seen out on course, and ones that are moving through the field that still have the ability, I think, to factor. Fabian Dutley is having a good ride as well, but he's 13 minutes back at this point. So maybe a little bit too far back to be much of a factor unless some of these athletes in these front 2 groups have overextended themselves, which is quite possibly how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, we're seeing here in the red at the back of the Jan van Berkel group, we've got the Australian Nick Thompson, who's quite new to the Ironman scene and obviously having a stint over in Europe racing. But yeah, he's following... from the looks of it, I think that's Jan van Berkel, and I think what we saw before was Leonard Arnold, who's driving the pace on this group, slowly clawing back that, I think that last check, 7 minute and 10 seconds to that next group. So it can't be too far away at this point. And especially when they hit the climb, that's when the gap will seem much closer. Even if it's still around a minute, they'll be right there. They can feel like they can nearly grab them.
Man, this group is really, really paying off for Jan van Berkel. I mean, again, he's a confident, super, super smart athlete. As we see these athletes approaching 60 kilometers an hour as they go down this descent. But Jan van Berkel would have been confident in his own race, but man, if he can get others around him that he knows don't have a ton of experience, as we see, looks like he's forced to make a pass as the group kind of compresses as they go about 65 kilometers through that slow right-hand bend. He's definitely benefited from it, and he's going to pretty soon be in the first chase group, which he'd be very comfortable, I think, coming off the bike, 10 minutes behind Ruben Zapunkt. I think you're right. I think there's probably some alarm bells to be like, man, that's maybe more than I thought. But Jan van Berkel, I don't even need to look in my book, but I guarantee you he's won races where he was off the bike 10 minutes behind the lead. When you have the ability on a good day to run a 2:37 and probably on a bad day run a 2:45, you've got a lot.
You just want to be careful. Yeah, 10 minutes leading a big Ironman in Switzerland. Who knows what that's going to do in terms of lifting him to a new level. So, I think something happens when you're leading a big Ironman and you find something that maybe you didn't know you were capable of. So, definitely Jan van Berkel will be fully aware of that, and you'll want to keep that to under 10 minutes for sure. So, we'll see and check back in at the other side of this commercial.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
You're watching the IRONMAN Switzerland Thun, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. Ruben Zapunkt still at the front, pushing the effort and continuing to put time in those behind him. And I know that, Joe, because he went through this marker a while ago and still nothing from the chasers. And every time we see him go through a split, he's putting at minimum 15 seconds. And when it's at this distance, like about 15K or 18K, he's probably going to put more than that. And there's turns involved. And again, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Using every inch of that road, isn't
every inch of the road. And people think that might mean that he's running it loose, but that's how you hold as much speed as possible because he's not hitting his brakes.
Well, that's how fast he's going. He used all the road going up a hill. It's like that's how fast he needs to use all the roads. So to not lose, that's pretty crazy. So it's impressive riding, and he's showing no signs of slowing down at this point. He's still all signs indicate that he's still riding a little bit below his limit.
Yeah,
and he can really lay it all out there in this last climb and build up as much of a lead as he possibly can going into T2.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I'm a little nervous for him because whenever there's an athlete that's going this fast, you think that they're spending energy. The thing that consoles me a bit is that, probably at like a third or a quarter of the time that he's getting is just from skill. It really is, right? Like
and momentum. It's just, I think he's executing this really, smoothly and efficiently. And where the other guys, they're maybe getting a little sloppy and they're losing time because their power's dropping off, but they're also losing more time because they're getting tired and they're making bad decisions. Whereas he just seems to be just right in that sweet spot of just getting around this course really efficiently and not wasting any energy and just racking up time on his chasers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And doing so looking quite smooth. And Joe, that's one of the reasons, and we've talked about this, but why I'm so excited about the world champs in Nice, because I think people underestimate that, like triathlon, everything we do in Ironman, you can basically assume that it's fitness that's going to make you fast, where in Nice, there's going to be this extra aspect of the fact that skill is really going to provide some benefits as well, and provide these athletes some gaps that are going to benefit those that are technically savvy. And again, we were able to be lucky enough to have Leon Chevalier join us today and chat with us a little bit about what he's up to and, maybe a little bit about this race. How's it going, Leon? Matt Lieto here with Joe Gambles.
Hey, Matt. Hey, Joe.
Hi, Leon.
Hopefully you guys can hear me nice and loud and clear. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, man. What's we get you before a long training day, or did you already get out and get it all done?
No, I've literally rolled out of bed, just come off the French broadcast, and now I've got peanut butter and jam bagel on the way. So like, it's not too bad.
And everybody's thinking, what kind of jam are you?
Raspberry jam with the seeds in it.
Yeah, man after my own heart.
I love he's calling it jam, not jelly. That's
nobody
good.
wants jelly.
Sorry,
anyway.
I'm used to in the UK, like you just have to change what you say and adapt. But I'll try and get the American out of me again.
No,
you don't want that.
No, don't do that.
No, the nobody wants anything to do with the jelly. You're successful. You can do jam. It's all good. Man, Leon, it's so fun to watch you rise in the sport. From what I know, you actually haven't been doing Ironman for too long at all. Looks like 2021 with a win in Mallorca, and then 2022 6th and 7th at the World Championships. It's pretty quick work of getting yourself to the front of these races.
Yeah, it's all happened a bit quickly, to be honest, and it's been almost hard to keep up even for myself. It's been 2 years and 5 days since my first Ironman, which was
Crazy.
Ironman UK in Bolton against Joe Skipper and Sam Laidlow. I think on that day people would have been like, "Oh, that's a bit of a naff podium," but looking back, people are probably thinking, well, actually, that was a stacked field. But it all happened really quickly, basically. I guess my first middle distance was back in 2019 in October at the end of the year. And that's when I decided I'd go from try and mix up the short distance racing I was doing with long distance. But then obviously COVID got in the way, and I guess it just gave me a bit more time to make the step up to the long distance. And because the reality is you just have to do a lot of training, put in the miles. And it's also been, I was at uni. I only graduated last summer. So, still got a lot of years ahead of me to bank those miles, basically. And, it's all happened really quickly. And, I'm trying to keep up, but no, we've just bought a house and we're settling into a life. I'm a full-time athlete now, and so hopefully from next season, we've got everything in place to try and instead of coming 6th and 7th at World Champs, try and get those top spots.
Absolutely. Just looking at your results, you seem to be able to. You seem very versatile. You're able to win on lots of different courses or play a World Championship, like Kona, St. George, also in South Africa. They're all very different courses. Where do you see your strengths playing out in something like Nice? Do you think that there's good crossover between the races you've done well at with a very unique course such as the World Championships this September?
Well, just like Matt was saying, the element of skill is going to play a big part in the race in Nice, and that's actually something I've been pretty excited about. The reality of like Kona is basically there's no real skill involved. Maybe potentially like how do you attack the rolling terrain, but what I absolutely love bikes and riding my bike and bike racing, and like an absolute nerd for World Tour racing, and like to have that extra element where we're racing the bikes not just by pure power and aerodynamics, but also like where do you apply the power, how do you like attack a corner, how do you ride the course and try and go as fast as possible. I think that'll be really exciting, and I think that's what I've been pretty good at, and how I've managed to get a lot of speed out of the courses I've done so far.
That's awesome. So knowing that you're a cycling fan, I'll ask you 2 questions. A, who do you think is going to win the stage tomorrow on the Tour? And B, are you rooting for Zepunkt because he's going off the front?
So A, I'm assuming you mean the Sunday stage, because you guys, it's probably the middle of the night for you guys, or
Yeah,
wait, are you in Australia or something like that?
Yeah, we're out. We're worldwide, but yeah, the Sunday stage.
Sunday stage, so top of Puy de Dôme. I think Pogacar is gonna get it. It's exactly the sort of stuff he's really good at. It's not long enough for Vingegaard to get. Well, it's gonna be between the two of them. I've got both in my fantasy team, so like whoever wins, it doesn't really matter. Yeah,
covering your bases.
And yeah, for today's race, I actually don't know Ruben. I don't know him, but I do know some of the other guys personally. It'd be good to see Ruben get a win. I think he's been chasing one for a while now, but he's just struggling with his run.
Yeah.
But the way things are going, he's going to have like a 12-minute lead off the bike, and as fast as Jan van Berkel might be able to run in Switzerland. Well, I think he's run under 240 or just about 240 last year with Joe Skipper, or maybe it was 2 years ago.
237.
237, so even quicker. So like Ruben would have to run under 250, and to be honest, I'm not sure he's got it in him, but I hope he proves me wrong. But so far, what we've seen from him, this is his only strategy. Like the only way he can go and get a slot is to put as much time as possible into the other guys behind. But there's going to be a lot of energy conservation in the group behind, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's definitely made for an interesting race so far, and there's still, another hour plus of racing. So and the big climbs coming up. But those time gaps could definitely blow out a little bit. But so we're 9 weeks out from the World Championships in Nice. So how does your next 9 weeks look? Have you got any races coming up, or are you just in training mode and basically just a big build to the World Championships?
It's basically a big build towards the World Champs that I started. I think it was like the 12th of June. We were like, all right, I'm going to hop back onto structured training and get ready for Nice, try and build my form as steadily as possible. And I got my best 70.3 performance last weekend in Les Sables, and so I'm on the right track, and now I'm off to the Alps basically for the whole summer, and gonna be racing Alpe d'Huez Triathlon again, and
cool.
Yeah, just like the idea is to get used to going fast up and down mountains, and build that fitness. Do a bit of altitude training is always good to get those lungs working extra hard, and just steadily grind out those training hours over the summer and get as fit as possible for Nice.
That's awesome. And it seems like it's not lost on you that, to have the World Championship in Nice. I know, like myself and my brother is a great cyclist in the sport. We always wish that there was an opportunity to have skill involved in the World Championship. Are you aware of how unique an opportunity it is, and are you excited about it? And what complete package do you think it's going to take to win that race in Nice?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited because, well, to be honest, it's going to be my third World Champs in a third different location. So I'm getting, I'm basically got into the sport at the time where it's, a traveling World Champs, which I think is great. And, it's amazing, I think, to have different races test different tool sets, basically, different abilities, and to be a multiple world champion, you're going to have to be a much more complete athlete than before. When it was always held in Kona, it's kind of like, well, if you've got the recipe right, you're going to do well. And some athletes we've seen always do well in Kona and not really perform to that level outside of Kona, or on the other hand, been like amazing outside of Kona and just can't get it right on the Big Island. So having a different race, a different location I think is really exciting. And well, we've seen different world champions so far, but pretty much always the same people towards the front of the race. Yeah, for Nice, well, I think you're just going to have to swim as like the problem right now with the sport is like everyone's just really, really good. So you basically need a front pack swim, like one of the best. You need one of the best splits in all three disciplines, basically. And the truth is, right now my swimming's not quite where I need it to be. But hopefully my bike is strong enough that I can come through the field. Hopefully, I swim with Cam, but he's been swimming like a real dolphin the last few races. So
yeah,
don't know how that's going to go. But hopefully we can work together and get chasing the likes of Magnus and and the guys who might be up front and see how it pans out.
Well, you just mentioned two big names that have already got their spots. If you could name three other athletes that you'd have on your radar for the World Championships, who would they be?
I think one that might be slightly under the radar is Clément Mignon, who's actually just won the Ironman Nice. He's really good at climbing, and he's a very decent swimmer. He's always in that front group, or like the main group. Then he's like a fantastic bike rider, and he's been pretty consistent, running 2:44, 2:45. So he'll definitely be one to watch. And then otherwise, we've got the likes of Patrik Langer, who's going to be trying to run as fast as possible, and that run course is definitely a fast run course, but considering the bike before that is going to be pretty tough, we don't really know how he's going to cope with that. And then I'll just throw in like a wild card, maybe like Bradley Weiss. He's actually pretty good at climbing on a bike, and he's come from Xterra, so he's definitely got all the skills for the descents. And well, he's a pretty fast runner too. So the problem with another problem with the World Champs is, it's the best in the world. Everyone's on their best form and ready to give all they've got. And it just makes it all the more interesting and the more difficult to actually get a good result.
Yeah, no, that's well said. Okay, I got two last quick questions for you. So it's 7th place, 6th place. Are you going to be happy with a 5th place at this World Champ?
It always depends. I always just hope for a race with no regrets, no bad luck. Just the feeling that I've given my all, and whatever the result after that, then you just can't be disappointed. So that's what I always hope for in races. And if that actually does happen, and I'm gonna a normal day, then I definitely think that I can be in the top 5 and potentially further up. So yeah, it's I think it was Ben Hoffman also had a bad day with me back in May at the Ibiza race, and he said, just like the good days, the bad days never last, and you just have to find enjoyment in the process of doing it all. So going to try and do that, and he's definitely got a lot of experience and seems to have enjoyed it the whole way. So that's what I'm going to try and do.
Very, very well said. Ben Hoffman, now one of our elder statesmen out there giving advice to the youngsters out on course. And last question. We saw while we've been talking to you, Ruben, the two groups came together, and we actually have Samuel Herseller pushing the pace. How much does that change the dynamics, and does that further open the door for the man on screen, Ruben Zabunkta?
When someone faster catches the people behind, I think he's obviously gonna, Sam Herzeler is definitely gonna accelerate that chase group, the first chase group. I think the reality is the people who were kind of hanging in that first group, with this acceleration, they might be out the back door. And I don't know exactly how Hutzler's been comparing splits-wise with the Punkte, but it might be that, you know, that first chase group is going to lose less time than they would before. But I still think the Punktes, you know, grow that gap, and we might have a bit of a reduced chase group coming into T2. Matthias Petersen's in a really good place. He's been consistently running 2:45s off the bike this year, and if Jan van Berkel can also hang in there and then run a blitzing 2:30 something, and also, you know, it's his last race and home race, he'll definitely want to do well, but you know, it might mean he goes too deep and can't bring it home. So it's going to be interesting, and as always, it's all going to happen in the last 10K on the run, basically.
There you go. Well, we appreciate your time here today, and looking forward to seeing you in Nice, and looking forward to seeing where you're at and what you do the last 10K of the run there. But thanks again, man. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Leon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Good luck with the rest of the broadcast.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. See ya.
Joe, that's great. So special to be able to have these athletes on with us. And
all good. Thanks.
2 years racing Ironman. That's insane.
Yeah, the maturity of him. It's amazing. He definitely got a very mature head on his shoulders, and just taking advice from the Hoff, which to Hoff's credit, he enjoys every pedal stroke, that guy, and still loves the sport. He's been doing it for a long time and still loves it. So that is the right attitude. You've got to embrace the process and take the good with the bad.
It is, and that's not without Ben puts a lot of pressure on himself for the world champs.
Yeah.
Right. So you can do both of those things, but you can only do it if you keep things in a good perspective. And again, like what he said is great, and I had a coach tell me that, is we have Samuel Herzeler asking people to take a poll so he doesn't do it all on his own. But, you know, I had a coach that said, man, we got one day to celebrate and one day to be upset, and that's it. Then the next day it's
back to work.
Back to work. It doesn't matter. Highs and lows are all the same. But right now, Samuel Herzeler pushing the pace, and you know, Leon having definitely some good insights on this athlete and kind of dynamics of the race. And Joe, after talking to him, he's got a good head on his shoulders, obviously, very smart. And to have that success, clearly he's put a bunch of good work in, but is also quite smart and has a good team around him and good support, well-spoken. And yeah, I mean, to know, because we haven't seen it at the World Champs, to know he's that good technically, or he's confident in his technical abilities, man, I cannot wait to see what that athlete can do in Nice, France in just a few months' time.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better, makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
And we're back here at Ironman Switzerland Thun. The two chase groups are now one.
Yeah.
It's all together, and Rasmus Svenningsson still out on his own in 11th place now. He's 10 minutes down, and he is now not too far behind. So if he's 10 minutes, those other athletes are still
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes.
Yeah, he's still got time to pull it back. He might just run out of road a little bit, but I don't know. He took a big chunk of time, definitely in that latter half of the first lap. So who knows? These guys, as Leon sort of mentioned, that it may actually, them coming together may slow the group down, and sort of allow our leader to get away even further, and also maybe open the door for help me out here.
Ruben Zapunkt.
Ruben. No, for
Rasmus.
Sorry. So here we go.
On screen.
Yeah, Jan van Berkel.
Yeah, he's moved himself to the front of this group and pushing the pace. And not to be forgotten in all this and all these updates, that Ruben Zapunkt from 106K to 123 made it another minute and a half on the first group, which is now 2. So it didn't make up as much time as the group that closed. But over 7 minutes now. And again, the big climb, still some climbing left and still a fair bit of descending, which we saw took no extra energy out of Ruben on the first lap, and he made up over a minute on the descent. And with the group this size, if the best descender isn't at the front of this group, then they're going to lose even more time.
Yep.
Right? It kind of comes down to who's the first one there, unless somebody's making an aggressive move. I imagine someone that has good technical abilities will make an effort to try to get to the front before that descent starts. But we now, Joe, have a massive chase group now with looks like it's a total of 9 athletes in the same group.
Yeah, we're nearing them completing the first part of this 2-part long climb before the steep and technical descent. Ruben's actually now on the
little descent,
the false flats descent part, the respite part of this 2-part climb, but the other guys are just coming to the top of this, and that's where we'll grab a split at aid station 3 and at 138.4 kilometres. But Ruben Zapunkt has already gone through, and we'll see if he's extended it at all.
So I got a question for you, Joe. At the beginning of this race, what would you have bet that there would be a group of 9-10 athletes, 140K, into a course with 2,200 meters of climbing?
Yeah, no, I honestly thought it was going to be like 1s and 2s and split up. And I'm really impressed with the Salvisberg brothers.
Right, totally.
Yeah, like they're still there. Like this is where we'll see when we get to the next split if they're still there. But they're doing amazing with limited experience. They're getting through. They're into the final third of this bike course. And remember, the last section is fast downhill, so if they can just get through this next 20-30 kilometers with this group, they'll be fine staying with the group to the end. So that was surprising. But yeah, Maurice Clavel, he's been really we haven't seen much of him, which is I like, because we sort of see a lot of him, and then we see maybe some explosions sometimes, but sometimes he gets it right. But we haven't seen much of him. He's done work, but he hasn't done too much. And so it's definitely unexpected to have a group this big at 138 kilometre mark into this hard bike course.
Absolutely. Another great race on the circuit, Joe, is the Qatar Airways Ironman Copenhagen. It's the perfect race for beginners chasing their Ironman goal. Swim in Amager Beach Lagoon, ride along the stunning coastline, and enjoy the spectator support as you race towards the finish line. 2023 is your year to join the Ironman family. Register today at ironman.com/IamEurope. And Joe, kind of back to that point as we see Jan van Berkel, and again, I guarantee you it's a textbook for this course. Okay, go this tempo here, whatever you do, save energy so you can go hard up the climb the last time. That being said, what surprised me about that amount of people we have together at 140K, assuming that this group all stays together when they get there, is the attrition rate of those two groups. We've really only lost one person out of each of those groups since the beginning, and that's rarely the case. Usually you'll get a 50% attrition rate, especially with this much climbing, because the pace is so up and down. Jan van Berkel on the screen, a special day for him and for those watching in his hometown race in Switzerland as he's pushing the pace, looking like everything's coming together perfectly for him. We were able to get our amazing AFC crew to sit down and have a little chat with Jan. Let's take a peek and see what this guy had to say going into this race.
I always knew that I wanted to finish my career at home. I grew up doing the Iron Kids race at the Landivisa in Zurich, and my grandma lived at the course. We always went back on Sunday and watched the Ironman. And 2012 was my first Ironman, but 4 weeks out of the race, I was the first time on a time trial bike. So let's say preparation looks much more ideal now than it did back then. Somehow I look back to that day almost like the stepping stone into a new career. I always knew that I wanted to finish my career at home. I feel fulfilled with what I've reached in sport. You know, I'm happy where I'm at because whatever comes on Sunday is a bonus. I mean, as you said, I've finished so many times on the podium, second, third, fourth, fifth in Zurich. I can say I retire as at least a 3-time Ironman Switzerland champion. So that's already, when you will look back at the guy doing the first triathlon at Iron Kids and would tell him, hey, you will one day retire as a 3-time champion, I'm fairly sure that the small little Jan would say, where can I sign?
Yeah, great insight there from Jan van Berkel. Great perspective on racing here. That he's already won in his mind. If he was told when he did his first Ironman Kids back in the day that he'd win Ironman Switzerland 3 times, he wouldn't have believed them. So he's maybe taking the pressure off himself a little bit by saying that he'd walk away happy anyway. But I think from what we've seen this year with everything sort of gearing towards this race, that he's here to win, and right now he's putting himself in a really great position to capitalise on those run legs of him, which have carried him to many Ironman titles and 70.3 titles through his very illustrious career.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a great insight into Jan and what he's got going into this race, and awesome stuff from our Fighting Chance. Our Fighting Chance is presented by Wahoo, and it's our Race Week series that takes you into the inner, everyday lives of elite triathletes for a real under-the-hood look at the athlete journey. Watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri. Check out full AFC episodes on our Ironman Triathlon page on YouTube. There we go, athletes going through another aid station. And also don't forget to subscribe to the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverages and races from across the world.
Here we see the Australian Nick Thompson currently sitting in 10th place at the back of this chase group. Having a great day. I think this is potentially his first Ironman from what I understand. So he's having a really great day right now, and moved his way quite steadily through the field. Came out of the water close to Jan van Berkel and just sort of tailed him and managed to pull himself into a really strong position at the moment as we go into these last 25 mile or 40 kilometres of this Ironman Switzerland Thun bike course.
Well, Joe, through that 138 kilometers, so another 15K, Ruben Zapunkt has put another minute and 10 seconds into this now very large chase group. So it's 9 against 1, and the 1 is still outdoing everybody else. And it does look like we've got Rasmus Svenningsson is coming through there pretty quickly as well. So we'll get that split when it comes. But again, 8.5 minutes to this chase group. So Ruben Zapunkt continuing to put time in. And this group, even though athletes like Sam Herseller are pushing the pace at the front, looking great doing so, still losing time to our leader.
Yeah, no, he's really driving the pace here, Sam Herseller, really driving it. But Ruben still showing the way and still extending his lead. And I think that'll even grow even to a bigger lead by the end of this next part of the climb and the more technical descent, which we saw in the first lap. Him really take chunks of time out of the athletes, and each descent he seemed to put about a minute on. So let's see if he can do that again next lap. But I'm really excited.
Well, Svenningsson has come through.
Oh, right.
Just 15 seconds behind this group, Joe. So that is that's something. And
you called it.
and I did call it. I often do. Pay attention. No, he's cruising, and so not too far back, 8:55 back from our leader, and just 20 seconds back from this group. I would guess, Joe, that he's going to try to get by on this rolly flatter section of the course before it climbs again. He might try to take a little bit of a breath, depending how quickly. It does look like he's made up some time pretty quickly in this last little bit. But the move for him, and again, difficult. If he's got to pass 9 people, he has 20 seconds to pass each of those athletes. So if I was him, I'd hit a lap button, do the math, say that's 3 minutes, and try to get past everybody in 3 minutes. He's going to do it faster than that, but you want to not do it too fast. But then he's going to go to the front because, again, if he's paced it as he normally is, he's going to be riding his strongest now.
Yeah, and they're dropping off. We don't know this for a fact, but it seems, either he's really negative split of this or these guys have dropped off or both. So it's, at this point in the race, these guys, they're on their limit. This is what they've got. They've got about an hour left on the bike, even less. And if he goes past and he's pushing 20 watts more than them or going 1 kilometre an hour faster, there's not much they can do about it.
No.
But he's got to be strategic, like you said, about how he gets past them. Does he sit back, top up on his fuel, make sure he's got all his hydration needs met, wait for a gap to open, maybe, and then make his move and sort of leapfrog his way up? Or does he just bomb by and, as you said, just put in one big effort and get by? I don't know. I think what you'll find at the second part of this climb is there'll be some gaps start to open where he can maybe go past a couple and then regroup and sort of leapfrog. So, and then when he hit the descent, he's hitting the front and then he can put the pressure on because he's a big guy that can push big power. He's probably got a 60 chain ring on there or something that these guys won't be able to match. But
what's surprising,
it's hard to know.
What's surprising though about him though, and that some of that, joking around about KOMs or whatever in Bend, but some are like these climbs that are very similar to this, a similar grade, similar like some flat sections in the middle, but he cruises up the things. Obviously he goes down very quickly, but and some of you at home might be thinking, why are you guys talking about this guy so much? He's hasn't been a part of this race. He to this point through, 140 Ks in, he's ridden 18 seconds slower than Ruben Zapunkt, right? So as phenomenal as Ruben's move off the front of this race has been, Svenningsson has been doing the same thing from behind, but in a more gradual, quick way. And I would bet, although the technical sections at the end I think favors Zapunkt still, I would bet that by the day's end, Svenningsson's going to have a faster bike split than Ruben Zapunkt.
Yeah, the way he's paced this, I wouldn't disagree with that at all. And he's just, he's going to build into it. And as I said, I reading his race report from South Africa, he just stuck to his pacing and actually gave away time to the front guys in the first half, and then basically got that back to even, and then took chunks out of them in the second half of the bike. And that's right now he's on course to do that right now.
Yeah, and I think if he times it right, he'll be able to take this speed. Like in a perfect world, he catches this group or hangs off the back of this group to when they're finishing this descent going into the climb. And he can kind of use like kind of a slingshot tactic to have that speed, to get on it, and then use momentum to go by these guys. And I think he's got that type of move in him. It just depends kind of when he catches on and how smooth he's been, if he feels like he needs to put in a proper move. Because here's the thing, Joe, is that we were talking about pacing and all this, but in the end, all of their favorites that are still left in this race are now within 10 seconds of each other.
Yeah.
And Rasmus knows enough. He wants to win this race. He doesn't want to get third. He doesn't want to get second. So he knows that the guys he's trying to beat in this race, he's now caught on the bike. So if he has to play some kind of poker chip or hand that gets in their head, or maybe he knows that he can outride this athlete on the screen while on a descent, while the others are behind him, maybe tactically he attacks when a certain athlete's on the front or whatever it is, right? But there's some sort of gamesmanship going on as Horsfall-Turner is still trying to wave athletes through, but everybody else seems
not having it, are they?
pretty content to sit on. And I mean, honestly, like when the athlete in front of you is doing that, you know they're a little bit panicked. And if you are confident in your run and it's a group of 9, like there's no reason any of those guys should pitch in. As it looks like things are there's some gaps are opening here. And I'm curious if that one of those, it does look like that is a Salvisberg brother 3 up. Haven't seen sight of anybody that looks like the frame of Svenningsson yet, but this is Arnold in the back.
Yep.
And that is Thompson in front of him.
Correct.
And then the rest of this group behind. So don't see any big figures moving through yet. If we see a big flash come by, we're going to see that move from Svenningsson, but hopefully we can have a shot of that when he catches this group, but it's just a matter of time, Joe.
Yeah, Svenningsson, like, amazing cyclist, but we can't forget that he's actually got some very handy run splits in his career. And, like, unlike Ruben, who's yet to really break through his marathon, I think his fastest time is a 2:57. Rasmus has actually run a bunch of sub-250s. He's run a 2:44 in Ironman Austria.
He's run 2 2:44s.
There you go. He ran a 2:51 at Lake Placid, which is one of the toughest run courses out there. He's run a 1:10 over 1:11, over 70.3. So he needs minutes on someone like Jan van Berkel. He doesn't need 10 minutes. He needs like 3, 4, and he's in really a good chance to come away with the win. Whereas someone like Ruben might need closer to 9, 10, 11 minutes, depending on how he goes. But
here he is, Joe.
There we go.
There we go. That's Rasmus Svenningsson making the pass. That's Arnold looking over his shoulder as we see Svenningsson makes the pass on this group as we can get hopefully a shot of him actually making that pass. We see him rolling through that group there and definitely doing it with pace. And Joe, I think the answer is there's a lot going on, A. And B, it looks like he's going past everybody. He did that at a rate of speed that's going to take him pretty quickly through to the front of this group. And Joe, to your point, a couple 2:44s, that's crazy fast, especially for he's a large dude. He's super tall, very muscular. You wouldn't really pick him to be the frame of a Ironman triathlete running in the mid 240s, as we see.
He's 6'3",
the leader.
I think. 6'2", 187 centimeters.
But that run at Lake Placid, Joe, as you said, I think very well, 2:51 is super fast. To put perspective on it, I think hard to argue that on a tough course, Joe Skipper isn't one of the best Ironman runners in the sport, and he only ran 2 minutes slower than Joe.
Yeah.
And I believe he's already made his way. We missed it. I believe that's the frame of Svenningsson in front of Horsfall-Turner already. And for those of you watching, we're going to move on to our part 2 of the coverage here on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, click over to part 2. We will start that in just a minute. And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Great shot. Somebody taking advantage of a beautiful day today. Looks like the wind's died down, but not too much. Still get the sails up and get out there and enjoy it. And out on course, I don't know if they're still enjoying it as much as they were 4 hours ago, but Ruben Zapunk still really pushing the pace at the front of this course, but chasing and pushing harder than anybody as far as pace-wise is Rasmus Svenningsson, absolutely gobbling up the field. Joe did not have a swim that he would be excited about. He'll be kicking himself on that one, but having a bike ride that we've grown to expect from Rasmus. And, if he continues where he's going, he's going to give himself a little bit of a gap. But this is, Joe, where, we talk about, okay, these athletes need to be patient. Here we go. That's Jan van Berkel making a move around. That's Rasmus Svenningsson. So he got to the front, and then the athletes are pushing around. And what I was just going to say, okay, these athletes need to wait. Don't do it too early. But right now, the race is on. So Jan van Berkel, Maurice Clavel, all these athletes, Matthias Petersen, they have to respond to Svenningsson and push that pace as they all chase Rubens the Punk. But it is all going to go down now on this last climb and this last descent. So much to come at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. Joe, it's all happening. We got that last climb, another fast descent coming after it, but both groups have come together. Rasmus Svenningsson has caught both of these groups. That was one group, and now the moves are happening. Svenningsson caught this group, went to the front, and looks like athletes have gone around him to continue to up the pace, but this is where the moves are going to be made. At the bottom of this descent, I would bet there's maybe ones or twos, but my gut says there's 3 or 4 athletes riding together, and the rest are going to be chasing. Yeah, crazy stuff going on here. Joe, the Flex 90 program is a program that allows the athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer if it's an Ironman registration, transfer, or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 45 days before your race. If your plans change, your race can too. It's the Flex 90 program.
And on screen here, we've got Matthias Petersen. I did notice when things started to shift, he was one of the first to react. And he's been pretty quiet. We haven't really seen him at the front much. He won Ironman Austria only 3 weeks ago. But yeah, you see Jan van Berkel react, and also Matthias. So we'll see who else can go with the likes of this move. And back here we are with Rubens Abunkta.
Yeah, and I think that was Sam Herseller was also able to connect. Again, look at him, how low he is. That's the other difference. He's so low, he's maintaining that aerodynamic. So the difference between his aero bars are and his drops is a lot to get him very low when he's descending. Throws that knee out just technically on a different level. So I think that's going to be what's curious is whether or not this group or Svenningsson, if he makes his way out on his own, can pull any time back. But right now on screen, I haven't seen, but he's been a part of this group this whole time. Andrew Horsfall-Turner having a great race still after that fantastic swim. That athlete really having a great race today. You know, he's been slowly working his way up there and being consistent. And, you know, this is an athlete that had a 15-year swim background before turning to tri, and just his 6th year of triathlon. And he actually got hooked on the Ironman racing after watching Kona. So pretty excited. And you could tell he was excited to try to get to the world champs in Nice as well. So great performance so far from Andrew Horsfall-Turner. Hopefully he can keep that effort up as we get into the tough stages of the race. We always say it's the the classic bike for show, run for dough, but also people say the bike doesn't really start till 140 Ks in, and this is where it starts to hurt everybody. And it's just one of those things that if you've done the training, you got to tell yourself, if it's hurting me, it's killing them. And I think that's probably something that's going through both the Punk's mind and Svenningsson's.
To quote Sebastian Kienle.
He took that from me.
Oh, sorry.
I think.
We have Sebi on the line.
sorry, Sebi.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm really impressed by all these guys that's staying together. And look, we've talked about how the last section of this course, last 20 kilometres, is a net loss. And so if they can just grit their teeth and hang on a little bit longer, they should be able to stay in touch here with the group. But at the end of the day, you got to race your race, and if you're going that deep on the bike just to stay with the group, you may not execute your best runs. So at the moment, you can see 12 meters apart, just absolutely humming along in these beautiful roads in Switzerland, but no one wants to give an inch. So yeah, we've got an exciting last 40 kilometers of this bike course.
Yeah, and it does look like, Joe, maybe that Svenningsson is waiting for that last little puncher to try to get himself away. It seems like he's still in there, but again, can't believe this group is so big, and so impressed by this athlete on screen. And let's see how big of a gap he has coming into transition when we get back.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Okay, we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Ruben Zepunkt off the front of the course. Looks like he's getting close to 10 minutes lead at this point. And we did just have, and Joe, me and you have been talking about this. It's kind of in studio. It's kind of a bet, but we decided to ask Facebook viewers and get a little bit of a poll as we see Matthias Petersen getting out of the saddle. Will Ruben Zepunkt get caught? What do you think the split is, Joe?
60-40.
51-48. Our polls have an accuracy rate of plus or minus 2%. But no, that's pretty tight. I would say I think Ruben would take those odds. That's pretty good odds there. Yeah. Joe, I was just going to say, Matthias Petersen almost looked fatigued when he was standing, right? Like just a little bit loose, but he looks good now. And that's Svenningsson right there. So he's comfortably just kind of in the middle of this group watching things, I think waiting for his time to pounce. And I think, you know, he must have timed it perfectly for a gap to open that he could get into. And in the end, this is perfect because you want to attack, but you don't want to have to attack 9 people and then try to get distance off the front, because if you run out of energy by you get to the first guy, then everybody stays together. But if you're third, and then maybe if he waits for Matthias to open up 2 meters, gets in front of Matthias and just slowly, and then bang, once he's at the front, or maybe 1 or 2 athletes, then you can really make it. But, you know, it's going to be interesting to find out whether or not Matthias Petersen is on a good day or a bad day. He was pretty open about he'd been sick. Looking at his face and his demeanor, I think if he was still off because he was ill, he wouldn't be where he's at, or he'd look in a totally different space. And he might not have the freshness to run a low 240. Actually, he will have freshness. Yeah. That's the thing he will have from being sick, as long as he was smart and took some time off. So looks like he's in a good spot. And especially if he was already planning, you know, he's 3 weeks out from a pretty big workout. So if he's rested, he's in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, sometimes getting ill is forced rest, which the body actually needs. So, yeah, it's really interesting to see 3 weeks after a big win at Ironman Austria if his legs show up. But at the moment, everything's indicating that he's feeling good, because he's still with these guys that are mixing up at the front through 150 kilometres of this bike course, and soon we'll find out how much they're trailing Ruben. But I'm guessing it's going to be close to 10 minutes at this point, and it's probably going to get even more in the last part of this fast bike course.
Yeah, Joe, and you know, no slouch. This man on screen, who again is in just as good a position as anybody else in that chase group, ran a 2:45 in Austria. So that's pretty solid, and you know, very comparable to all the athletes in this group. except for Jan van Berkel, if he's on a day, right?
Yeah.
So, Svenningsson is around there. We still don't know. The Salvisbergs, if they've been hanging in and they're easy, they could run sub 240. If Albert somehow transfers his first time out, his half speed into Ironman, he could be under 240.
Leonard Arnold, we don't know.
Crazy.
He's got definitely a 70.3 run pedigree. Yeah.
I mean, and I hadn't seen this, and I apologize that sometimes we get lost in some of this, but not only did Matthias Peterson win Ironman Austria this year, third at Ironman South Africa, also with the 245. Joe, he ran a 248 in Kona last year and was 16th.
There's not many people that can say they've done that.
No, certainly not. And a few years ago, and he ran a 249 in Austria, so he's kind of automatic in the 250 or under range. He's got 3 248s or under and a couple 249s. So Clavel can show no weakness against him. Jan van Berkel has to be on a Jan van Berkel run day, which I think anybody would bet that that's going to happen at his last race, his hometown race, trying to get his 4th win. Svenningsson is about 245 runner. So, Joe, we're in store for quite a running race if this group stays together.
Yeah, completely agree. Like, everyone's really brought their A game and executed their race. And
is this Arnold getting separated off the back?
Yes, he was starting to lose connection at the end of that climb. So, look, wouldn't surprise me if he managed to get back, but I don't know. He's like, it's probably taken a lot out of him to ride back up to that group and stuff. He might be starting to feel a little bit, especially in his first Ironman. But at the moment, he's hanging in there. He's still got him in sight, so that's a good sign.
So there's been an injection of pace with the groups coming together, but in the last 13K, it's the only stall we've seen from Ruben Zepunkt. He's only gained 7 or 8 seconds on this group. Again, group came together. We had athletes like Sam going to the front, Herseller going to the front, pushing the pace. You've got athletes that know Jan van Berkel's pushing that pace on that last climb, as we knew that he probably would. We've got Rasmus Svenningsson making the junction. So it has injected some pace, but it's possible that Ruben is slowing a little bit. He's still going to gain time on this descent coming down, but certainly something worth noting that he has stalled. And again, it's 8.5 minutes.
Yeah, but you saw, like, Jan van Berkel is being pretty aggressive now. It's the first time you've sort of seen him push on, because Rasmus Svenningsson sort of caught up and sort of created a bit of a surge of energy, I think, in the group. And really interesting to see that they're pretty much holding Ruben after he's been taking good chunks of time out of them consistently over the last 100 kilometres or so. But we'll see on this technical section. I think Ruben, if he's still feeling okay, can still take time because he's basically got the whole road to himself. These guys are sort of relying that the first person is taking the best line and he has the best technical ability. So if it could work, the dynamics could play against them in this stage.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And man, this watching this large group weave its way through these technical descents, you can see why someone like Zepunkt is kind of in the driver's seat with speed in those sections, but much more to come. And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our chase group chasing down the fast moving, fast descending, fast riding Ruben Zapunkta took this race on his own, about 40 kilometers in, maybe a little bit later than 40K, and has not looked back since, and has continued every split to gain time. This last split, a little less time than before, because the groups came together, and as did Rasmus, brought up to make this a group of 10 athletes, which, I mean, any other time you would bet your house that a group of 10 is going to bring back a solo rider off the front who's been on his own for over 100 kilometers.
Yeah, it's a hard task, what he's done, the way he's done it. But at the moment, still full credit to him. He's still extending his lead, even if in the last split it was only by a few seconds. But I definitely think this next split after this technical section, he might extend it a little bit more. And look, we might only see closer to 10, maybe 10 minutes, 9 to 10. I was thinking at one point it could blow out to 11 or 12, but I think...
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think maybe 10 at the most, and I think the likes of like Jan van Berkel and those guys will be pretty comfortable with that. I think when you're hearing under 10 with a guy that you know probably is going to be pushed to go much faster than a 2:55.
Yeah.
The race is really probably for the win is coming from within this group, but hopefully Jan van Berkel has done his homework on some of these younger guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Joe, I think that, here we go, our Roca race weather in Thun has gone up to 81 degrees, so a little spicier. Humidity's down a lot, so that's good, but pretty calm, no wind at all, so it's going to feel a little bit spicy out there. You can see, obviously, a little bit of cloud cover, so there's going to be some little shady spots that'll help these athletes out. But, yeah, Joe, I mean, I think, all well said. And, I mean, I think Ruben Zapunkt, in a perfect world, I don't know that he would have thought 10 minutes. Like, that's a lot. I think that's more than he probably thought he could get. And I think that's probably more than Maurice Clavel would have assumed he would get as he left the group. It is certainly a lot of time, but as you said, how many 2:45 runners we have in there. But he's putting himself in a really good position to get a top 5, and he hasn't had a top 5 in an Ironman race that I can see yet. So that would still be a good performance, and depending who is in front of him and who wants to go, he might get himself that Nice spot that he was hoping for. There's a couple qualifiers in there already with Svenningsson and Jan van Berkel already getting their spots. We know Jan van Berkel not likely to use it, but he already has one anyways. And Joe, I think it's, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, but these days, I think it takes a course like this to get that kind of gap. We don't often see athletes in the men's race getting 10 minutes lead off the bike anymore. It's not, the level is so close.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the thing that this course brings is that technical element, which is why Nice is so exciting in 9 weeks' time. But yeah, this course has everything. It has some flat, fast. The average speed is still fast. These guys are still going to ride a 4:15, which is really, really fast, with 2,200 meters to climb, which is nearly 7,000 feet. So, yeah, it definitely brings something else, and that's why we're seeing athletes such as Zapunkt really dominate and extend this lead. And we'll see how this lead is at the end of this break.
To be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our men's chase group, and that is Jan van Berkel.
Yeah, it looks like he's working a little harder. You can see the upper body moving a little bit more. Still able to get back into aero, but definitely looks like he's a little under pressure, a little strain. Yep, little bit of, I don't know, he's still got a smile on his face.
No, he was asking people to cheer for him, I think, yeah.
Okay, he's feeling good.
Yeah.
And if Jan's feeling good, who's going to outrun him? It's going to be difficult. But there's a few guys that we don't know what they're capable of because they're in their first, second, third Ironman. Matthias Peterson is probably the best credentialed with 3 sub-250 marathons, 2 245s. Yep. Like Svenningsson has similar sort of splits. Has done more Ironmans. But yeah, it's at the moment, it's good to see that Jan's feeling good in his the defending champion and going for his 4th Ironman Switzerland title and in his last race of his career.
Yeah, no, absolutely. As we see a little pass here from Matthias Peterson over Jan van Berkel. We're going to talk about another one of our great events on the circuit, and it's on August 20th. You can come experience nostalgic French elegance at Ironman Vichy. Vichy offers a double race weekend with an Ironman 70.3 on August 19th. 2021 Athlete Choice Awards winner for Best Ironman and Ironman 70.3 races. Swim, bike, and run to one of the best finish line parties on the circuit. Register today at ironman.com/IMEurope. Yeah, Joan, looking at Jan van Berkel's results, I mean, his amount of very low 240 and 2 under 240 runs. It's hometown course, last race of his career. It's pretty darn hard to beat him. And if I'm being honest, I think I'm going to eat my words here, but I think the person with the best chance of beating Jan van Berkel is Ruben Sepunkt. Wow. You know, like, would we have bet that? I'm spacing on the name of the athlete, Sam Laidlow. Would anybody have bet that he would have held on for second place in Kona?
Yeah,
absolutely not. He had the run that he knew he was capable of for the first time ever at that race. Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that because I think Ruben Sepunkt necessarily has that, but he's a skilled athlete. If you run a 257, you know that you can put it together. It means he's not walking. That's a good run split. There's plenty of Ironmans where I would have paid to run a 257 at the end when I ended up walking. I just think that Jan van Berkel has the number of all of those athletes he's riding with right now.
Yeah.
Right. And, if he runs a 240, that means Sepunkt has to run a 250. It's possible.
Yeah, it is possible, especially if you're leading an Ironman.
I mean, I'm still betting on Jan, but I'm saying I think best chance.
I'm this guy on the right here. I'm interested to see if it's like his body might have recovered, but Ironman takes a little bit mentally to recover from as well. And does he want to go back to that same depths of pain to try and win another Ironman title 3 weeks later? It takes a little bit of you every time you go that deep. So we'll see.
Yeah, does it mean less? Is it less important for him to win because he just won?
Yeah. Whereas it means everything to Jan, I think.
Everything.
Like he'll go so deep that
And Jan's only 37, but we could say he's been around long enough to have obtained the elusive thing we refer to as old man strength. And old man strength is, I think, a combination of race wit and pain tolerance.
Yeah.
And
stubbornness.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he's got that, which we know he does, and he's got the hometown advantage, he's set it up so this is his last race. And he's going to be able to push through an amount of pain that nobody else is going to be able to today.
And he's announced that this is his last race in Ironman Switzerland, where he's won before. If he wasn't confident, he nearly wouldn't announce it.
Right.
Because he'd be like, well, if I win, I'll retire. But if I don't, I'll go do another one and see if I can retire like that. So he's obviously feels like he's on track to at least bring out his best racing. And I feel like right now, that's what we're seeing. but who knows? It's Ironman, still marathon to go.
Joe, and what does that tell you about the athlete and the person, and maybe like the romantic nature as a sportsman maybe of Jan van Berkel, to put himself in a position where thinks he can win, and he's put everything into it. Say this is going to be your last race. Let's say he wins and runs a 2:32. Wouldn't it be kind of hard not to be like, I should go do another one?
Yeah, but
right, because
to announce it and then actually execute it. No, that's how every athlete dreams.
It's just
not
so
many
classy.
athletes get to do it.
Nobody does
at all.
it.
No. I can't think of an athlete that gets to retire how they want to retire. And if he comes away and wins the 4th title, then and he's announced it, no, there's no need for him to go to Nice World Championships, even though it would be amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be the way to do it. And yeah, we'll see if he can do it. It's in about 3 hours' time, we'll know.
Yeah,
maybe less. If he runs a 2:32,
could be
in 2.5 hours, we'll know.
Yep. But Ruben Zapunkt, definitely we could see that he's feeling that heat a little bit, a little less smiles on there, making sure he's getting water on his forearms and his chest to cool himself down a little bit. But he's gone through that 166 kilometer mark, and as far as the tracker goes, it's showing that he's should finish around a 4:20. So that gives the majority of that main group a 4:30 or 4:32, and then Rasmus Svenningsson being the only other one in the low 4:20s. Maybe Arnold is going to be a high 4:20. But amazing work from Ruben Zapunkt. And this is a transition that these athletes are going to be seeing here in just a few minutes. Beautiful blue carpet will welcome these athletes as the men come into transition. Nice long little run on that blue carpet. They'll hand their bikes off, and then they will get on that AstroTurf for a little bit, and then go to where they'll rack their bikes there, and then run down, and pretty long transition on this one, Joe, and be able to go around this little field here. Looks like a football field, and be able to get, again, at some point, they'll be able to find their gear bags, probably in those tents on the far side of the screen, and settle in, put some socks on if they didn't do so out of T1. There's those bags we were talking about. And put the running shoes on, maybe take a seat for a second, maybe try to get some more aid in transition, being helped along, obviously, by our wonderful volunteers here in Thun. And they'll make sure they get their stuff and then continue around and then off and onto the exit and onto the Hoka run course in the beginning of 26.2 miles. That's going to put one as our champion. One of those athletes going to end his career out here today, Jan van Berkel, in front of his hometown crowd. And if not, maybe an opportunity for someone to win their first Ironman. Certainly a couple Nice spots on up for grabs as well. But here's the early sections of the run course on the right-hand side of the screen. Beautiful, some shaded sections, Joe, which are going to be more than welcomed for our athletes that have been out under the sun for quite a long bit, and over 80 degrees. That's going to start catching up to those athletes. But
yeah,
Ruben Zapunkt, no doubt, looking forward to getting himself into that scene down there on course. And still at this point, Joe, nobody else through that 166 mark. So we'll see if he was able to get more time on those athletes through that descent, and maybe if Rasmus Svenningsson has decided to hang with this group or get himself a little bit of gap coming into transition. But he worked a pretty long time. He might be content with just settling in and seeing what he can do on the run. But right now it's still all about Ruben Zapunkt. Just a few kilometers left to go on the bike course here at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yeah, we're definitely coming to the closing portion of this bike. Less than 10 kilometers to go for Ruben, a little bit longer for the chasing group, which are probably close to around 10 minutes behind at this point. So, yeah, definitely a fast section to finish off, which will be quite well received, I'm sure, from the athletes, that they don't have to put too many watts out to get the speed to get them into the T2 area. But at the moment, Ruben really showing the way. And back here, we have chasers on screen here in the blue calf sleeves. We have Matthias Petersen, who's sitting in second there. I didn't catch the first athlete, but I
think that was still Jan van Berkel in the front.
Yeah, Jan van Berkel. So yeah, there's definitely it's as you said, it's come together, big group.
When somebody's making a move off the front, Joe, that was Jan van Berkel in the front of the group, and you can see on the left-hand side of the screen as a smaller athlete. I wonder if this is actually one of the brothers that has put a move off the front of this course. It looks like, no, it is Herseller, making a move, trying to get a gap into transition as we see our athlete cruising around this technical section of the course.
And the love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
And we are back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. On the left-hand side of the screen, it's Ruben Zepunkt. On the right-hand side, that's Samuel Herseller. When they went over that last timing mat at 166 kilometers, it was still one group. Right before, it looked like Sam Herseller made a little attack off the front. We're not sure if they were able to counter or get on his wheel, but through that split, it was 9:34 behind our men's leader, Ruben Zepunkt. So Ruben did use that descent to put in another minute and a few seconds on this chasing group. But right now it is Sam Herseller doing his best to drop all the other athletes behind and give himself just a little bit of head start. He's not really, Joe, going to accomplish too much with a move like this. He's not going to get 3 or 4 minutes or a comfortable gap, and it's possible it's energy not well spent, but what it'll do is allow him to take a little bit of time and settle into his own marathon pace instead of coming off of what is going to feel like an ITU Olympic distance race with 10 athletes coming off and being shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a tough one. Like, I understand why he's doing it. Like, it's probably he was getting a little frustrated. He maybe, like, you got 10 guys that don't want to get a penalty, like it seemed like it was getting a little congested, passing the age group athletes as well. So, but yeah, maybe burn a match that maybe he could have used on the marathon. But he will have a easier time dismounting and finding his gear bag and everything with a little buffer that he's gonna have. But
yeah, and it's hard too, because I mean he's actually had some pretty good runs. Yep. You know, he's not finished better than, as far as I can see, well, he has 1 5th place, but most of his results are 7th, 8th places in Ironmans while running 247, 248, 247, low 250. So he has the ability to run well. And in my opinion, you know, hindsight's always 20/20. It's easy to be a armchair quarterback, but I'd be like, man, just sit in that group, do the best you can. Spending this extra energy to get 30, 40 seconds or a minute isn't really worth it. Anybody that you're hurting by doing this wasn't going to be a factor anyways, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no one's reacting to this. It's a difference to go to the front and press the pace because you feel good and you want to put the athletes under pressure, but that was like, I'm out of here, I want a gap. If you sense there's people maybe on the verge of breaking, then I understand going to the front and just upping the pressure a little bit, but yeah, this close to the end, it's downhill. Like, to get that extra speed when you're already going that fast, you have to put out a lot more power.
Yep.
Whereas in the group, you're going, maybe you're losing a little bit of time, but you're not wasting any energy at all. If you were going to go, I think if you had this energy, you should have gone earlier. and capitalized on the terrain. But right now it's pretty much downhill or false flat.
Yeah, and I mean, and to a certain extent, these athletes in this group will be kind of, I don't want to say this sounds disrespectful, laughing a little bit because he's playing into the poker hand, right? Like, he was at the front pushing the pace, and don't get me wrong, I've been there. I've fallen victim to the same exact thing, and I'm sure you have as well. You're in the front, nobody's pulling, you give the elbow flick, you try to wave people on, and nobody will, and you get frustrated, and then you finally break away. And all the athletes behind with experience will say, oh man, this guy his head's out of it. He's worried about somebody taking a pull when all 10 people are here already. Like, is he racing? He thinks we're racing Ruben, and we all think we're racing each other. Like, it's one of those things that he's playing into the hands of at least those 3 or 4 runners we know can run 2:45. They're happy.
A great carrot for Jan van Berkel. Like, I'd like it for Jan. That just sort of takes the pressure off him.
Yep.
Because the sooner he hits the front, which he might, with 10 minutes to run down on Ruben, it might take a while. It's better to chase. You don't want to be hit the front too early in the marathon. We saw this actually with Jan a little bit. He hit the lead a little too early, I think, in Hamburg. Yeah, I think it's good to time it so you maybe hit the lead later.
Yeah.
Feeling good and then press on. But anyway, here we are in the closing section.
Yeah, getting pretty darn close. He takes that very hard right-hand corner. They caught both of us by surprise there, but he's already out of his shoes, Joe, and dismounts the bike onto that blue carpet. Ruben Zapunkt off the bike. We'll get a split as soon as it comes to us. Looks like through, with including the swim, was a 5:07. Oh, sorry, that's through 175 kilometers. So through the bike, 417 through 179K. So we'll get a split on the full bike here, but he's gone through that blue carpet, found the place to rack his bike, has done so promptly. And Joe, he looks really good for an athlete that has ridden 10 minutes into his competition.
Yeah.
Generally, you'd see that athlete, especially a former cyclist, be pretty stiff in the hips. You wouldn't see that heel kick that we see so great from this side shot. You'd see him shuffling a little bit. You'd see him maybe tight in his shoulders because he's got that really narrow aerodynamic position. He looks, and I hate to say it, here we go, our Wahoo Element Bolt split for the bike ride, 4:17:20, Joe, on a course 112 miles with 2,200 meters of climbing. That is huge.
Yeah.
I actually want to say his running form looks like that of when my brother would run well. And I don't want to jinx him because it didn't happen that often, but still a little stiff in the chest, but open, right?
Yep. That's a fair call.
Yeah, there's some similarities there, but we won't put that on him. But we'll say Chris had some pretty good successes as well. So a 10-minute lead is a lead that any quote-unquote Uber cyclist would be ecstatic with, especially on a group of 10. For him to find out maybe at some point that those behind are all in a group together 10 minutes down, that's great news for this athlete. And you know, he was excited for today, and he should be even more excited when he gets that news. But he got all his stuff out of his run gear bag, puts his hat on backwards, getting ready, making sure he puts all of his bike gear back in that bag, hangs it up promptly, gets his sunglasses on, Joe, and in his hand, and he is almost out of transition, looking super comfortable again on that blue carpet, finding his way around transition and getting ready to start that Hoka run course.
Yeah, looking pretty smooth. That was a flying dismount. I think he hit the ground at about 20 miles an hour and just
cyclocross style.
Yeah, very impressive. Yeah, like at the moment, adrenaline's high, leading a big Ironman. Yeah, had an amazing bike ride. He's going to have close, as you said, to about 10 minutes. I'm just going to wait a few minutes and just see. I haven't really seen him run much, so it's hard to say. I know what Jan van Berkel looks like.
It's different.
I could tell you if he looks good or bad, but at the moment, we'll see for a couple of kilometers and see how he. But at the moment, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I will say for somebody that is, I will say certainly in this field today, an Uber cyclist, and I think now you see why I'm saying he looks a little bit like my brother as he's running. He looks good, and I'd like to see him start out as smooth and slow as possible and build into it, right?
Yep.
If you've, and we've talked about the fact that he did gain some of this speed and distance from his competitors by being tactically savvy and technically really good, and he's going to get on this running track and do a little lap for us.
How many laps is it?
I don't know. Hopefully it's just for his sake. I hope it's just one. Yeah, it's just 100 laps around there. But I think he's an athlete that needs to settle in, needs to find his stride on his own, and he has a decent shot, but he does have to settle in, because as I was saying, people think that fast cyclists ride fast because they're fast cyclists, but they're also working very hard.
Yeah.
So you have to take a mile or two, especially if you're that cyclist that pushes the pace.
Yeah.
You really have to let it come. If you try to push the pace that you're hoping for straight out of the gate, things tighten up, and it's not a good situation.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And good cyclists know how to go to that place to be able to ride that fast. They have the engine and they've done the training, but they also know where to go to get that much out of their body. Look, when we get back to a closer shot of Ruben, I just want to take note of his race belt. At the moment, if you look, it's pretty level. I want to watch that race belt. If it doesn't move on its own, because at the moment that's showing me that the hips are pretty neutral, which is great.
Yep.
So you're actually getting good glute engagement. What we don't want to see is the hips drop, you lose that extension out the back, the glutes switch off, and then you turn into the Ironman shuffle, like where you're basically using hip flexors a lot more than you really should. And but yeah, if we get a good side shot, it was interesting. I saw him run out. The belt looked very flat.
Yeah.
Like it was straight across there. So if it starts to tilt forward, that's it means that he's starting to like drop his hips a little bit.
Yeah,
So,
I think that's a really good point, and that is something we'd expect. Often cyclists, the issue is they're overworking those glutes. Often pure cyclists will maybe have a little bit further setback seat, so that they're actually a little more old school.
Yeah.
But
your brother did that.
He certainly did. To his own detriment. But we didn't know any better at the time, and. Man, he's starting to lose. I think he's looking good. A little, he's loose in his upper body, but good arm carriage. But anyways, to your point, I think very well said. The hips and that hip stability is where the uber cyclist is going to fade in their running form, and it's going to be once it starts to fade, it tends to snowball pretty quickly, where the pure runners, that's not going to be an issue.
And that's what, like, just seeing Jan van Berkel's pre-race interview, watching him run, there's no wasted movement. The way he moves, the way it's all efficient movement, no lateral movement, no up and down movement. Even good runners look good running super slow or super fast, and nothing much changes. And I'm really excited to see all these top 10 runners and how they look in these first few miles, and because we'll know pretty quickly how they're going to execute their marathon by just watching them.
Yeah.
Sort of. I don't really read too much into the first few steps off the bike, but that to about this point where Ruben is right now, if they're starting to if their form gets better, then that's a great sign.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Joe, I think for Ruben Zapunkt, he's going to have close to 10 minutes. And for me, I think, again, he really has to settle in. And I think he needs to, it's going to sound silly, but he needs to run this first half of the marathon and maybe even the first 3 quarters, not like he's trying to win the race. He needs to try to put himself in a position. Because if he's trying to win the race, then he's saying, I can run Jan van Berkel is 10 minutes behind. He's going to run a 2:35. I need to run a 2:45. That is not going to work for Zapunkt. If he needs to put himself in a position to be able to be strong and still running if Jan doesn't have his day, and if somebody else doesn't. Like, the way you beat an athlete that, and I don't think he'd take offense that I would say Jan van Berkel is a better or more proven Ironman athlete. When you're trying to beat a better athlete, you put yourself in a position to capitalize if they mess up or if it doesn't go their way. You do not, and that's, there's a snowball to these athletes that have this reputation where Jan van Berkel's won this 3 times. Part of the reason he's won it 3 times is because he gets people trying to beat him on his best day, and they just can't, like, you just can't do it, right? And until you get to that level, you can't race that way. And this is an athlete that has, I think, 1 top 5, or maybe not even that. I've got to look again, but he does not have the Ironman palmares that these other athletes do. And it looks like he's got a 6th at Ironman Arizona, and that is his best race. And it was a great.
What did he run there?
He ran the 257.
And that's a pretty challenging course. I'd give this course, I'd say this is a 2-3 minute faster course.
Yeah.
And he's leading an Ironman. I'd like to see him go through the half in 1:25.
Yeah.
No faster. And I think if he does that, Jan van Berkel may get within 2-3 minutes of him, but then may run out of real estate if he can run that again. And that's the challenge. But at the moment, I'm guessing he's running faster than 1:25 pace because he's leading an Ironman.
Yeah.
And he has an engine. Like he's
and our second group, Joe, sorry to cut you off. Our second group is off the bike and into transition. And they are going to go ahead and get around this bike split, or sorry, this transition here. They're all racking their bikes. We see, it looks like that is Salzburg through there. Leonard Arnold through there as well.
He looked good. He looked in control.
Jan van Berkel first off the bike in this group in the transition, so he's not messing around. He wants to get there first. To me, it was telling Maurice Clavel was actually in the end of the group till the very final stages, actually ended up getting off the bike 6th out of this group.
He
with
looked tired.
Svenningsson, did he?
Yeah, I saw Clavel. Yeah, but he's been racing for 5 hours and 23 minutes. They're all tired, but we'll see.
So we'll see what they look like as all these athletes here. They're going to be all kind of crammed in this one little spot because all their bags are very similar spaces. Some facing us, some facing away. That's Svenningsson that just grabbed his bag just there.
So Jan van Berkel's the far left, sitting down right now.
He's going to be first out. He's got socks on. He's going to put a shoe on. Oh, it looks like one of the Salvisberg brothers is on it a little bit earlier, but he's still got a little bit of work to do. So first off, I think that one was one of the Oh, we dropped something. He's going to go back, make sure, or maybe he forgot something in his bag, or made sure the bag was on there. So Salzburg had a little hiccup, but that
still
ITU
very
history,
fast transition, still with a hiccup,
still able to get out there.
And this is Andre,
Yep. So that's Andre Salzburg, his brother, right behind
him. Yep.
Similar kits, so they're going to be running together.
And these guys have some speed, if they're so they've got to be careful. They've got to basically just.
Man, he is shot out of a cannon.
They got to jog. They got to hold back.
Yeah, and I think, and Joe, is there, I think for a lot of people, Ironman, it's like you kind of have to treat it like a Sunday run with your boys. And is there a point where Andre should wait up and run with his, can you think of a more comfortable way to do a long Ironman run than shoulder to shoulder with your brother?
I'm sure they've done that many, many times.
Yeah.
Look, I think that may come back together like that, but you've got to find your own rhythm. You've got to, it's great that his brother's there, but he can't be looking around wondering where his brother is, or so I think he's got to find his rhythm. Make sure he's got to do a check. Do I have all my nutrition with me? If I don't, what do I do?
Yep.
Obviously, he had a little glitch in T2. He had to go back for something, but he looks very smooth. But
he's moving, and he's onto the track, and this will be great to get a shot of these athletes all getting on the track similar time. So that's going to be his brother right behind him, Jan van Berkel right behind his brother. We can see the support cyclists there that indicate what place these athletes are on. So it looks like Jan van Berkel's a little bit behind. These guys actually running faster than Jan van Berkel to start this marathon. Again, 2 ITU athletes with the foot speed that someone like Jan van Berkel just simply doesn't have, certainly over the short distance. I think to your point, it's dangerous for them because they have the ability to push the pace. And now we'll go to our Martin transition 2 times with Andrea Salvisberg 1:59, Florin Salvisberg 2 minutes, and Ruben Zapunk 2:24. That 1:59 also consider that he made a little bit of a hiccup, as you said, dropped something and had to go back. Other notables out of that first transition, Joe, is that Rasmus Svenningsson was the slowest or the last athlete out of transition. Maurice Clavel kind of where he went in, but right now it's the Salvisberg brothers that are trying to get themselves together at this point, as we got a split, Joe, from 2.9 kilometers. Ruben Zapunk through in 11:03, so 3:49.
Sub 2:40 pace.
Kilometer pace. That's
he didn't hear me, did he?
You might not have. And so Joe took 1 lap for these brothers to come together.
Amazing.
And let's see what happens as these brothers come together. If there's a shoulder tap or butt tap or just an acknowledgement of some sort, Joe.
Yeah, these guys are great runners, and I'm sure they've been in this position many, many times. Out-trained together. I'm sure they've raced each other for many, many years as well. But yeah, look, the hips are very open. Different running forms. Definitely a little bit more of like a more compact sort of running form from the first brother, which is Andrea, thank you. Whereas a bit more of a lopey stride from
Florin.
Florin, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Blanking on their names now.
And looking from behind, they have, and it's a sign maybe that's not great, but a sign that they do have a gap on Jan van Berkel.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals, and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Hoka, Fly, Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. And Joe, here's our first shot of Jan van Berkel as he's in early sections of this run chasing the Salvisberg brothers, who seem to have gotten themselves together before we went to that break. But again, on screen with a 9-minute lead at this point, coming off the bike or out of T2, it is Ruben Zapunk. And on this still, Joe, beautifully scenic run course here at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yeah, beautiful, absolutely. Along by the lake here. Not much shade at this point. We looked at the Roker weather just earlier, and it was creeping up into the low 80s, high 20s in Celsius. So these guys need to make sure that they're staying on top of their hydration needs, and maybe throwing some water on themselves as well, just to try and keep that core temperature down if they can. But Zapunk is looking pretty good. He's working. He's definitely working pretty hard. I think he's forcing it a little bit too much for my liking. I love for him to just be super relaxed and just look. He's going to lose time. Yeah. But you lose 10 seconds a kilometre. It's okay. You have time if you. But at the moment, he's running the sub 240 pace.
But look how easy, and I think that's very well said, Joe. But look how easy these brothers look like they're doing it. They just look like they're jogging. Like the heel kick of Florin, how light he looks on his feet is pretty darn impressive. But Joe, to give Ruben, and I don't think you're not giving him credit at all, but to give him credit, either of us 2 hours ago would have been shocked that he looked this good with a 10-minute lead. Like, he looks very, very good. And again, at the front, of this duo here is Andrea Salvisberg with his brother Florin behind him. Florin got up there right on his shoulder, and then a little bit of a gap has opened up. They're certainly on the pace, but our Fighting Chance crew was able to catch up with Andrea. Let's go down and get a listen in on how Andrea was approaching the race here in Thun.
Daniela is a good friend and lives close by, so yeah, I do have some tips from her. Thun is a home race, close to Bern where I grew up, and it's the only Ironman in Switzerland, so it's one of the most important races for me. So at the beginning of the year I knew I haven't been well on the Ironman distance arrived yet, so I knew I need more years, but I just decided, hey, let's go, we have to do this race, we have to prepare well. And even though the main focus still is on the 70.3 World Champs this year, I trained really well for the Ironman distance, like the last, let's say, 1-2 months, I focused on it. I did that in St. Moritz, where it was a bit colder than here now. I always got tips from her, like nutrition and training and preparation. Daniela is a good friend and lives close by, so yeah, I do have some tips from her. I think with the Olympics, that was a huge race, like Rio, the first time, all the cameras, all the stress, you know, all those people around there, and I think I learned that in Rio, and then I competed a lot better in Tokyo because I knew how much stress is on you, and I think that's something I can bring into like big races, like when I can qualify for Hawaii or for Nizza. I think that's something I already have in my pocket, that I know how to handle the stress there.
Yeah, some great insight there from Andrea Salvisberg, who's currently sitting in the second place right now, and his brother Florin is there sitting in third, looking smooth as silk. These guys really, you can see they're running prowess. They move very, very nicely, and just ticking along and making it look really, really comfortable.
Is Florin thinking, what the heck, bro? I bridged up so we could do this, like, you know, brother story. We're running shoulder to shoulder in our home Ironman, and I get up to your shoulder and bang! What the heck, man? I think Andrea's running pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what this first run checkpoint tells us.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, maybe we're going to see 5:20 mile pace or 3:20 kilometer pace or something. But yeah. We'll see. When we get to see how Jan's moving. Yeah, definitely, we got a glimpse of Jan moving, and he just definitely looks like an Ironman runner, and he's going to be looking like that or better as he goes. Whereas we'll see how these guys fare.
For sure. Clearly, amazing runner. And he's people think sometimes the short course athletes don't have as many miles in, but I guarantee you, this guy was doing a bunch of long runs every weekend while training for ITU. The difference is it's a known quantity. Jan van Berkel's run sub 240 a few times, run sub 245 a bunch of times, so he knows what it feels like. He knows he can, like, you know what? I'm going to start out at 240 and then descend from there, or 238, where this gentleman's kind of in unknown territory, but a pretty big gap, Joe. Like, you can see his brother behind him, but nobody in sight, so certainly putting a fair bit of time. And at this point, Joe, Zepunkt has gone through 4.9 kilometers, so just under 5K in 19 minutes. So I think that's a reasonable, still pretty fast. It's reasonable.
Reasonable.
But it's pretty quick. Maybe a little too fast for an Uber cyclist.
So through the first checkpoint, we got the Salvisberg brothers running 3:32 per kilometre pace. So just a lazy 2:29, 2:30 marathon pace right now.
So is
Jan
Leonard
van
Arnold.
Berkel lost a bit of time, but he's at 3:36. So he's got them in sight. We just haven't got that camera angle just yet.
He's lost 10 seconds. Leonard Arnold running the same pace. He's just 11 seconds behind Jan van Berkel. Matthias Petersen is running a little bit slower, but about the same pace as Jan van Berkel.
With Maurice Clavel.
Yeah, they're running shoulder to shoulder. Yeah. Maurice lost a little bit of time. Surprise for me is Svenningsson has not come through that check yet, so we'll keep refreshing that. Maybe he's struggling a little bit from that effort. Again, he did have a very, very strong bike ride. In the end, he actually went a minute slower than Ruben Zapunkt, and he's actually gone through now, as we speak, through that checkpoint. So 9:33 down, so he's lost 30 seconds to that group, which is
good.
Is not,
he's doing what he did on the bike. He's pacing himself. Yeah. I like what Rasmus is doing there.
Yep.
To put himself on the podium at the finish. That's what I like. These other guys, I think 3:37, 3:32, 3:35. From what I know, what I believe, Jan van Berkel is going out. He's done it before. Like, he's gone out at this pace. So we'll see how the other guys, but you got to run an even split marathon. And it's hard to do when other people are pushing the pace and going out at 35-minute 10K pace.
Oh, for sure.
It's hard to let them go and have the confidence to know that they'll come back to you.
But it's already worked, right? He came out of transition pretty much with Florin. He saw Florin bridge up to his brother, and he's already gotten popped off the back of his brother. So he's like, already one victim is coming back to him at this point,
Which is, that's all you need. You just need that hope or that carrot to chase down. And but back here with Ruben, just listen to his feet and just take note and see. Sounds okay, but
that number's still flat.
Yeah. So the line and the number belt. We can keep that horizontal and keep the neutral hips and do that as long as he can. But it's definitely more of a flick out the front and less extension out the back already. But he's still, look, the numbers don't lie. He's still ticking along quite nicely.
Joe, we missed it at some point. Andrew Horsfall-Turner must have had some sort of issue on the bike because that was him in transition. He just came off. So
wow.
He lost 23 minutes to our leader.
Oh, that's disappointing.
And in the last few kilometers, lost 15 minutes to that group he was with. So certainly something happened. I'm going to assume mechanically to Andrew Horsfall-Turner because he didn't look completely destroyed or bonked. So unfortunate luck or happenstance. We're not sure what happened yet, but Andrew Horsfall-Turner, we apologize, we missed that in transition. He did not make it in with that very large group.
Yeah, that must be really disappointing because he'd had such a great day. Led the swim and really did everything right on the bike. And obviously that's really unfortunate for that to happen so late in the race.
Yeah.
Beautiful run course along this crushed gravel. And yeah, that's definitely so far a beautiful run course.
Yeah, and it's it's interesting watching these different run forms. Again, I think I'm very impressed right now with how Ruben looks running. Whether or not he holds this effort or this pace is a different story. And again, if I was, playing by remote control, I would slow the pace down maybe 5 or probably 10 seconds a kilometer to have this athlete kind of settle in and then hopefully maintain. Because the harder you push, then his nutrition is an issue. There's all sorts of other things that become an issue. And here's Andrew Horsfall-Turner, I believe, again, going through transition. Yeah, that is him. Kind of went the wrong way there for a second, or dropped something, excuse me, and going back for it. But unfortunate news to see him fade late in the bike ride, to lose some time. We're assuming when you lose that much time, the athlete most likely was not riding his bike the entire time. He had to put a foot down, something happened.
It's a real shame, but there's an opportunity here for him to gather himself and go and knock out a really a good marathon. I know it's hard to do that, but look, you got all the aid stations, you got all the crowd, he's still in the race. It's a chance to really just execute that marathon that you have been trying to train for. So if he can sort of gather himself, he can still salvage something out of this race because he's very new to this sport and it's all about learning.
Yeah, man, Joe, I just can't help but continue to be in awe of this run course and this course in general. But along this lake, this beautiful park with crushed gravel. To me, it's at times a little reminiscent of the old Ironman Canada Whistler course. Just incredible scenery, beautiful location for a race. And at times, when you're suffering, it helps you, like what I said, it feels like a Sunday run. Like, you go out on the trails or whatever, and you just kind of try to tune out the fact that You're racing for, a pretty good cash purse, a world slot, and you're racing some of the best athletes on the planet. You can kind of just zone out and think about the beautiful surroundings you're in. Anything to distract you from that pain for sure. But right now, Ruben Sapunk still holding in, lost about 30 seconds in that first section.
Yep.
There's still no athletes through that 5-kilometer mark at this point yet to see any further losses for Ruben.
He's probably not feeling the pain yet. It's probably quite a welcome relief to get off the bike. First 10 kilometers, no matter what sort of shape you're in, as long as you get your shoes on, it's normally okay. It's when you have that empty feeling and that, like, where did all my energy go? That's when and then everything starts to fall apart. So at the moment, these guys are just sort of getting their head in the game.
For sure.
It's really early.
And this is Leonard Arnold making the bridge up to Jan van Berkel. He knows the caliber of this athlete. And again, we saw that Leonard Arnold has had a low 110, just a 110 run split at a 70.3. I believe it was Dresden. So fantastic runner, and he had about 13 seconds gap to make up out of the last time we saw a split. So good work from him. And then just got a quick update from 5K, 7:47 down is Andrea Salvisberg. So he's already made up another little bit of time, but a lot more to come in this Hoka Marathon Run course when we get back from this commercial break.
And a love so deep we cannot measure. Ain't nobody loves me better. Makes me happy, makes me feel this way. Ain't nobody loves me better than you.
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. We are here with our second place athlete. That's Andrea Salvisberg. He's running 7 minutes, 47 seconds behind our leader, Ruben Sapunk. That means he's gained 1 minute and 20 seconds in just 5 kilometers. And he's gone through 5K in a 17:42. His brother's just behind him, 7 seconds back. He's gone through in 17:43. These two athletes on screen, that's Jan van Berkel in front in white. He went through in 17:52. He's just 8:06 behind, so still within 20 seconds of second place. And then Leonard Arnold making the move, just going right past Jan van Berkel, has gone through in 17:32. So, Joe, the fastest runner on course right now, Leonard Arnold, as we saw midway through the bike ride, has run a 1:10.5. First Ironman and first marathon in a triathlon, as far as we can tell, going right past the experienced Jan van Berkel. And I think that's a choice. Jan van Berkel's still warming into his effort. Speaking of warming in, we've got another Roka race weather update. 81 degrees Fahrenheit, 27 Celsius, clear skies, and feels like 81 degrees. Humidity's 42%.
Yeah, it's warm, but the humidity's low, so I think these guys will, as long as they stay on top of their hydration, they should be fine. What do you think is going through Jan van Berkel's head right now? He's like, I just saw him look at his watch, and he's looking, going, I'm running 2:36 pace right now, and I'm losing time. I'm just got passed by a guy that I don't actually know very well.
Who's smiling?
Who's just looks like he's out for a jog. He looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. What does Jan van Berkel do right now? Like, does he just stick to... Yeah, he has to stick to his plan, yeah?
You got to trust it, right? Because right now, the three athletes...
He's not completely trusting it from what I just saw.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, we got to read into things. That's the thing. But right now, he's thinking, okay, the guy who's in front of me is 10 minutes up. I know I can outrun him by 20 minutes.
He's not worried about him.
He's not worried about him. The other 3 athletes in front of me have never run a marathon, or if they have, haven't had great success. 2 of them I know for sure have not run a marathon. I believe Andrea has. I'll look that up here in just a second. So I think he needs to trust himself. And Joe, looking at the projected finish, Jan van Berkel is running 2:34 marathon pace.
Yeah.
So that's pretty darn quick. You take 6 minutes off of that, and he's still likely to beat the athletes in front of him. Because
I agree.
To run a 2:40 your first time out, even though it seems like 2:40 is kind of a new standard to some extent.
In his mind, do you think he's like, okay, I'm prepared to let them get X amount in front? Like,
yeah.
And then, because the thing is, it needs to be the shift where he maybe lets them, like, they go to 2 minutes, but then he wants to, with 12K to go, he wants to be hearing, okay, 155, 145, 130, and give himself that space but it's hard to let them go too far, let the leash go too far, and then have the confidence to know that you can bring them back in.
For sure. And the other thing, we're to a certain extent overly dramatizing things, because at this point, 5K in, he's less than 30, he's 20 seconds behind second place, right? And that second place athlete, he has done a full distance race. Joe, what do you think his run split was? Andrea Salvisberg.
I don't know. I'll guess
3:01. So he ran a 3:01. So clearly he hasn't put it all together. It was Ironman South Africa, where Maurice Clavel ran a 2:45.
Okay.
And
That's
it's
a
all
few years ago, though. Yeah.
No, that was this year.
Oh, that was this year.
2023.
Oh, got it. Okay, I thought you meant the same race. Got it.
Yeah. So he, so I think Jan van Berkel is going to be patient. He's hanging in there. He still needs to. He's probably still more worried about Matthias Peterson, who's only, 30 seconds, 20 seconds behind him, and Maurice Clavel, who's about the same, right? So like, there's, again, what I said earlier, the small gaps seem important, but Jan van Berkel knows that 30 seconds is not going to separate this race, and if it does, it means that 2 athletes are running as fast as they can at the end of the race, and that is always going to go in Jan van Berkel's favor.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely going to have the resilience and the strength over these other guys that don't have 20-plus Ironmans in their legs. Definitely seeing a little bit of a shift in Ruben's gait now.
Well, this is
a little
cool.
heavier. Yeah, it's beautiful.
You do see that number bobbing around a little bit, like you said we should be looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it looks like he's running a little lower. He's landing a little bit further back on his foot, like he was quite forward.
He's looking a little bit more like my brother now. Sorry, Chris.
Chris didn't get to run in super shoes.
This is true. This is true. He would have had a bunch more. Still considering the athlete he is and the 10-minute gap, I think he's doing pretty good.
Yeah, he's doing great.
And I think you're right. He might have gotten a little excited. We talk about, sometimes being in front gives you wings, but sometimes, now an Ironman master coach, Matt Dixon, first Ironman we both did together, Coeur d'Alene forever ago. I'm going to out back. I see him ages in front and just 10 minutes in front on the bike, and then on the run, he's walking at mile 2, and I say, was it the helicopter? He says, it was the helicopter, like the helicopter effect, right? You're like, oh man, this is great. This is so awesome. I'm in the front. And sometimes you can get out of your plan a little bit. And I think, I was looking earlier at the Ironman Arizona results, and, we see that Ruben Zapunkt ran a 2:57, which was really good. But in that race, Joe, he rode a 4:19.51, a 4:20 essentially. Joe Skipper outrode him by 15 minutes. Wow. Ben Canute outrode him by 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Christian Hogenhaug outran him by 15 minutes. So he didn't have the bike ride that he had today. I think that's safe to say.
Yeah.
And he ran a 2:57. So it's like, that makes me nervous for Ruben.
Yeah.
Makes me nervous.
Well,
I'm hopeful, but I'm nervous.
Rule of thirds. There's 3 laps on this run course, and we could just fast forward to the third lap, then we'd know everything. But at the moment, it's just exciting to watch this play out. But yeah, at the moment, we've got Ruben Zapunkt still leading after going away pretty early on the bike, and just keep built on that lead and managed close to 10 minutes lead on a group of 10 athletes in the end.
Yep. And so, you know, going back to what we missed with Andrew Horsfall-Turner, a great race. And again, I've said this already today, that this sport can be so exhilarating and so inspiring and beautiful when you have those races. And today, you know, if Jan van Berkel wins, it would be poetic. Andrew Horsfall-Turner, in the last final kilometers, his chain broke. And it's brutal, right? Wow. As beautiful as the sport can be, and as people can surprise themselves that anything is possible, you could be having the race of your life and your chain's on the ground. And that's happened to me. I'm sure things like that have happened to you. And what I think we'll find out a little bit about Andrew Horsfall-Turner, as I think, honestly, that situation is probably a best case scenario for him to have his best run yet. If he puts himself in, because he's not racing anymore, it's gone. You know, the top 5 maybe he was shooting for is gone. If he just runs, like, he's not going to be tempted to, he's not dumb enough to try to get it back on the run. He's going to get on the run, and if he's in a good headspace, he's just going to run it out, and that is how you're going to have your best run. Right now, Leonard Arnold is chasing. He's having a good run. You know, we haven't seen him race a marathon yet. Again, he's the fastest runner on course. I'll repeat, he's the fastest runner on course, even faster than the man on the left-hand side of the screen that's been in the lead for a little bit now, Andrea Salvisberg. I believe we still have Florin Salvisberg in between these two athletes. To me, it makes me a little nervous for Leonard Arnold that he's already gone past Jan van Berkel, because I think these two athletes are young enough and not experienced enough for them not to know that the little things don't matter yet, right? And that the race is 30 kilometers down the road. But right now, right-hand side of the screen, Leonard Arnold running and showing now, if our graphics are correct, that he has passed Florin Salvisberg, and he's the second chaser with Andrea Salvisberg in first position as far as the chase goes on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, no, he's definitely moving well, Leonard Arnold, but it's, yeah, he's making it look really, really easy. But we're also haven't even hit the 10-kilometer mark of this run course yet. So Andrea Salvisberg looking really smooth, but still leader Ruben Zapunkt is still showing us the way and leading by around six or so minutes. So the other side of this commercial break, we'll see how this is shaping up.
I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
We're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our leader, Ruben Zapunkt.
Looking pretty good here, Ruben. He's definitely gone out pretty fast with a marathon PR of 2:57. He's running well faster than that at this point. So we'll see how he goes as he approaches the latter part of the first lap of this 3-lap run course here in Switzerland.
And don't forget to subscribe to the Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel to get exclusive access to all pro race coverages and races from across the world. no better place to keep track of all the racing that's happening, especially late season as we get into the World Champ season. Be able to tune in and see what the athletes are doing as they prep for the World Championship.
Yeah, quite a well-supported part of the course here as they go through some of the cobble streets of downtown. It definitely will be well appreciated in the latter part of this marathon as things start to get really tough. But at the moment, Ruben's looking still pretty smooth, and I'm looking forward to seeing this next run split and see how the time checks are coming in with the guys chasing him down.
Yeah, no, it'll be telling once you get through that 10K mark for sure, always is. Another great race venue on the circuit is Ironman Portugal Cascais. You can revel in the seaside splendor of Portugal's Atlantic coast at Ironman Portugal Cascais. With its sandy beaches and beautiful coastline, Cascais is an incredible triathlon venue. The bike course provides a unique experience of riding on the Estoril Formula One track. Get your engine racing in Cascais. Register today at ironman.com/IMEurope.
Yeah, definitely a very engaging run course, this one here in Switzerland.
Yeah.
A lot of turns, but yeah, this part of the course, as we're seeing here from Andrea Salvisberg, beautiful along the lake and beautiful scenic part of the course, that's for sure. So he's be coming up to the next checkpoint, which will be at the 9.3 kilometer mark. That should be coming up in the next few minutes.
And here we go, Joe. It looks like our third place athlete is just about 20 meters behind Andrea Salvisberg. So
wow.
That athlete that was flying under our radar for the first half of the bike ride and then started looking at his half performances, that is Leonard Arnold, who on his debut Ironman was able to bridge up to the chase group, then catch a ride with the chase group, do some work in there as well, and get to that first chase group that contained man on screen, Andrea Salvisberg. And now he's running up to Andrea, both at an incredibly fast pace at this point. But for a Ironman rookie, Leonard Arnold just about, again, 20 meters. But Joe, yes, we know he's run a 110. He did that once. You know, we have other half splits from him. Is 119,
yep.
116, actually 2 110s, excuse me, 119. Wow. 3 110s. But his estimated run finish pace right now is 2:31. That's pretty quick.
Wow. And honestly, it looks effortless. He's so smooth, and there we see the fourth and fifth competitors just going the other direction. But here we see Arnold moving up onto the, being very close to the shoulder of the second place currently, Salvisberg. So yeah, it's looking fantastic.
Yeah, sure is. And so they've gone through that 9.3K mark, Joe, and already brought the gap back to Ruben Zapunk. That was close to 10 minutes off the bike, about 9 out of transition to 6:43 for Andrea Salvisberg. Leonard Arnold, 6:46. But it looks like it's all, again, these are small gaps that even we are getting excited about. But then it's 6:56 to Maurice Clavel, who's let the run come to him.
Wow.
And right with him on his shoulder is Jan van Berkel. So we're acting excited that this race is blown apart. But if we had a camera turn around, you would see all of these athletes, Joe, within 12 seconds of each other. Here we go. So you can not really see them because of the motos, but in the very far background, you did see Jan van Berkel. So Andrea Salvisberg, Leonard Arnold, Maurice Clavel, Jan van Berkel, all within 12 seconds of each other at 10K into this run course.
Yeah, and then Matthias Peterson just came through 42 seconds behind Jan van Berkel. So yeah, it's pretty close, but it's also very early. We're 10 kilometers in. We're not even a quarter of the way in to the marathon yet.
And Matthias is running the slowest out of those athletes, and the tracker shows estimated run finish at 2:39. So I think that's some things are going to change as we see Leonard Arnold running up to the shoulder of Andrea Salvisberg. We'll see if there's. I was going to see if there was any acknowledgement, but considering he went so far to the right, he's still gaming. And Joe, to me, that's a sign, honestly, a little bit of inexperience. because he's racing as if it's a 10K and he has to like make sure the guy doesn't get on his heels.
Yeah.
And again, none of this matters. We're 10K in. And I don't mean to be disrespectful at all, but a experienced Ironman athlete would maybe get on the shoulder, because this is the race. All these guys behind, like, the race hasn't started yet.
No.
This does not matter at all. You're 12 seconds in front of the dude who won
It's not
Ironman
ITU.
South Africa and 12 seconds in front of the guy who's won this race 3 times. Stop racing. Give yourself, be as
Relax.
comfortable
Yeah.
as you can and be around these guys.
Yeah, use the energy of the other competitors. Like, sit on their shoulder, take your time. Just try and, like, relax and conserve energy, because, yeah, as you said, the race hasn't started.
And this is...
And when it does, you'll know.
For sure. And again, I don't say this at all with disrespect, but I think if you're Maurice Clavel or Jan van Berkel and you're watching this, you're kind of laughing, right? Like you're stoked. You're okay, cool. These guys are like spending effort early. This guy I know can run fast over the half distance. And they'd be the first to applaud him if he sticks this.
Yeah.
Right? Man, you ran a 2:34 in your first one. Bravo. Way to do it. But they've seen all this enough to think somebody who rode by themselves for over half the ride in his first marathon isn't and is spending this energy. Jan van Berkel's right there, Joe. He's right there.
Yeah.
Joe, can we just say...
He's right there.
He's right there. And this has turned out to be an incredible race.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, I'm really excited about the last 20 miles of it.
Yeah, I mean, almost 10 athletes coming off the bike together, with one athlete, trying to throw a spanner in the works and going off the front with a 10-minute lead with Ruben Zapunck, the athlete we see on screen, who still looks really good.
He's still moving well. Yeah, like...
He'll be on his goal pace or faster. Right now, I think he's still probably...
He's on...
When he goes through the Ks, being like, dude, you got to slow down.
He's on like 2:45 pace, if you look at his average pace, but that includes his first 4 kilometers, which were very fast.
Yeah.
I like to look at like that third split, like around what pace are you running from 8 to 12 kilometers or 5 miles to 8. Look at that pace, and that gives you a better indication, because it doesn't account for how fast you went out transition, the adrenaline.
Yep. The helicopter effect.
Yeah. What pace has he settled at?
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Totally.
So, which is what I'm seeing. Like,
and that settled pace is a good pace. That's 250, probably 252
it's still,
pace.
yeah, it's still which is what. But the way he gets there, I would prefer to see him just go out at that pace and execute that through the marathon. Which means he would be only 4 minutes in front right now. But I think he'd be in a better position to be able to carry that out through the whole marathon.
So let's talk about that a little bit. So especially considering he's a cyclist. And you have athletes that are like, you know what, man? It's a marathon. If he's going out in 1:23 pace, that means he can come back in 1:27 pace and still run a 250. What would you say to somebody with that logic?
You won't come back in a 127.
Exactly.
You'll come back in a 137. But if you go out in a 126, there's a lot better chance you'll come back in a 126 and run a 252.
Mm-hmm. The negatives, the shooting for a negative split is always the best way to do your best marathon.
Yeah, it's so hard to do though, but especially when you're leading a race. Like it's, but look at the moment, like he's moving well. Like I'm really impressed. Like they're not taking chunks of time out of him. He's still moving well.
Oh man. So Joe, I'm looking
it's gonna get tougher.
I'm looking at the next split. And Leonard Arnold, 6:22 back. Andrea Salvisberg, 6:25 back. Jan van Berkel, 6:26 back. So
3:30 pace Jan just ran for that. I'm hoping he's not being impatient now.
No, and Maurice Clavel right there as well, 6:42 back. So,
but Maurice has gone from like moving through to now dropping back.
Yeah, I think Jan's found that he maybe wants to bridge, but again, to me that all these guys are spending this energy, and Jan van Berkel's only 4 seconds back. And here's the difference, Joe.
But Jan just ran a 3:30 pace. I think Jan's...
He might be. But here's the thing. What I was just going to say.
Worried.
We're talking about Ruben Zapunck. He hasn't had a great marathon. Andrea Salvisberg hasn't had a good marathon. Leonard Arnold has never run a marathon. So we say, you know what? Your best way to run a fast marathon? Try to negative split it. Jan van Berkel has done it enough to know he can spend a match or two crack a little bit and come back out of it.
He's Jan Van, he's Jan Van Berkel. Like I
Exactly.
trust he's yeah.
So when you have experience and you've done it enough, you're like, okay, I know if I go steady, I can run a 240. But maybe if we go slowing down through, okay, so this is a sign that he's overheating a little bit, but this is good. This is what you do if you're feeling that coming. And here we go is our first real shot of Maurice Clavel. And Joe, I want to say he looks maybe the best of all of them.
He looks like Sebastian Kinley.
He does. We're just going to rate everybody about who they look like of guys that we know. But yeah, no, he looks like, the Leonard Arnold looks great. Salvisberg looks great. He looks to me the best because I think this is the pace he's going to run the whole marathon. And we are back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with a super fast, super smooth running Maurice Clavel. Looks great. There's some open road ahead of him, Joe. But again, I think he's running very well at a pace that seemingly close to what is achievable for him with a couple very unproven athletes in front of him in Leonard Arnold and Andrea Salvisberg. And to your point, a Jan van Berkel, who he only lost time to because Jan just went through that last kilometer at 3:30 pace when he held 3:40 pace. So he literally lost 10 seconds just in 1 kilometer.
Yeah, no, he did. Seems to be a lot of movement right now with the back and forth of who's, there seems to be a lot of changing of the positions right now. So I'm interested to see the next split and get an accurate idea. And because I'm not 100% confident that Maurice is sitting in the position that tracker tells him, but we'll see soon enough.
Yeah, we will see soon enough. The Flex 90 program allows athletes that register in the first 90 days that registration is open the flexibility to defer or transfer or receive a partial refund if you are no longer able to participate in your race. You can enact these benefits up until 45 days before your race. If your plans change, your race can too. And since we're on this great shot of Maurice Clavel, let's go down to something the Fighting Chance crew shot earlier this week with Maurice down at the race site.
It's a beautiful course. It's a hilly course. Yes, you don't have to finish a question. Yes, I try to repeat my victory, of course. I mean, you want to feel it a second time. So I did my first triathlon at the age of 16. It was a sprint triathlon. On the race, I was quite actually good after the bike, but on the run, I was like dying. That's the reason why to continue. That's the sport for me. I was always in the nature, loving to swim in the sea, in the open water, and love doing some mountain biking at home. Dad said, there's a sport with all 3 disciplines. And I said, that's the sport for me, because I love all the 3 sports. Preparation is really, really important. If you're good prepared, then race day is way more relaxed. Go through the race in practice and also in your head. I look at the course. I was on the course 5 weeks ago. And so I know the course pretty well. It's a beautiful course. It's a hilly course, and this is what I really prefer. You can just push a big gear, and that's what I love. And yeah, that's what suits me the most.
And that's awesome. stuff from Maurice Clavel as we see him running along. Nobody behind him. So I do think he's still in that position that we saw him in last time, running in about, let's see, sorry, get my tracker up. He was in 5th place.
5th place, yeah.
Yeah, just about 15 seconds behind Jan van Berkel. But again, that was all in about a kilometer. Looks like he's bobbing around a little bit more than he was before, Joe. But again, this is an athlete with pretty good experience. And, you know, if I was betting on all these athletes that to last checkpoint between 2nd and 5th are running within 20 seconds of each other, I'm betting on this man here and Jan van Berkel, as we can see now in the distance, the next athlete in front of him, which probably is Andrea Salvisberg.
Yep.
But it could still be Jan van Berkel. Those two were running just 1 second apart. And again, it was only 3 seconds to Leonard Arnold in 2nd place.
Yeah, it's very, very close right now. Yeah, to be able to throw a blanket over from 2nd to pretty much 5th place is pretty remarkable at this point in the run. But yeah, Maurice looking good. I was on the bike. I was very pleased to see that he was very patient and sort of kept his head down and didn't waste any energy and was able to cover any move, but did everything right. And now, hopefully, what he saved in energy on the bike, he's going to be able to use on the run and really tap into that potential. And we've seen it when he won Ironman South Africa and ran a 2:45. So if he can do something along those lines today, he's going to be really fighting for that podium, if not the win.
Yep, and he's moving through, going through those aid stations, and it does look like, you know, if you didn't know, you'd say maybe he was struggling a little bit, but it looks like he's working hard because they're running stinking 2:35 pace. Like, they are absolutely flying. And again, Maurice Clavel is still within 30 seconds of 2nd place. They're all running 6:15, 6:30 behind our leader still. But you can see him, he resets. Like, he was a little bobbly, went through the aid, got some ice, slowed down. Even sometimes slowing down kind of allows your posture to reset. You can see he looks more upright. He's maybe focusing. You can see him like resetting his head down to get that posture. His head will tip up and then he'll tip it down again to get that proper run for him. Yeah, he looks really, really good.
Yeah, definitely watch. It seems like a good sign that he's maybe getting tired or losing his form when his head comes up. So when you see his head pop up and he doesn't adjust, that means maybe he's starting to like get a little tired and his form's going to break down. So that's a good cue for a lot of runners out there. When you get tired, you lift your head, try and tuck your chin and keep your eyes looking forward.
And it's a good sign that he's obviously knows that. He's worked on it. And as soon as, it's within a stride. It goes up and then it goes right back down. And I think you're right. Once you see it stay up for a little bit, that means his head's kind of gone out of it. Maybe nutrition has faded a little bit. But here we go. That's our leader, Ruben Zapunkt.
Yes.
He's through 14.2 kilometers, Joe. And he went through there just a little bit ago. So we'll get a split on those behind in 56:59.
Yeah.
And they're gonna start being pretty close to being able to see each other, right? Like, going around this track, that's going to be a couple minutes almost and in and out. So it's getting close to the moment where these athletes behind are going to, smell blood in the water, so to speak.
Yeah, look, that last split, 4:17 per kilometre. So from the first split we saw at 2.9 kilometres to now the pace he's holding, there's been a 30-second shift. From a 3:45 kilometre pace approximately to 4:15. That's a big difference, and a big difference in technique and gait and
100%.
how you carry yourself. Yeah,
100%. To give him a little bit of credit, he did stop at that aid station.
He did.
So maybe that's 10 or 15 seconds, which is very well spent. I think you'd agree, certainly at that point. So here's another little out and back section, and he seems pretty good. And Joe, I would imagine that track section will feel very isolated and hot for those athletes to go around that. I think they're going to be pretty excited to get in and out of that track because you kind of feel like you're on display to the sun and to your competitors when you are out there. But Ruben Zapunkt, still super impressed. 10-minute lead. Seems like he's running pretty darn well, especially for an athlete. Again, his fastest run to date, Ironman Arizona 2:57. And again, that was not at a time where he had this type of bike split. And part of it is because Arizona, there's no technical aspect, very little technical aspect to that ride.
Yeah.
So he was able to get, I would say, 3 to 4 minutes of his lead today, probably just on technical ability.
Yep.
Through the descents and through the way he was nailing those corners. So
yeah, I agree.
You know, that's not all straight effort. But super impressed by this athlete and how well he's held this run together to this point. And it's just the fact that, you know, as you know, Chevalier said on our little interview, and as we've stated, the state of Ironman triathlon has just gone. The level is so high. Yeah. Back in the day, if you came off the bike with that kind of lead, you'd be like, okay, if I run a 3 hour or 3:05, I'll still win this race.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're talking about he needs to run a 2:48 or 2:50 to be in the shot, and still probably not even close.
Yeah, yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
He's doing a lot of things right with his run. His head position is really good. He's got a slight forward lean. Like he's landing under his body. His hips look still neutral. He's definitely, there's a little bit more lateral movement than we saw at the start, but that's to be expected, especially after that amazing bike split he posted. But those muscles, stabilizer muscles, got a bit of a workout on that bike. But at the moment, he's moving well and, riding a really strong pace. So it's good, really good to see. And we've got sort of checks here with Leonard Arnold at 4:43 back, and then Jan van Berkel only 15 seconds further back in third place, with Andrea Salvisberg dropped 18 seconds behind Jan van Berkel. So how quickly things can change. So it's getting excited, so don't go away, and we'll catch you at the other side of this commercial.
Fullgas is the indoor training software that our coaching business relies on. Our private club room makes it super easy to meet up for group rides, not wasting any time. It's the first thing they see when they log in.
My athletes have never been more prepared for the specific demands of each bike course.
It works for first-timers, professionals and everyone in between.
Fullgas has transformed the way that I train my athletes.
And we are back at Ironman Switzerland Thun. On screen, that is Leonard Arnold doing a pretty good job. He's pulling back Ruben Zepunkt, but Jan van Berkel not far behind. Joe, as you said, things are moving. No big surprise there. And again, still second place Leonard Arnold to fifth place Maurice Clavel, just 45 seconds, 15K in. That is absolutely nothing. That is. The experienced runners will be like, okay, we'll keep it around here, try not to stress myself, and then the last 10K, if I can turn it on, I'm going to turn it on. It's possible Leonard's thinking the same thing, but it's unlikely that a first-time Ironman marathon runner is going to be that good at pacing. We're certainly an athlete like Jan van Berkel, and Jan van Berkel did lose 15 seconds in that last split after he kind of bridged up and had that 3:30 split that you were talking about.
Yeah, I think Jan's probably a bit more comfortable with the position he's in right now. I think he's going to leave Leonard out, to hang out to dry a little bit and just let him cook in the sun. And I think Leonard will run through this second lap and probably have a lead. But we'll see what happens when they get to 15, 16 mile mark. 24 to 26 kilometre. So basically towards the end of this lap, beginning of the last lap. And I think that's where we'll see maybe the experience of Jan van Berkel maybe rise to the surface. And we'll see. Like at the moment, Leonard Arnold looks fantastic, the young German.
Yeah, he certainly does. And we go on screen. That, I believe, is Matthias Peterson running in 7th place at the moment, running around this track section. And Joe, let's remember, Jan van Berkel won 3 times. In his 3 wins, his slowest marathon run here was 2:46. His fastest, a 2:37, outrunning Joe Skipper. So that's certainly a pretty big task. On the 70.3 side of things, another great event is Ironman 70.3 Duisburg. Join us on August 6th and race Ironman 70.3 Duisburg, located in the steel heart of Europe. Start by swimming in the regatta course at the Spot Park Duisburg. During the 90K bike course, athletes will ride over the Bridge of Solidarity, run across the finish line located in MSV Duisburg Football Stadium. Register for this epic race today at ironman.com/IMEurope. Great overhead shot of Matthias Peterson rolling around this track. And again, I think these athletes are going to be pretty excited to get off this track.
Yeah,
it's beautiful, but it feels exposed.
Yeah, it feels very exposed and pretty lonely, I guess, out there. But yeah, he's in that last split, Matthias Peterson here, who was looking out on camera, definitely compared to the other athletes, seemed to drop off pace. His average pace, he's still on track to run like a 2:43 marathon, which is amazing. But the other guys are just running much faster than that, and he seems to be slowing down. Whereas this guy on screen, a 3-time defending champion, Jan van Berkel, just seems to be just waiting. He's definitely made a bit of a move to put himself in a bit more of a power position, and I think he's just sort of stalking Leonard Arnold at this point and letting Leonard sort of dictate the pace, and he's just sort of following, knowing that the marathon still hasn't really started, and Jan's been here many, many times and has always come out on top. So I think he's probably a little more settled than he maybe was when he was losing time and running 2:30 marathon pace, which was probably a little daunting.
Joe, and update from further down on the course through 14.2 kilometers. Florence Salvisberg has fallen all the way down to 9th place after running in 3rd, trying to bridge up to his brother. And then John Serveus-Breivold has run through in 8th place, moved up 3 spots already, and is 9 minutes down, just 4 minutes, 3:45 down from kind of this main pack that we've been talking about. But Joe, he is the 2nd fastest runner on course, only to be outrun at this point by Leonard Arnold. So if he keeps this pace, he's already run 2.5 minutes faster than Matthias Peterson, who's running well, and a fair bit more than Samuel Hirscheller as well. So certainly John Serveus-Breivold putting in a bid to move himself into the top 5.
Yeah, if he maintains this pace, he'll have Matthias Peterson in sight by the next time split, which is only around 2 miles, 3 kilometers away. But yeah, we'll see. It's very early days, and John may be getting after it a little too aggressively. But here we go. Ruben Sabunkt through 17.1 kilometers. Good pace. Yeah, you're right, Matt. I'll say it. His pace is back to 4:07. He was 4:16, I think, previous. But as you pointed out, he did stop and have a shower at one of the aid stations and cool down a little bit. So that probably accounted for that. So yeah, Ruben's doing fantastic. 4:07 pace and still holding a sub 250 average pace.
He's plugging away, and if he was able to see any of these guys on the out and back and can see 4 athletes 10 or 15 seconds apart from each other battling at this pace early, that's great for him, because that means somebody is going to crack, and it's kind of going to be a question on who cracks first or who cracks last, but we'll find out with more to come in this marathon.
Check this out. This is Venom Go by Hyperice. You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
Welcome back to Ironman Switzerland Thun. We're here with Leonard Arnold running super well on the right-hand side of the screen. And Joe, Ruben Zapunkt, if I had to say, it almost looks like he's running better.
Yeah, like, looks good. Like, I'm really happy with it. He's holding his form. He's gone through 17.1 kilometers. He's dropped the pace back down, and he's currently holding, around 2:49 and change marathon pace if he maintains this pace. But on the right, Leonard Arnold, just so smooth, so economical, like just great run form, and just looks so effortless and economical. But he hasn't done many of these, so we'll see. Like how at this point on the course, next lap, it could be a different story. But right now, he's doing all the right things. As long as he's eating and drinking, who knows? This could be a big breakthrough for Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, it certainly could. And let's take a look at the VinFast performance analysis. Estimated to finish at 2:35 or 8:05.19. The average pace of 407 kilometers. That's Ruben Zapunkt. So the athletes moving pretty darn well. These two athletes battling each other, but separated now, Joe, only by 3 minutes and 21 seconds. So Leonard Arnold already has pulled back 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes on Ruben Zapunkt. Again, Leonard Arnold through this section, if he holds the same pace all the way throughout, his estimated finish for the marathon, 2:34.46, with Ruben Zapunkt at a 2:50.24, which Ruben Zapunkt would sign up for.
Yeah, if he could sign off on that right now, I think he would. And Leonard Arnold, 2:34 pace. Look, we've seen this a number of times. An athlete's on pace to run 2:34. They end up running 37, 38, 39, or something else. But at the moment, it's working for him. But he's going to come into some unknown territory in the next 30 minutes of running, and how he handles that, it will really dictate the rest of his day.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. The thing that you don't often see in that situation, because we've seen it a million times, athletes that go out too fast, is that this athlete has the foot speed to run a 1:10.
So this is jogging.
He feels like he's jogging, and he doesn't know the feeling of the piano falling on him. And again, for all we know, he does 2.5-hour runs every week where he's running 23 miles, right? Like he could be putting in that kind of distance. But it's hard to say. Jan van Berkel has gone through 45 seconds behind Leonard Arnold at 17K, losing a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Andrea Salvisberg seems to be coming back a little bit, 4:18 down, 3:47 pace at that last section, and Maurice Clavel 4:44 down. So again, second through fifth place, still, Joe, just under 90 seconds between those four, which with 25 kilometers to go is absolutely nothing. That's Leonard Arnold. Difference between him being in second and third is him walking an aid station.
Yeah.
Right. It's nothing. And we know, and Jan van Berkel knows, he needs to hold off those sensations as long as possible, stay as fresh as he can as long as possible. And if he has gas, the last 10K, he's going to bet on Leonard Arnold fading and him being able to put his foot down on the accelerator and bridge back a 45-second gap. But Leonard Arnold there's no reason right now to think he can't hold it. Again, 1:10 is pretty rarefied air when it comes to, and especially he's done it a few times. Not a lot of athletes have that kind of foot speed.
No, I think you said that really well. He can run a 1:10 for 70.3. So the fact that he's going to roll through a half marathon at this pace in 1:16, one faster, something. Yeah. does. It feels very comfortable for him, and it's just other things come into it later on. Yep. Nutrition, cramping, have you taken enough salt, just pure muscle breakdown, and like, is he used to, what does he look like running at those slower speeds? Like, he's probably not used to running at slower than the pace he's running. This is probably his comfortable pace, but what happens when he has a bad patch, and how does he handle that? So,
exactly. It's harder for those athletes that are used to that long, kind of lopey form to run slower, especially when they only start running slower because they're fading, and then everything kind of turns off a little bit. And Joe, I think, pacing-wise, if Leonard Arnold goes through, let's say he goes through in a 1:16, he, actually let's take a look here and see what he would go through at. If he goes through at a 1:16 pace through half, that means he's only running about 30 seconds slower a mile than he would for a half. I would say for most, it's closer to 45. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'd say so. That's definitely, he's on the more aggressive side of, the sort of the equation you can sort of figure out from a 70.3 to Ironman. But
where Jan van Berkel, his is probably more like 30.
Yeah.
Because he just does not run that fast in halves, and he runs really well in Ironmans.
He does. Right? Yeah, he's got, another Van Berkel, Tim Van Berkel's exactly the same.
Is he?
He's run so many sub 2:45 marathons, it's ridiculous. But has he broken 1:14?
I don't think so.
He'd probably say yes, and I'd probably argue with him that he hasn't. But yeah, it's crazy. But they're so good at that Ironman pace. They're just so strong. And Jan van Berkel right now, just looks so strong. Like, you can see all the core work he does. Like, he's just so economical, just so stable through his hips, and all the energy he's got is pushing him, taking him forward. Super strong. So
and Joe, out on course, looks like John Servais Breivold has already moved past Matthias Peterson. So he is our second fastest runner on course outside of Leonard Arnold, and has moved himself into 7th place, again running through in 1:03:06 compared to the next athlete in front of him at a 1:05:24. So it's possible that this athlete is going to run some more athletes down. Rasmus Svenningsson, some athletes are fading a little bit more than he is, so he's moved into 8th place, going through in a 1:08. So losing some time, running actually the same pace as Ruben Zaponkt. So these two athletes having very, very similar, almost identical races, just 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes between them on the swim. That's accounting for that big difference. But right now, back on screen with Jan van Berkel coming up on 19 kilometers, probably about 18.5 kilometers at this point, but looks the same as he did when he started, and you could bet that he's going to look pretty much just like this when he finishes.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. He's just looking very within himself and controlled, and just very strong. And we've talked about it at length today, that a lot of his year has been sort of shaped and all geared towards this race, his final race of his career, and defending his title here in his home country. So, I'm sure he's very, very focused right now, and just staying in the moment, and knowing he's going to have to go pretty deep in this last lap if he wants to close out his career with a victory.
And I think he's going to wait till it gets closer together, till Zaponkt is closer. And Joe, I mean, just talking about this story, and again, I say that, use the word romantic because it kind of is. I mean, you couldn't write a story that an athlete that did their first Ironman here on this course has podiumed 4 times outside of the 3 times that he's won this race. The last 3 times, it'd be 4 in a row. And trying to win, I think he will dig so deep that last 10K. I mean, I would think any athlete, regardless if it's Leonard Arnold, you're going to need 2.5 minutes if Jan van Berkel has good energy and does everything right. That last 10K, oh man, I would not want to be any athlete of any running pedigree in front of Jan van Berkel in his last professional race of his career on a course that he began his career on. All my money goes on Jan van Berkel.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I worry about the other athletes' nutrition. Are they fueling right? I know Jan's, when he started to break through his Ironman, is when he started working with Dan Plews, and Dan Plews is big on like a lot of metabolic training, metabolic testing, fasted training. So like Jan van Berkel can go for hours like this. It's just, he's just so economical and has his nutrition dialed. So I'm not worried about that, and that will give him the opportunity, I believe, to really close this out with everything he has. Right. Whereas the other guys, they might just clearly run out of fuel.
Totally, and I think you're right. I think that, you know, pointing that out with Dan is hugely important. And kind of what I was saying earlier, it depends on if his nutritional levels and his energy are right the last 10K. But these other athletes will have like a goal pace that they think they're capable of running. He and Dan will have a pace that's like, dude, if you run faster than 2:37 pace the first 3 quarters of this marathon, metabolically you will shut down and it will not work.
Yeah.
So he will not mess around with that. No. He will not get caught into, maybe if I stretch it a little bit, because we've seen it so many times, the athletes that are scientific about that, Torbjorn Simbali, one of those. He was like, I cannot run faster than 6:45 or I will fade, and that's why he ran into 3rd place at Ironman World Championship. So I think Jan van Berkel and his coach Dan Plews have a plan together that's going to get him as close to the front as he can be.
Be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we're back with our 2nd place athlete at this point, and that is Leonard Arnold in his debut Ironman as far as we can tell with our records. And he's absolutely cruising through this field on this beautiful section of gravel path here in Ironman Switzerland Thun. And Joe, he's gone through 19.1 kilometers, almost halfway through, 1:10 pace. So pretty close to the similar pace that obviously a little bit of distance left to go that he's done his best halves in. Now, Joe, only 2:31 behind our leader, Ruben Zepunkt, but he's put in more time on Jan van Berkel. 3:40 back is Jan van Berkel. Andrea Salvisberg, again, seems to be rallying, holding. He faded a bit, went out maybe a little bit hot, and is now 3:58 back, with Maurice Clavel at 4:20 back. And Samuel Herzeler holding on really well at a 1:13.32 through this point at 5:53 back. But right now, man on screen, Leonard Arnold having the debut Ironman that anybody would dream of. Maybe wished he was a little closer out of that swim, didn't have to work so much on his bike, but on his own, bridged up to that group and was smart about it. And it looks like, we've got a lot of movement out on course. We see Jan van Berkel not too far behind Leonard Arnold, about 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah, but that gap is definitely stretching. Minute and 9 seconds back to Jan van Berkel. Ruben still, look, he's going to lead this race through a little over halfway, and then I think going to have to relinquish his lead to Leonard Arnold. The telling point is when Leonard Arnold gets to between checkpoint 23.5 and 25.1. Be interesting to see how things go, because we've seen he's got the leg speed over half. And right now he's just settling in and just cruising along and running like a 1:16 half pace, which feels very comfortable for him. But yeah, I can't fault him. He looks fantastic. But we're 19.1 kilometres in, and Jan van Berkel just looks just different, very different athletes and built very differently. And
yep.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see the different way these guys have approached the race.
Yeah, and neither of us are at all hoping or willing that Leonard Arnold is going to fade. But you know, we've seen it before, and it's not often that you have a debut athlete win their first Ironman, certainly have a great run, but you've seen it, and it will happen because they don't know what's coming. To me, where I think it'll come down to that 32 kilometer mark with that stereotypical piano and what it feels like, and looking at the differences in run form. When you're a longer athlete with a longer stride and you're running a similar stride that you do when you run a 1:10 versus an athlete like Jan van Berkel, who's got a little bit more of that shuffle, when things degrade, it's going to come apart pretty hard on the man on screen, Leonard Arnold, and not so much on an athlete like Jan van Berkel. As we see, great Roca race weather recap here. 86 degrees, Joe, 37% humidity, so still going down. It feels like it's 85, but man, with that exposed sun, these athletes are certainly going to start feeling the heat. And with another hour or so, a little bit more, hour 10, hour 15 of racing, there's still a lot of heat they got to deal with.
Yeah, that's definitely getting warm. That's getting pretty uncomfortable, but it's not really affecting the man on screen here. Doesn't seem affected by anything right now, but he's also yelling for ice and water. So definitely, at least we know he's staying on top of his hydration, but hopefully he's kept on that from the very first kilometre out on the run.
And if this doesn't work for Leonard Arnold or any of these other athletes with less experience, it's not going to be a fade of just a little bit. It'll be a lot coming down. And what he won't be used to is he'll think if he starts walking these aid stations and getting all these things that he's given up a little bit because the race is tight. But that's what the experienced athletes are going to be doing. Like Jan van Berkel will run under 240 because he's walking some of these aid stations, not in spite of walking these aid stations. So I think that's the important thing for these athletes to learn as they go through it. But there's a lot left to go here, Joe. And again, there's still so many athletes. You know, we were just talking about these two athletes. Ruben Zapunk's still in the lead. Maurice Clavel is only a minute and 50 seconds off of second place, and that's an athlete that's a proven 245 runner. And to your point on the work, you know, that maybe Jan van Berkel has done with his coach Dan Plews, and is the fact that metabolically they'll know a ceiling that he can run at.
Yep.
And the difference is if he stays within it, and similar to, again, name from the past, Tjorborn Simbali, is he had that ceiling of that pace. But then with 10K to go, they're like, do whatever you want. Because you can deal with it for 10K. So that's why I'm saying I think if Jan van Berkel's within 2 minutes of the lead, or 2.5 minutes of the lead with 10K to go, and his energy is good, I think regardless of how, because this gentleman's energy isn't going to be fantastic. It might be okay.
Yeah.
But if he's within 2.5 minutes, Jan van Berkel will have a race plan where he's like, okay, and just keep asking himself a question. Can I empty the tank for 10K? And how much easier of an answer is it when it's the last 10K of your professional career?
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the moment, Jan's just really just biding his time and making sure that he's still within striking distance. And that's all he's thinking about. He needs to maintain what he's doing right now and keep this young gentleman on screen, Leonard Arnold from Germany, in his debut Ironman within reach. So yeah, when they hit that last 10, 12 kilometers maybe, less than 40 to 45 minutes of running to go, then it's just time to go.
He's looking over his shoulder a lot here, Joe. He's on that shuffle. We've seen this before from some Uber cyclists getting passed by an age grouper, yeah, he's looking really hard. So he's expecting these athletes to catch him, and that's not a great place to be, and we can't blame him for it because he's been exposed at the front of this race for a long period of time. But Ruben Zapunkt starting to show the effort and pay for that effort from earlier in this race. And, it's going to be, Joe, he has half of a marathon left to go. So
he's coming up to 20, just nearly at 23.5. So he's a little over half, but it's
going to be really hard for him to hold on.
Yeah.
To a top 5, 8.
Yeah.
The
thing is, he's been running for an hour and 17, an hour and 20, an hour 30 more, and he's only got 17, 18 kilometers to go, but it's going to take him longer than it has to cover the first 23 kilometers. So it's a tough place to be in. But at the moment, he's still leading this race. And look, if he really does hold together and really make the use of the aid stations and run in between, he can still maybe, depending on what the other athletes do, maybe still maintain a top 5, top 6 if the other athletes start to fade as well, which they've gone out very hard. So I wouldn't be surprised me if other athletes do fade a little bit. But
absolutely.
It's a tough place to be in with still a lot of running to go.
No, and especially it's even tougher when a man like this on screen, Leonard Arnold, is breathing down your neck, right? Yep. I mean, it's, Leonard is an ally for anybody chasing Ruben Zapunkt because Ruben feels that pressure from that first athlete chasing him. And again, we're not, we don't wish anything upon Leonard Arnold. And if in 15 kilometers he's increased his pace, we're going to applaud him more than anybody else. We've seen all this before, and we don't know the training that he's done, but right now he's definitely in rarefied air trying to chase down Ruben Zapunkt and drop an athlete like Jan van Berkel. And again, right now he's running at 2:35 marathon pace. We have not seen a lot of debut Ironmans at that pace. And Joe, here's the catch already. Yeah. So that's how quickly he's come.
He's moving fast.
Ruben Zapunkt looks over, going to see if he can get anything from this young athlete, and absolutely nothing given to Ruben Zapunkt, our leader for the last 5+ hours. About 5 hours, Ruben Zapunkt passed. And again, Joe, this to me is very impressive, but this is a sign. Here we go, a pass from a different angle. We can see Ruben Zapunkt looking over his shoulder to see if he gets anything from this athlete. Nothing there, and he's just going to keep shuffling on. And again, to me, Joe, this is a sign of inexperience because he increased again.
Yeah.
Dude, you just ran 8 minutes into the guy in a half a marathon. He's not going to get on your shoulder, right? And every time he does that, that's a tick in the book of a Jan van Berkel who, again, has so much experience, has done so many great races. And, some people, might say Jan van Berkel's at the end of his career, not at his prime. 2 years ago, he ran a 2:37.
Yeah.
He's not far from his prime, and that's what makes this so impressive that he's called his retirement is most other athletes at his level would continue to try to get contracts and would race another 3 years.
Yeah.
But he's still at the point where he has the ability. Again, 2 years ago, he ran a 2:37. That is certainly not a long time.
Yeah, and also earlier this year, he was over in New Zealand, which is a very tough course, finished third, and put together a low 2:40 marathon there as well.
2:41, so. And, for out-of-towner to go to New Zealand and to get third behind Mike Phillips and Braden Curry, beating Sebastian Kienle in his last year, I mean, that's pretty prime.
Yeah, for sure. So, he's definitely got plenty more racing in him if he wanted to. But anyway, the guy in front at the moment is Leonard Arnold, and we'll see how this is all shaping out at the other side of this short commercial break. Welcome back to IRONMAN Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Gatorade, fuels you forward. We're back with the action here. On the left, we have Leonard Arnold, who is now our men's leader, just past the leader for many hours, Ruben Zepunkt, who's definitely starting to feel the pinch and fading on the run here. But Leonard Arnold in his debut Ironman looking fantastic, but still a long way to go, Matt.
It certainly is a long way to go as we see Leonard Arnold doing the kind of Cam Whittoff shakeout. You can see some tension in his shoulders. Arm carriage is a little different, so he's kind of shaking them out physically to try to loosen up a little bit as we see him get around this turn. And this is where these athletes are going to be able to see the other athletes around them. That was an age grouper that had passed Ruben Zepunkt earlier. That is maybe another age grouper out there. So Leonard Arnold has gone through that 23.5 K mark. We'll see another one of his competitors, I'm sure, on the right-hand side of the screen running away from us here pretty soon, Joe. But again, beautiful course here. And man, he looks so good. There we go, the pass out and back of Leonard Arnold and Ruben Zepunkt, and there's Jan van Berkel. So Jan van Berkel almost up to Ruben Zepunkt at 23.5 kilometers. So he's going to be, coming up there pretty solid. And we'll see if there's any other athletes on this out and back section that we'll see here. But man, this athlete on screen looks absolutely fantastic. And at this point, he's putting on a little bit of a clinic as far as how to run the first halves or 3/4 of a marathon. And if he holds it, he's going to be crushing it. And Joe, just update from out on course. Matthias Peterson and Andrew Horsfall-Turner both have dropped out of the race. So maybe Matthias Peterson did have maybe a little of that illness holding on, or maybe that motivation from already winning an Ironman not too long ago. He's decided to save it for World Champs. I believe that was Maurice Clavel that just went by the other side of the screen, and Andrew Horsfall-Turner decided maybe to save it for another day, or it was hard to motivate, to continue to go
after that
far back. But man, there's a lot of athletes fading already. And Joe, 108 back is Jan van Berkel, and that's after a surge from Leonard Arnold to pass Ruben Zepunkt.
Yep.
And again, here we go. That's Jan van Berkel passing Ruben Zepunkt. Nothing given to Ruben, no acknowledgement whatsoever. These guys are all game face here. But to me, Joe, that's telling that when Leonard Arnold has put in an effort to pass Ruben Zepunkt, that Jan van Berkel has essentially run the same pace, just 1 second faster in that period of time.
Yeah.
There's a lot more movement of effort and not panic yet, but certainly a lot of impetus, cooling himself down, not quite as controlled as the man on screen. And again, I would be terrified if I had Jan van Berkel within 70 seconds of me this late in a marathon.
Yeah, what I'm looking for is the next split, because you can see
if it turns,
they're running the same pace right now. I want to see the next split, and if there's a 5-second difference, Jan's running faster, or Leonard's potentially running faster. Who knows? But I think these next few splits are going to tell us a lot more about, will the gap start to come back, or is it going to just keep going away?
Yeah, and we just saw on the left-hand side of the screen, Joe, that was John Servaes-Breivold, who's still running very, very well in 7th place, coming up on the shoulder of Sam Hertzeler. He went through that last check at 19.1K at 1:10:47. Again, the only athlete to be running faster than John is Leonard Arnold. Jan van Berkel just a little bit slower, but
he gave up. He was swimming 1:02 and then rode the 3rd fastest spike split. So yeah, pretty impressive stuff by the Norwegian.
And it looks like Maurice Clavel through that last split, 23.5K, is now within 3 minutes of the lead. That's on Leonard Arnold, the man on screen. And he has passed Andrea Salvisberg and has gone through in 4th place.
I'm seeing a little bit of a change. Might be the camera angle, but there's a little bit of a
little slower
change of a leg carry, especially on the right leg. I don't know. We'll see. This is the exciting part. If you're only tuning in now, you've come to the right point, because you've got Leonard Arnold in his debut Ironman really just putting the hammer down on the run and looking amazing. But you've got Jan van Berkel, 3-time Ironman Switzerland champion, in his final race of his career, going for 4 Ironman Switzerland titles, and to finish his career on a victory would be the sweetest way to go out of this sport, which he's competed at the highest level for 15, 20 years at this point. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's getting exciting, that's for sure.
It certainly is. And Joe, I think you're right. And sometimes we read into this a little bit, and our carriage looks a little different. Arms look a little different. But again, with the stride like this athlete, if it starts to degrade, it's going to degrade a lot.
Yeah.
Once it starts degrading, it's degrading partly because of energy and resilience and strength. But, man, it takes a lot more energy to run with bad form, and it starts to really snowball if you don't know how to come back from it. And, we can see a little bit difference there.
Just look at his foot. Sorry.
No, go for it.
His foot placement. You can see his right foot. Look, I'm nitpicking because his front form is very, very good. But you're just seeing a little bit more excess pronation. Some pronation's obviously good. It's what you want. But there's something.
And that turnover, you can see there, he's like getting these little micro bonks where he's on his feet a little bit longer, and he's slowing through aid stations. And again, this generally is something that we would applaud and say he's going to run well because of this. But this is unknown territory, and I don't think he knows that yet. He's walking through these aid stations as a response. The athletes that benefit from it do it proactively. He's running through or walking through these aid stations because he's hurting, and Jan van Berkel is going to see it. This is not Jan here, but Jan's going to be coming here pretty soon. That was an age grouper that we saw pass.
That was very articulate, Matt. Very well said. That's exactly what he's responding to, how he's feeling. It's not getting ahead of it. And there's Jan.
And listen to this crowd. That is Jan van Berkel in his retirement race, and they can see him pulling back, this very gutsy and courageous athlete, and they can see him pulling back, and this is what he's going to get the last 10K of this marathon, Joe. And here we go, and he is on it. He's on it. So now he's racing. There's 15K to go, and he's racing. He's grabbing that railing. He's running through the aid station. He's getting everything he can. He's yelling at
44 seconds,
politely,
Matt.
44 seconds. So he's made back over 15 seconds.
No, 25 seconds.
25 seconds.
Since the last split, which is only a mile.
And Joe, he's distancing those behind. And, this is textbook, and it's written out by himself and his coach. He's done this so many times. And again, I applaud and hats off to Leonard Arnold. He's just going against a professor in his lecture room right now, and he is going to get taught a lesson here by somebody. Again, he's won this race 3 times. He's podiumed 4 other times. It's the first Ironman he ever did. He lives and breathes this course, this country. And Leonard Arnold, in his debut, is having a spectacular race. But Jan van Berkel is patient. He puts blinders on. He's Cam Brown-esque with his ability to put blinders on. And you know what? If somebody gets 15 seconds on me, let them go. I mean, look at Salvisberg is down into 5th place at this point, and he was charging early. And Jan van Berkel getting all of this from the crowds. And the hardest thing that Jan van Berkel has to deal with right now is he sees how close this other athlete is.
Nearly too soon.
Everybody's cheering for him, so it's hard not to go harder, right?
It's about him controlling his emotions at this point and still knowing he's got another 55, an hour of running to go, and it's really hard because there was a shift there, and he would have got a time split. He would have been aware that he closed on him, and a lot of that was because the man on screen, Leonard Arnold, had slowed down in the aid stations. It's not that they're running that much different.
You're right.
But Jan responded, and the only worry I have is that he responded, and if he doesn't close it down and carry that momentum, that might have been one match. How many does he have? So it's really interesting.
But again, it's a poker match, right?
It really is,
you're right. If he does get close, if he gets within 15 seconds or gets on his shoulder, all he has to do is be stoic and sell to Leonard Arnold that he has no chink in his armor.
Yeah.
And then Leonard Arnold's out the back because he's like, this guy is unbeatable, right? So it's another hand in a poker match. But right now, Leonard Arnold seems to be benefiting from that stop at that aid station. He looks good again. He's got that good heel carry and looks really solid. And to your point, if Jan tries to close this down now, that would be a bad thing for Jan.
I agree. Yeah, I think you really want to be catching with 8 kilometers to go. That's where the pass, 30 minutes of sheer pain. But if you go now, an hour where you feel like you've got the weight of Switzerland on your shoulders, I don't know, that might be too much. But Jan's, he's won here 3 times, so he'd be better one to ask. But
and that being said, he's got Maurice Clavel 2.5 minutes back. So Jan van Berkel can afford to play a poker hand, but he can't fake to the point where he's risking cracking because Maurice Clavel is a veteran as well, and he's going to pace himself correctly, and he'll capitalize if Jan van Berkel goes out too hard. So this is in no way a 2-man race. Still have Maurice Clavel out there as well as Andrea Salvisberg, Samuel Herseller. But man on screen, Leonard Arnold in the lead, Ironman Switzerland Thun. Let's see how much longer he can hold on. And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our men's leader on the day. It's Leonard Arnold running well. We saw maybe a little bit of slowing and a degradation of form earlier, Joe, but I will say he looks just as good as he did in the first 10 kilometers at this point.
Yeah, no, he's definitely, I think, gathered himself, and I think that aid station maybe gave him a bit of a lift. But yeah, he was playing with a 70-second gap, and at last check, it was whittled down to 44 seconds. So you can't have too many of those aid station stops if he wants to maintain this lead. And Jan van Berkel is a man on a mission coming into his last ever race as a professional athlete, and he wants to come away with a win in his home country. So it's getting really exciting.
No, it certainly is, Joe. And this athlete on screen, Leonard Arnold, is doing it very, very well and looking super smooth as he does so. And the thing that I'll say, Joe, is, in that last aid station, I said that it's the difference between the veterans and maybe those that haven't raced as much, is it seemed like he was going and walking through that aid station as a reaction. And it's possible I misread that, but it looked like that. But if you are reacting to that, he really needs to double down in the next one, right? Because if you're on fumes and you need it, you need to, here we go, and let's see what he does. He's walking through, he's getting ice, he's getting more ice, he's going to get a little bit of water. That much ice makes me think he's pretty darn warm, gets just a mouthful of water, seeing, let's see if he grabs any nutrition, avoids a Morton gel, gets a little bit of Gatorade on board, a little bit more water, and goes through. Joe, not seeing him take on any external calories.
No.
Not, we don't know.
The Gatorade he drank, I think he spat out. So, it's just, Which is a tactic. You can actually do that. If you can't stomach anymore, you can swirl it around. Your body thinks you're getting the calories, but it can only work for a short
But,
amount
if he
of time.
can't stomach it anymore, he's already in a bad place. And we don't know. We haven't seen him eat yet. It's possible he has something on board. We're not really seeing a lot in his pockets. So, to me, that's a bit of a red flag that he's taking no nutrition. And Joe, I think this is him just ahead. I think Jan van Berkel is 40, 50 meters from closing in on our men's leader, Leonard Arnold, and just looks the same.
It's so deceptive. You can't tell if he's pushing or from the back here. You can't tell. Is he straining? Is he on the limit? He just keeps ticking it over and doing his thing. And at the moment, I think he's got Leonard Arnold in his sight. I might be wrong, but just through the A station, just from observing there, you could see he took probably 10, 15 seconds out of him just through the aid station because Jan van Berkel didn't walk.
And we can see that is a one wheel next to that athlete up the road in a Leonard Arnold. And he can probably feel the presence of Jan van Berkel.
There's a lot of pressure there,
at this point.
Definitely a lot of pressure.
And he's gonna be hearing the local spectators and fans cheering for Jan van Berkel. And dude, I mean, again, there's some days where you hate to see these athletes go against. Like we had Luke Bell a couple times. Like he got second place to like Steve Larson at Lake Placid on like his best day, and going against Cam Brown in New Zealand, going against locking horns with Jan van Berkel on the run in Ironman Switzerland in his retirement race. Like, come on, man! Like that is a tall ask, and this athlete has done nothing but impress me. I mean, we didn't mention him for 3 hours. He made his way up to the group, got himself to the front, and had the courage to go to the front of this race, catch the early leader, Ruben Zapunkt, drop Andrea Salvisberg, pass him, drop Jan van Berkel. But there's only so much you can do when the professor is putting on a clinic, and it's Jan van Berkel, Joe.
Absolutely. Look, can't speak too soon, but right now we're going to see the pass of the three-time defending champion in his last race.
I think he's going to give something here to this athlete. I could be wrong, and it looks like I am, but often, and he accelerated. So now he's putting in moves when it matters. I mean, when are we talking here, Joe? We're at almost 28 kilometers. That's when you're racing. That's when you put a move in.
50+ minutes of running, but Arnold, he's trying to react, and full credit to him that takes guts to try and go.
There we go. We can see the pass again with Jan van Berkel coming into the lead of his last professional race on the course that he first raced in Ironman, where he said he only got a TT bike a month before, turned into a professional triathlete, won the race 3 times, now leads for the 4th time in a row, and he now knows he's close enough. I mean, he has 100% put in an effort here, Joe. And I thought, I'm sorry,
no,
Joe.
You go.
I thought he was going to game, and maybe he's too classy for this. I thought he was going to do a little butt pat, because that puts that athlete in your pocket. Like, hey, good job, way to be out there. But no, he treated him and respected him as a competitor. That, man, this guy can run. I need to put the nail in the coffin. Yeah. And that's what he's doing.
Look, what we've seen here is years of planning, years of training, and this is executing his own race. He was so patient. After not his best swim, executed his ride to perfection. And look, I've known Jan for a long time and seen him raced against him. And I got nervous when I saw this young kid going out, but
of course
I should have trusted Jan's judgment and Dan Plouze's nutritional guidance and training, because this is what happens when you look at every detail.
And this is the fastest he's run today, right now. Maybe early.
He's just starting to open up his stride.
Yeah,
now.
He really is.
Yeah.
He's opening up his stride. And Joe, speaking to what you just said, it takes so much patience and confidence and courage to stick to that plan when you see these guys going up the road. But who was up the road earlier? It was two Salvisbergs, one's in 6th, one's in 11th. And, you know, he had to let it go. Maurice Clavel, he knows, is still right behind him. But, man, he is putting on the afterburners, Joe. And I think he's going to have a pretty good gap on Leonard Arnold. And importantly, because I think very much still a threat, expanding his gap to Maurice Clavel.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much Jans is trying to make sure that Leonard Arnold forgets about winning and
100%.
Starts looking behind and starts racing for second place.
Yep.
And this is more psychological than physical at this point. Jan's making sure that putting first place out of reach for Leonard Arnold, because he still thinks he knows he's a threat. He knows Ironman too well that things can unravel quickly. He's just basically got to start making sure that this gets put out of reach for Leonard Arnold. And right now, he's making sure that there's no doubt in anyone's mind.
No, Joe, I mean, but let's give credit. And here, this is going to be great watching these guys go around this track. Leonard Arnold is right there. He's only lost 8 seconds. And saying that's with Jan van Berkel foot on stomping on the accelerator.
Oh, yeah.
So hats off. So impressed by this athlete, Leonard Arnold, in his debut. Let's not forget his debut Ironman against as a veteran can be in Jan van Berkel. And Jan's strength is his wisdom. He's super smart. He's a scholar of the sport, very scientific, and very well thought out and smart about the politics of racing and the dynamics of racing and what he can get out of himself. And to me, a lot is said that to race your hometown race as your last professional Ironman or triathlon in general in your hometown as your retirement race is crazy. But right now, great overhead shot of Jan van Berkel. And again, through 28.5 kilometers, just 14K to go, Joe, 8 seconds. And we'll see if in this overhead shot we can see anywhere that second place athlete, Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, so smooth. That's such a great shot from the helicopter there. And yeah, right now, Jan van Berkel's on 2:36 pace if he maintains this average that he's currently holding, which is exceptional. I didn't think he would have to run that fast, but it goes to show that Leonard Arnold's really pushed him right now to have to run this fast to potentially come away with a win today. But it's still not over, and don't go away because this race is just getting more and more exciting as it goes.
Throughout my career, people have doubted my ability, and I've had it even more so when I've come into triathlon. I think this year will be very different. There will be bigger expectations on me. I love the way that I race. With my swim background, I'm almost in the driving seat from the gun. I'm the person that everyone is chasing. I want to be the best, and I'm willing to work as hard as possible to get there.
And we're back at Ironman Switzerland Thun with our second place runner. That's Leonard Arnold. Took the lead not too long ago, 5 or 6 kilometers ago over Ruben Zapunk, but was the fastest runner on course for a long period of time, putting Jan van Berkel, 3-time defending champion, in his rear view. But it was the experience of Jan van Berkel that has taken that lead. Last check, Joe, it was 8 seconds. We'll see a lot more coming into this. Looks like he's got that demeanor of he's not given up, but I feel like he's given up on getting back to Jan van Berkel at this point, which is smart. He needs to do his race, see if Jan van Berkel cracks, and if he goes too deep, again, very proven, Maurice Clavel has gone through 28.5 kilometers, just 3:53 down, so 3:45 down from our second place athlete on screen, Leonard Arnold, but so very impressed by Leonard Arnold. We're just hoping he's doing all the things, getting in some nutrition that we haven't seen him take on, and continue to run well over the last 10 kilometers of this race.
Yeah, no, he's really got to go into self-management mode here and make sure he's doing all the right things. I haven't seen him eat much. He's definitely been stopping at the last few aid stations, trying to get some ice down, cool off, get some fluid in, get some Gatorade in. But yeah, at the moment, he's still got quite a large gap to third place Maurice Clavel, and he's actually running faster at the last split. But a lot can change. Like, you walk a few aid stations, you have a few dark moments, and that lead can certainly dwindle very, very quickly. So yeah, let's just hope he keeps doing all the right things, and yeah, just keeps eating and drinking all the way to the finishing line.
Yep, and in fourth place we had Sam Herseller come through at 4:46 behind, so actually running a little bit faster than Maurice Clavel, just 50 seconds behind that third place athlete. And then Andrea Salvisberg has gone through 5:08 back, so just 20 seconds behind Herseller. And then Jan Salvisberg at 5:15 back. So our fourth through sixth place, Joe, just 30 seconds behind. And a name absent from all of that action is our leader for a majority of the race, Ruben Zapunkt, is now outside of the top six, which isn't super surprising seeing the rate he slowed when he was caught by Leonard Arnold. Just went out a little bit too hot, or maybe spent too many chips there at the end. I believe, Joe, this is either Jan Salvisberg or Rasmus Svenningsson. That is Rasmus Svenningsson, such a powerful athlete. You can see the power just in his stride. And this is an athlete that can run 2:45 pace, Joe. And right now he's on pace and running smooth and steady at a 2:48 pace. And we're going to take a look at something we got from our AFC crew about Rasmus Svenningsson, excuse me, earlier this week.
I finished in, just under 13 hours. My first Ironman was in Switzerland back in 2015. I had just started medical school at that time. I was like so immersed with all the with all the studies, but I felt like I still needed to embrace my physical side of things. So then, for me it's all or nothing. So I just signed up for an Ironman immediately, but I had the studies, so I didn't have time to train much. I finished in, just under 13 hours. Signed up for another one next year, then I did much better. After that I chased my Kona qualification. Then I had sort of like a breakthrough year as an age grouper. Won every race, including Kona as an age grouper. After that I felt like, I gotta make it get a shot as a pro. Been struggling a little bit since South Africa with sickness, trying to find my fitness, but now I feel like I'm on the right track. It's just gonna be like super fun racing, and let's see what we can do, like with basically no pressure. I think back to where it all started, basically in 2015 when I did my first triathlon.
Man, it's crazy to see the athletes and how quickly they've ascended the ranks. 2015 first triathlon.
Wow.
That's pretty crazy. Jan van Berkel's first Ironman here in 2012. And then talking to that athlete earlier today who's gotten a couple top 10s at World Championships, and his first Ironman was 2 years ago.
Yeah, Leon, amazing future ahead of him for sure. Yeah, it was really interesting to see Rasmus there. Like, really, his race today, it's like his bike and the way he's executed his bike and he's executing the runs the same way, sort of gone out at his pace, built into it, sort of, and made his way back through the field. And right now, Rasmus is actually sitting in 7th place. And look, he's less than 2 minutes behind 6th, which means he's only 2 and a bit minutes behind 5th, and only a little bit more to 4th. So yeah, he's still, and there's lots of running to go. So he did the same thing on the bike. He sort of built his way in after not a great swim for him. So he's a very patient athlete and very strong over the back end.
And Joe, he's 7 minutes off the lead, and he lost 8 minutes on the swim.
Yeah,
over 8 minutes on the swim. Not that he should have lost some time on the swim, right? But he certainly lost, I'd say, 3 or 4 more minutes than he might have expected to do. in that swim today, and that would put him, in that fight for the podium position. But yeah, working himself into it. Great athlete, great attitude and energy, as well as this athlete on screen talking to those around him. He's thanking for good input. It sounds slightly panicked, but not really. Just important that he gets the information he wants.
Yeah.
And again, man, he puts so much pressure on himself to have this storybook ending to his career that there has to be a little bit of excitement and pressure. And Joe, I got to be honest, like I was nervous that he was going to get a flat tire or something like that.
Yeah, of
happen,
course.
Right?
It's not very often like this works out like it's working out right now. But still, the biggest thing he needs to do is keep his emotions in check and not let his mind wander. He needs to maintain focus, needs to maintain that concentration, and that comes down to fueling correctly, making sure you're getting enough calories in and hydration and all that. So he's done this many, many times, but he's never done it in his final race of his career. Right. So there's a little bit extra that can be a little distracting. So just he needs to really focus here, and he's got less than 40 minutes of running, which can feel like an eternity if you're starting to hurt. But right now he's still looking great, and just going through the checkpoint at 31.3 kilometers. That last split running 3:40 kilometer pace. He doesn't look any different from the first kilometer. Definitely in the face and a little bit of anxiety if you hear him speak and looking for information, but he's running just as fast.
Yeah.
And at last check, he was on that pace at 3:45 kilometer pace, which is 2:36 marathon. He's still on that pace at the next checkpoint.
No, he looks great, and he's certainly enjoying the shade. And we just saw Leonard Arnold go through that checkpoint 45 seconds back, so he's lost 45 seconds.
Still running well, though. Look 3:52 kilometer pace, 44 seconds. It's nothing.
No, and again, that's in a period of time where Jan van Berkel has put his foot on the accelerator, and no matter how much preparation you've done, it's still risky, right?
He showed his hand. I think this is it. Like he probably showed his hand earlier than he wanted to, but it made sense at the time.
Joe, and every athlete he's passing right now is applauding him, yelling at him. All the fans are cheering him on. So he's getting encouragement from all over the course, and Leonard Arnold isn't getting that. He's certainly getting encouragement. These fans are spectacular, but there's going to be some situations where they're going to be cheering as hard as they can for Jan van Berkel, and then crickets when Leonard Arnold goes by because they want their man to win this race. But what a performance by this athlete in second place, and more to come when we get back from this commercial break. And we're back here at Ironman Switzerland Thun, going over this beautiful bridge in this epic, epic course. Jan van Berkel, he's been in the lead of this race before. He's sealed the deal 3 times previously, 4 other times on the podium. Many, many finishes to his name, including his first finish of an Ironman out on this course in 2012, getting cheered on by those around and getting some some splashes to cool down as he goes over this beautiful bridge. Joe, and again, it's heating up a little bit, but still humidity is low on this nice gravel path. And these 2 athletes are separating themselves. Still haven't seen a split for the 3rd athlete at this point, but Jan van Berkel, Leonard Arnold, seem to both be running well, both in 1:57 through 31.3 kilometers. But as you said, Jan van Berkel played a card. He needs to try to extend this gap. I think once he gets over 90 seconds, he could settle. But you know what? I kind of think Jan is going to stay on the accelerator as long as it feels okay.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to settle for 2:42.
No, I don't think time really matters to him at the moment. I think right now he's focusing on getting to that far turnaround point, and then just going to really give it everything and just really try and bring it home.
So he's got people all over. So you saw that guy telling him to chill out, man. You got a gap. You know, putting both hands down, slow down, it's easy, settle in, and then as soon as he runs away, just cheering his face off, right?
And mixed messages.
Oh, and he's going to be getting it from all over this course. As so much encouragement, as most of these athletes are getting, but there's no doubt, Joe, this athlete on screen is going to be getting more cheers and more support than anybody else. And Joe, third place through 31.3 kilometers. Maurice Clavel at 5:08. It slowed a little bit, 4:06 per K, and pretty close, actually. Looks like Andrea Salvisberg, second wind, 5:25 back, just 17
seconds.
Getting
a sniff of that last podium spot. So, yeah, that's exciting. But, yeah, look at the strength of Jan van Berkel, just looking like he could just keep doing this all day. It's definitely hurting at this point, but you can hear him breathing. But that's, for me, a good sign that you can actually still breathe that hard.
You're right, yeah.
Because your legs are allowing you to run that fast. They're not breaking down, that you can actually push yourself, which is part of the problem. I remember Craig Alexander, could talk in Kona, but his legs were shot to pieces. He couldn't run any faster, but aerobically he was fine, but his muscles were destroyed. Jan can still push himself to breathe that hard because his muscles are allowing him to do that.
And it's an energy system.
Energy system, of course, yeah.
Exactly what we're talking about.
It's a combination, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's all the things. And then through that split, in fifth place is Samuel Herzeler, and in sixth place, Jan Serveus Breivold. So third through fifth, 30 seconds.
Wow.
Third through sixth is 1 minute and 10 seconds. So, Joe, everything to fight for still in those positions. And let's not forget, Rasmus Svenningsson, somewhere back there in seventh place, seeming to be increasing his pace as he goes through here. So he's within shot of a top 5 as well. But right now, with that top 6, I'm most impressed with Andrea Salvisberg kind of finding that second win.
Regrouping, and he's back running at 6-minute mile pace or 3:46 kilometer pace. But yeah, for that final podium spot, where Maurice Clavel is right now, he's at 5:08. It's only 1 minute and 11 seconds to 6th spot. So that's nothing. And that's still with 10.9 kilometers of running to go. So there's still time for any of those athletes to lose time or to gain time.
And especially on those energy systems. If there's one athlete in there that's still holding back and has energy left or doesn't feel that piano land on their shoulders quite as heavy as the others, then that minute 10 is absolutely nothing at all. But fantastic work from these athletes up front. And Joe, let's not forget Andrea Salvisberg. Why I'm so impressed with him finding that second wind is his best Ironman marathon, 3:01.
This is going to take a bit of a chunk off that, I think.
Dude, I mean, he's at a 2:45 pace at this point.
Wow.
That's huge. It's night and day.
And Jan van Berkel just through the 33.3 kilometer checkpoint. 3:53 kilometer pace at that point. It's a little slower than the last checkpoint, but maybe it's a slower part of the course. But he's still moving in the right direction. I'd only be worried if we start to see anything over 4-minute kilometer pace. That means he's really sliding off what he's been able to hold thus far in the run. But that next checkpoint, remember it was 44 seconds to second place at the last checkpoint. We've covered another 2.2 kilometers, and let's see where that is right now. For my mind, it's probably getting closer to that 44 seconds already. So we'll just wait for the next check and see how that's looking with Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, I think
through 33.3.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going to be more at the 70-second range, but again, he's running super well, holding it together. Again, with less than 10K to go, I think that athlete in second place, Leonard Arnold, is going to find out what Ironman racing is all about here in the last 10K or so, and he's done a fantastic job to this point, but he still has a fair bit of work to do. But yeah, 113 back, so he's lost 30 seconds in 2K, so he's given up the fight. He's not trying to chase Jan van Berkel, so you can see that two different ways. You can see that as him fading and he's cracking a little bit, or him being like smart and saying, okay, I cannot catch Jan van Berkel. Yeah. I need to hold back. Last time I was on that out and back, I saw that I had 4 minutes to third place. I got plenty of time to give up. I can give up 20, 30 seconds a mile and still finish second place. And that's what a smart athlete needs to do, is be okay giving up that time if that gives you a little bit more confidence that you're going to be able to cross that finish line in a decent manner.
Yeah. Well, Jan's looking still fantastic. I think it's a little bit of maybe a false flat. He's got a little bit of a downhill section. He looks like he's really motoring down this part of the course. But look at there's no wasted energy there at all, and just moving really, really efficiently. Obviously spent years perfecting this Ironman form, and this is the pace he feels comfortable at. Just a lazy 3:45 a kilometre pace just comes naturally to him at this point. So, and that, as we talked about, comes down to pacing well on swim, bike, fueling well, and practicing this in training, and then this is where you end up.
It's just so textbook, Joe, and again, takes a lot of confidence and gumption to put a goal like this at the end of your career. It's I'm super impressed, and honestly, there's not a lot of athletes that could do this or would have, again, kind of that romantic behavior to like even put that on there. Like, he's just such a genuine guy, and I think the sport means so much to him. There's not a lot of athletes that would set this kind of goal, and certainly have the ability or the courage to back it up. But love what we see Jan van Berkel doing here today at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yeah. Beautiful part of the course here. Quite a lot of shade. I'm sure they'll be welcoming this part as the temperatures are getting up around 30 degrees Celsius, up around high 80s in Fahrenheit. Humidity's low, but still not that much shade on this run course. But this is definitely one of the nicer parts, where through the crushed gravel path and the trees and by the water, I'm sure it's feeling a little bit better than that athletics track they have to run around a few times.
Yeah, I'm hoping, I'm pretty sure they're not bummed to not have to go around that again, as we see Leonard Arnold on the right-hand side of the screen, still running in second place, having a beautiful race, certainly as a debut. It's pretty amazing. Just a quick update, seeing Ruben Zapunkt still holding on in 8th place, running around the course, so a fair bit of running left for him to do. Rasmus Svenningsson, again, still in 7th place, but having a good run and trying to close it down as a, kind of the runner who has that negative split. Jan van Berkel looking over his shoulder, although now it looks like maybe waving, giving like a fist pump or something like that. So at first it looked a little panicked, but maybe he heard something from someone on the shore giving him encouragement, and it looks like a positive thing coming out of Jan van Berkel. But again, I think that 75-second range, which he's in now, is where he can start being comfortable. He's asking someone to come up, maybe. He wants to get some information, asking maybe the cameraman or his lead cyclist to come up. He doesn't sound overly panicked, but he's asking for some information, it looks like, Joe.
Yeah.
So we'll see, or wants somebody to pass. So we'll see what we get here. Yeah, it looks like kind of our lead biker there. Asking for some information, and he's allowed to get information from these athletes' supporters out on course, part of the race. So just maybe making sure what his gap is, or getting some other logistics. But Joe, Andrea Salvisberg has moved himself into 3rd place, 30 seconds now over Maurice Clavel, who is definitely our slowest runner in the top 5 and without a split coming through, is going to be at danger of getting passed by Samuel Hertzeller pretty soon, and maybe as well as Jan Serveus-Breivold.
Yeah, as we touched on earlier, it can definitely, when there's only a minute and 10 seconds, I think, at last check, with still 11 kilometres of running, a lot can change. Like, if someone's running well, someone has a bad spot, all those positions can completely be shuffled around. So, and that's what we're seeing here. Andrea Salvisberg, as we saw in the last split, started to move really, really well. And now with a pace at 3:56 for the last time check, he's managed to move past Maurice and put himself into that third position. I think unless something drastic happens with Leonard Arnold and starts to walk or anything, but at the moment he looks fantastic.
Yep.
He's still moving really, really nicely. It's probably too far for Andrea Salvisberg to get back into second. But
it would be like a minute a mile, right?
Yeah.
And again, it seems like he's recovered enough to have this energy where now he's second fastest runner on course behind man on screen, Jan van Berkel. So he's certainly moving, but you are 100% correct in the fact that something catastrophic is going to happen to Leonard Arnold for him to give up that second place. In fifth place, Sam Hertzeller is 17 seconds behind Maurice Clavel, but now running 8 seconds a kilometer faster. And then Jan Serveus-Breivold is 7:23 back and seems to have hit the wall a little bit and stalled and is running slower than those two athletes ahead of him. Looks like he went out maybe a little bit too hot and is paying for it. And a big enough gap now, over a minute, that unless he gets another surge of energy, doesn't look like he's going to be able to pull back unless Maurice really comes apart. But again, at this point, Maurice still running faster than our sixth-place athlete, Jan Serveus-Breivold.
Yeah, I worry, Maurice may fade to fifth, but look, Samuel Hertzeller is also not running that much faster, so that could be a little bit of a battle for that fifth place. But still got another 8 kilometres of running, 5 miles, and here we are with our leader, Jan van Berkel, who's going for his 4th Ironman Switzerland title, and trying to finish his career on a high note and come away with a 4th victory in his home country.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. And again, only behind the legendary Ronnie Schildink as far as athletes with the most wins here in Ironman Switzerland. And if you're behind anybody in the books, certainly no disappointment for Jan van Berkel if he's behind Ronnie. Absolute legend on and off the course. And I would be shocked if Ronnie's not out there today watching this race.
Yeah, no, I'm sure Ronnie's out there. Yeah, I think he actually did his final race on Ironman Switzerland, or maybe 70.3 in Switzerland last year as his retirement race. But yeah, he won this race, I don't know, more than 10 times, I'm guessing.
It's a lot.
You can count them.
And so Rasmus Svenningsson has gone through in 7th place, 9:11 back, so 1 minute and 40 seconds behind Jan Serveus-Breivold, but is running 20 seconds faster a kilometer. So that is something that could close. And if he keeps that pace up, it's possible if Maurice fades or Samuel fades. So Rasmus Svenningsson in a position, if he runs fantastic the last 7 kilometers, 8 kilometers, to move himself into the top 5, as we see Jan van Berkel running past one of our female age groupers who clearly is having a great race. And again, Jan van Berkel looks just like he did the first 3 kilometers of this race, Joe.
Yeah, definitely. Just that strength comes with many years of training and racing, and all the preparation that goes into executing a race like this. And what a way to close out his career. But right now, he's just staying in the moment, staying focused. He's still got another 20 minutes of running, perhaps. So he's still really making sure that he keeps on track with all the nutrition and everything, because you got to keep on that until you cross that line.
And Joe, it hurts so much at the end of a marathon, and clearly, certainly more so in an Ironman marathon, as we see Jan van Berkel making a right-hand curve here, getting out some of the final sections of this course. One of the beautiful, beautiful sections of this course here in Thun. Absolutely picturesque as he looks over. You can see the athletes behind as he looks over his right shoulders, where we saw Ruben Zepunkt looking over before. Leonard Arnold ended up catching him. But Joe, you know, when you're racing for places or you're racing to finish, tell us a little bit about the bargains in your head. You'd be like, is it worth the extra 1,000 or whatever to cross the finish line in front of this person? Is it worth this? Man, how much? Man, I do not want to run another 6K. Is it worth, like, how much easier are those bargains right now for Jan van Berkel that it's the last 7 kilometers he has to run?
I think he just wants to leave it all out there.
Yeah.
So for me, he wants to just get to that finishing line and celebrate with his family and friends and all the people that have supported him over the years. So, no, I think he wants to feel the pain. He's not. This is the last time he'll probably be in this position of this, of feeling like this. So I'm sure it's a good thing when you're winning, or you're leading, you're having a good day. It's a good pain. When you're having a bad day and you're going backwards, that's bad pain. So this is good pain. Like this is what we train for, and this is what we compete for, to find those limits. And he's right there on the edge, and he gets to enjoy it and come away most likely with a win. And celebrate with all the people that have watched him do this.
Absolutely. And Joe, you speak to those that know who Jan van Berkel is and have seen his career and know he's a legend in the sport. They love their triathlon here in Switzerland. But every volunteer, every person out here, I guarantee you, all the papers, all the news outlets have been talking about this hometown athlete, won the previous 3 times, did this. I mean, it is a story that you could not write. His first Ironman ever was here, and he wants to retire on the day. Every one of these athletes every one of these spectators has seen that this is what he's doing, and now he's going to get buoyed across that finish line by all these athletes and carried across by all these spectators and fellow athletes out on course. And it's just a magic moment for our sport. And again, just a courageous goal to set and
put it out there.
It looks like
it's
he's
one
gonna
thing
do
to do it and not mention and not talk about it, but actually to put it out there and say, this is how I want to end my career.
Pretty cool.
Because that's extra pressure. There's enough pressure you put on yourself and you feel without adding to it. So for him to actually maintain his composure throughout this 8-hour crazy endurance event and then put together a performance like this and have the ability to, at 37, to still run a 2:30, potentially 35, 2:36 marathon if he holds this pace is phenomenal. And I'm sure lots of people will be trying to convince him to keep going. But if this is how he wants to go out, then
he won't do it.
Then he's ready. Like, as an athlete.
Yeah, he won't do it, no doubt. And Joe, tell you what, the temperature keeps on, right? Like, this is getting hard out there. It is very, very hot at the finish line here. So it's certainly still a lot of work left to do, even though he's within about 6 kilometers from the finish as he takes this right-hand corner. He's going to run on this boardwalk for the last time, looking over his right-hand shoulder to see if he can see anybody else checking in on his watch to make sure his pace is where he needs it to be, and just getting right back to work. Jan van Berkel, such a legend. And Joe, again, there's like a little, with the capabilities and the talent of this athlete, there was a little blemish on his record, considering he never really performed at a world championship with the 11th place. In my opinion, doing what he's doing today and going out, calling the shot and going out in your hometown race, 4th victory in a row, to me, wipes that off.
Yeah, no, I agree. And we've talked about this. Kona is sometimes it doesn't work out, and sometimes it doesn't suit that athlete where they can maybe win in a different place, in a different time zone, different conditions. And that's why it's really exciting to see Nice this year and Ironman move the men's race to Nice this year. And we're just going to see some different athletes that maybe we wouldn't get to see really be competitive for a podium spot. So, he's figured out what race works for him, what type of course, what sort of run course, what sort of swim, and he's just gone after it and to set that goal and go, okay, this is my hometown race, this conditions suit me, and I'm going to go after it. And he's going to win 4 of these, which as you said, only Ronnie's done more, and there's not many. Cam Brownie, 9-man New Zealand. There's not many people that find something like that and then just basically perfect it. And he's perfected this race.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. As we see Leonard Arnold on the right-hand side of the screen, looking fantastic. Like, he has not had that degradation of form that we might have thought that a rookie Ironman athlete would have had. Still holding it together very, very well as he's on the same section, of course. And he'll be able to maybe still see Jan van Berkel or the camera around him still up the road at this point. But again, it's going to be probably closer to 90 or a minute and 45 at this point. And Joe, just in the last couple minutes, I've seen Jan van Berkel look at his watch for pace like 3 times. Tell us what, if you're in the lead and he should be pretty comfortable. What is he looking at that to hold himself accountable? Is it a twitch or what is it?
I think it's, wow, the time's going really slow.
When is this over?
What's going on? No, I think, it's just habit.
Yeah.
But it's also a technique we use called chunking. So you basically, it might be chiming like every kilometre or you just to make sure he's like, okay, I'll run to this tree, look at my watch. It's just something, at this point, you're a little out of it. And it's just anything you can sort of grab onto that keeps your focus. And that might just be one way to bring him back to concentration.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see our second place athlete coming across a similar section, that's Leonard Arnold, and we're going to see maybe Jan van Berkel coming the other direction. So I think at this point, it means that gap has opened up a bit that we haven't seen Jan van Berkel at this point after we saw him go around the turnaround. I believe this is him coming up there. There we go. And I thought we might see it, and he gives a high five to Leonard Arnold. He knows now that the win is more or less in his pocket, and he will be so impressed by this youngster, and we'll be super excited. Sit down and chat. Let's see from the other angle. High five these two athletes. No gamesmanship anymore, just encouragement, total battle, and he will have such respect that there was certainly a period of time in this race where he had to talk himself out of going outside of his comfort zone and his plan, because Leonard Arnold took the race to Jan van Berkel in his first Ironman. Again, Jan van Berkel getting encouragement from the other athletes that he's passing. So great respect between these two athletes. Jan van Berkel, kind of poetic, Joe, going out of retirement and a youngster coming in right behind him, putting him all the way to the edge.
Yeah, very fitting there. And I had a feeling that Jan would he was working towards get that far turnaround point, because at that far turnaround point at 37.7 kilometres, 4.5 kilometres, 16 and change minutes to the finishing line at this pace. I think now he saw the gap, gave the high five. If he was worried, he would not have high fived.
You're right.
He still has a little bit, and he's going to enjoy the pain that he's feeling right now, because it's going to be overtaken by the emotion and the adrenaline he's going to feel when he just sort of relaxes in the next few minutes and just sort of really takes a sit, and that's the crowd bring him home.
Yeah, Joe, and I mean, I'm so impressed by Leonard Arnold in that last 4 kilometer section. Only lost 30 seconds to a closing Jan van Berkel. So, he passed. The pass happened a while ago, but still just 1 minute and 45. And in that last section, just 7 seconds slower per kilometer. So super, super impressive ability for Leonard Arnold to pop off a great marathon in his first try.
Yeah, just goes to show what a great runner he is, that his survival pace is still at last split 4:07 kilometer pace. Like he's basically, that's his fallback pace. Like a lot of athletes can run at sub 4 minute kilometers or close to 6 minute mile pace, but when they blow up and break down, it goes to 7 minute miles or 4.5 minute kilometer pace or slower. But he still looks great and still moving along at a good clip, and very bright future.
Yeah, no, he looks fantastic, and again, settling into the final sections of the marathon here. is Jan van Berkel, running super well, smooth. And again, I think now at this point, Joe, minute 45, you can't really shut it down, especially seeing how well Leonard Arnold is running. But I think he's going to maybe when we get close start enjoying it just a little bit.
Yeah, I think with 10 minutes to go, I think maybe he can start to relax a little bit. But right now, I think he's still got to maintain his focus. He's at the end of nearly an 8-hour event, and yeah, he doesn't want to put a foot wrong. But I think the emotion of it all and the crowd support will be sort of he'll let it wash over him shortly and sort of let it all sink in. And the crowd will just bring him home with all the energy and support of this great athlete. It's an amazing way to finishing a very amazing career. And there we go. Now we're seeing recognition to the crowd, starting to sort of thank the crowd and the support for getting him through this run course. And I'm sure a lot of these spectators have come out every year and probably have known and followed Jan's career from the first time he raced back in Zurich in 2012 and followed him all the way here when they changed. And you can see he's starting to show the emotion.
He's getting there. That's awesome. And I hope that he's able to do so. And again, I don't think there's any gamesmanship with that high five, but I do think that probably bought him a little bit of time and you know, maybe took a little bit of effort out of Leonard Arnold's last few kilometers, maybe give him the ability to enjoy the finish of this race a little bit more. But Joe, still tons of racing, you know, behind for that podium position. And the last time we saw between 3rd place and 5th place, it was 48 seconds. And that was 4K ago with some movement happening. So a lot to fight for still in that 3rd to 5th, no doubt. But podium up for grabs. And again, some Nice qualifications and just through still. Andrea Salvisberg, 5:34 back, holding 4 minutes a kilometer, so running the same pace as Jan van Berkel. So super impressed.
Yeah, he's come back strong.
With Salvisberg. Yeah.
No, he's really brought on. Finished off this marathon really strongly, and here we go, Jan van Berkel through 39.3 kilometers, so only 2.9 kilometers to go. So at this pace, about 11 minutes. So he's really closing in on that finish. So he can't sort of let the emotions completely go yet, but he's getting very close to that point.
Pretty close. Oh, there we go, and Leonard Arnold enjoying it a little bit, playing up to the crowd as he goes over that blue carpet through this last few kilometers. Looks like nobody's come through behind Andreas Salvisberg quite yet. So he's got that 3rd position a little bit more comfortable. We'll see the splits here in just a little bit. We see Jan van Berkel enjoying it just a little bit more. Sunglasses are up on top of his head. You can see him smiling just a little bit, as much as you can smile in the last few kilometers of a marathon. But if anybody can do it, it's this gentleman here, and he's certainly going to enjoy. Look at that big smile on his face whenever he has the energy to give it. But such a textbook execution from Jan van Berkel. Sam Hertzeller going through in 4th place, 7:12, so that gap has opened. So 1 minute and 40 seconds from Andrea Salvisberg to Samuel Hertzeller, and that does show, Joe, that he has passed Maurice Clavel. So Maurice is outside of the top 4. We'll see if he's able to hang on to that 5th, because there was a hard-charging Rasmus Svenningsson. Jan Serveus Brevhold had a little bit of a falter there, slowed down. So there's still a lot going on for this fight for 5th place. So we'll see when they get through this timing mat, kind of how that's going to shape up. But the story is Jan van Berkel and what he's been able to do today here at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yeah, still looking fantastic here. What a beautiful way to finish an Ironman here along the canal. Beautiful part of the city. He's probably seeing quite a few people that he knows, and really appreciating the support he's getting from the hometown or home country support. And yeah, as you said before, Switzerland really have a great history in triathlon and really do love their endurance sport. So he's definitely well known in this country for what he's done to the sport, and what he's given to the sport, and will be well remembered in this sport as he hangs up the goggles, the bike, and the run shoes today with a victory.
Yep, absolutely. And we got through 37.7 kilometers, 5th place, Maurice Clavel at 8:41 with John Servais Breivold 8:56, Joe. So just 15 seconds between 6th and 5th place with just a few kilometers to go, about 5K to go. So a lot still left there, and waiting for the split on Rasmus Svenningsson. But Jan van Berkel taking a left-hand corner again on this gravel path and enjoying his last few kilometers as he rolls through here. Leonard Arnold goes through that 39.3 kilometer mark, 2 minutes and 2 seconds behind the man on screen, who's going to get his 4th win here at Ironman Switzerland.
Yeah, Leonard Arnold still holding pretty strong, 2 minutes, and he's still looking pretty smooth. So amazing for the young guy to really maintain his form and not break down completely, and just still running along at 4-minute kilometer pace, which is 2:48 marathon. That's nothing to scoff at. Great running there in his debut Ironman.
Absolutely. And Joe, Rasmus Svenningsson has gone through that 37.7 kilometer mark, so just under 5K to go at 9:40 back, so 45 seconds behind Jan Servais Breivold and a minute behind Maurice Clavel, but he's been running 15 seconds, a minute or a kilometer faster than Breivold, and 30 seconds faster than a kilometer than Maurice Clavel. So I think he's going to pass Maurice, and if he's digging into that diesel engine like I think he probably is, I think he's going to move himself into the top 5 in just the last few kilometers. Joe.
Yeah, that's the way to execute his bike, which we talked about earlier. He did the same thing, and on the run, just ran his own race. And if he pulls this off and manages to get himself back into 5th place after not a great swim for him, that's a great performance today, and a very patient and mature execution today at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yeah, no, I think that's pretty accurate. Mature is certainly what a lot of these athletes are showing today, even those athletes that aren't necessarily mature at the distance. Leonard Arnold, first time. Andrea Salvisberg, second time at the distance. First time he was able only to run a 3:01, and at this point he found a second wind after leading early and maybe going out a little bit too hot. And at this point he's running 2:46 marathon pace still, Joe. So that's a huge improvement. And certainly when you see a 3:01, you know that he had some struggles and wasn't running the entire time, but maybe he's learned from that. And so those two athletes impressing me, but certainly the most impressive athlete on the day and over a career is the man on screen, Jan van Berkel.
Yeah, what a way to wrap up your career. And look, he's still looking very composed. I think that'll change very shortly as we're coming into the final minutes of this Ironman, and he's just going to be a tick over 8 hours, which on this course with 2,200 elevation and such a slow conditioned swim, 54 minutes I think Jan came out in, which is very slow for him in a wetsuit. But still brought it home with a sub 2:40 marathon, it looks like, and a very well-deserved, well-executed
look at that
victory
default
here.
Smile he's got on his face. It's just, he doesn't even need encouragement. He's not even hearing, he's not responding to anybody with that smile. He's just stinking smiling, man. Like, he's done it. Like, this is an absolute storybook ending to a storied career from Jan van Berkel. I mean, he's going to go down as a legend in Switzerland already, but to call your shot and to have the gumption to do that on your final race as a professional athlete is just remarkable, and it's incredibly classy athlete.
Absolutely amazing execution. Congratulations to Jan and his coach Dan Plews over in New Zealand. He might be over here supporting him, I'm not sure, but incredible execution, and a lot of preparation went into this. And as we just tick over the 8-hour mark, as he closes in on this 4th victory at Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Yep. And Joe, through that 39.3, it's still Andrea Salvisberg running the same pace as the leader on screen. So going through very, very quickly. And then Sam Hertzeller coming through 7:28. So that's going to be your third and fourth. I do think we might see a switch in that fifth place position, but a few minutes to go till we see that over that 39 kilometer mark. But certainly going to be a fight for that top 5 finish. But no more fighting ever left for this man on screen. I'm sure in training every once in a while he'll still get out there. There we go. We're getting the big smile now. It's on overdrive. What a stinking dream, Joe.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, this is absolutely a dream come true to execute and retire on a race like this, and retire on your terms is every athlete's dream, and not many athletes get to do it how they want to do it. And he called it, and he put it on the line, and he delivered.
No, I mean, I can't think of it. I mean, honestly, the closest I get to is like a Chrissy Wellington, right? That's, she, as far as at a world champion level, so that's a little bit higher of a standard in general, but I really, nothing else comes to mind, certainly in the sport of triathlon, let alone any other sport. And amazing stuff for Jan van Berkel. And I think with this finish, he's not going to have any regrets in his career.
No, not at all. And obviously a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice went into this. His preparation started for this event probably the day after he won it last time. He's been building for this, and it's probably been marked on the calendar for a while now. He went to New Zealand, went and saw his coach there and spent some time, and they put together a plan that obviously all came together and worked to perfection, because that's what he did today. A very mature race, was patient, didn't get overwhelmed by the situation, which very easy could have, but amazing execution, and well done to Jan van Berkel.
Absolutely unreal. Still getting all the applause from the spectators out there. Athletes still running the other direction. And again, we'll give him one last plug, only because it's a career performance from coach and athlete. Dan Plews, certainly a huge part of the success of Jan van Berkel in his final race here, to be able to be a part of, let's call it. This will be your last race, and let's make sure I'm going to do everything I can to make sure you don't fail after calling that shot. And unbelievable performance by that team, because it really is a team. And going through that 39-kilometer mark, Rasmus Svenningsson is 9:42, so he's 36 seconds behind John Serveus Breivold with a few kilometers to go, and is running just 6 seconds a K faster. Maurice Clavel has dropped to 7th place and is running the slowest in that top 7. So he's going to be 7th or slower, but still a fight between Rasmus Svenningsson and John Serveus Breivold.
That 5th spot's going to be tight, that's for sure. It's going to come down to that last kilometre. So that'll be exciting to see how that unfolds. But here he is showing all the appreciation to the crowd that have followed his career for the last more than 10 years of racing Ironman Switzerland, and they've seen him win 3 of these already, and they're witness to him winning a 4th for the final time.
Joe, and I'm seeing Jan van Berkel cycle now from smiles to a stoic face, and it's going to be hard for me to believe if he doesn't get emotional coming down this finish line.
I'm getting emotional,
and I am too. I am. I'm getting some goosebumps because it's just such a respect. We've both raced with Jan van Berkel and seen him, be such a dominant athlete, and such nobody would tell you that he's not a classy, respectful athlete. He's just so even-minded.
Yep.
And here we go. He's still getting some of that energy out, enjoying this crowd on the finish line, looking up. Can he believe the fact he pulled off this heroic achievement to decide to go out in your very last Ironman, your last triathlon, hometown? You've won 3 times, and you're able to do it. He's taking a turn, right-hand turn, Joe, on the carpet, and he is going to enjoy it, pumping up that crowd. Unbelievable. Jan van Berkel, enjoy it, man. Take your time. You got to get it.
Don't rush this.
Yeah, you've got it. And, man, you're Ironman Switzerland Thun champion for the 4th time, Joe. Jan van Berkel.
Fantastic. What a performance there. Can't say enough about his race today. Just so well deserved, and yeah, everything went into this, and he laid it on the line and he delivered, and yeah, well done to him and his support crew, his family, and everyone that's got him to this point.
I think here comes the emotions, Joe. I mean, such an incredible achievement. His last race as a professional athlete, and your Wahoo Element rival run split of the day, 2:40.49. That's with some celebrations, but was pushed for a majority of that run. That's Jan van Berkel from Switzerland. Amazing performance by this gentleman. Enjoying it. There you go. We're getting the crowd going still. Man, Joe, I think he's got some energy.
I think he could have gone a little bit faster on the run. I think he was just toying with us.
And he's going to go get his cheers, congratulations, and hugs from the crowd, the spectators, people he knows, and just people out there supporting him, because, again, he is a local legend countrywide. Jan van Berkel, your winner, Ironman Switzerland Thun 2022, and again, 4th in a row, Joe.
Yeah, can't do much better than that, man.
Crazy.
Amazing performance. And yeah, I definitely I held my breath a few times when the moves were happening early on, but as you said, the minutes and seconds don't mean much in the first part of the marathon, and he had the maturity to be patient and go when it was the right time, and he nailed it. Man, and look at him now. He's getting an embrace from a loved one, and now the emotions are going to come, Joe. Was so well-deserved, this gentleman here, able to get that. And look how excited. If you're wondering if he was going to be bummed that he got second place to the legend, Jan van Berkel, the answer is no. Bring it up, crowd. It is your second place finisher, Leonard Arnold, had the guts to take it to the 3-time defending champion. He is stoked, Joe. Yeah, no, he should be. What an amazing debut. And yeah, now he's feeling the adrenaline just wore off very quickly, but now he's feeling what he just did, which is an amazing performance. 8:07 on this course to finish behind the 4-time now Jan van Berkel. And who's that, Joe? That would be Danny Reef there. What a way to receive congratulations from the Ironman champion there. Arguably the best of all time, male or female, Daniela Reef. Certainly they've shared a lot of training days together, so she came out to support her friend and at times training partner, Jan van Berkel, and she could be so lucky to finish her career on top, just like Jan van Berkel did. At amazing performance. Saw a glimpse on the other screen of our 3rd place finisher, so we'll see. It looks like it's still a battle actually out there between Andrea Salvisberg and Sam Herzeller. So we'll see who gets across that finish line first. Still 5th up for grabs too. But again, Joe, 2:42.38 for Leonard Arnold. That is an impressive marathon debut. Yeah, I really impressed by how he held it together. And when he started to sort of crack a little bit, I was like, I know it could get messy, but he held it together. And look, there's nothing left. He completely drained the tank, but a 2:42.38 after what he did on the bike to ride up back to the group and then put it to Jan van Berkel. Like, if Leonard Arnold didn't race, Jan van Berkel would have nearly had it all his own way the way it turned out. But no, yeah. he had the guts to get after it. You know, it was absolutely amazing. And here we go. That is our 3rd place athlete on course right now. And that is Andrea Salvisberg, one of the brothers. He was able to stick it. Again, he had some guts, Joe, going out super quickly. Yeah. And took the race to Jan van Berkel as well as everyone else trying to catch Ruben Zapunkta. But amazing performance by our 3rd place athlete. Finishing on strong there, like looking really smooth, and like his splits over the closing kilometres have been fantastic, on par with Jan van Berkel. So yeah, amazing race by Andrea Salvisberg in his 2nd ever Ironman, and after a 3-hour-plus marathon last time, he's going to come away with a lot faster marathon. We're looking at around a 2:46. Yeah, and Joe, he had a dark spot. And when you've only raced one before, and
you went into that dark spot and it clearly did not go that well if he ran a 3:01. To find your way out of it, how excited is this gentleman here on his home course, second Ironman? Super, super impressed by Andrea Salvisberg. Has had great success at the Olympic short course racing and a great future ahead of this young man in Ironman as well. Your third place finisher, getting a cramp across the finish line, finishing in style, just like a veteran would, Andrea Salvisberg.
Yeah, fantastic. Oh, the pain. Yeah, definitely a local boy. He only lives, I think he grew up in Bern, which is not very far away at all. It's the closest big city to this, to where the race is held. And yeah, he amazing to dig himself out of like a dark patch and bring it on and bring it back and finish off with a really strong run of 2:46.22. So yeah, amazing way to finish third in Ironman Switzerland Thun.
Absolutely. We only chuckle a little bit because we know what that pain feels like, and I think he might need some help getting onto his feet here. So we'll see if he gets that. But amazing performance by our third place athlete and kind of the comeback of the day.
Yeah, it really was. He was very aggressive out of T2 and looks super smooth running with his brother, and really set the tempo for such a fast marathon, and yes, had a bit of a tougher time through the middle, but brought it home and finished with a third place. He should be very proud of his performance today.
Oh, absolutely should, and we're hoping his brother is still out there giving it a shot, doing as best as he can to get across that finish line in his first Ironman, and that is Florian Salvisberg. We're pretty soon going to be able to get down to our man on the ground, and that's Paul K in our Hyperice recovery zone. And you are watching Ironman Switzerland Thun, brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward, and by Hyperace, made to move. And still some of our athletes out on course again. Joe, that fight for 5th place. And 4th place still. Last time we had Sam Herzeller. Let's go down.
At the last dance, it doesn't get more perfect than winning.
Yeah, I mean, at the end, obviously the win is important, but the beauty of the race was having everyone here that gave me a push, gave me a training plan, prepared my bike, closed my wetsuit, prepared a meal for me. Everyone was here, and I mean, finishing off with the win was just like the perfect.
Almost speechless, and I don't blame you. It also looked like a very patiently, strategically well-executed race.
Well, you could say either patiently or just close and painful. But at the end, now I actually don't really care how the race went. The only thing matters that I had the finish line tape in my hand.
The smiles in those last kilometers from you, and that crowd on the finish line, what a welcome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm 37, and you shouldn't say that there's not much better coming in life, but I would say that's one of the days I will cherish for the rest of my life.
Yeah. That is Jan van Berkel. Thank you so much, our champion. We're going to bring on our 2nd place now from Germany. What a race he had. I mean, this man kept it exciting, kept it difficult. That run of yours, Leonard Arnold, was insane, dude. Congratulations on your first Ironman.
Oh, thanks. It was so tough. The last weeks were mentally so stressful. I had a bike crash and destroyed my bike. I raced on the bike from my girlfriend, and so I wasn't sure how it worked out today, and it was incredible. It was my first run, but it was the best run. I think it was really great. The crowd was amazing on the one course. It was, I have no words. Sorry.
Well, I have words. You are an Ironman. Gratuliere und Glückwunsch. Vielen Dank, Leonard. Dankeschön. Zweiter Platz, 2nd place for Leonard. We're going to get the 2nd of our Swiss in the top 3. Andrea, bitte. Andrea Salvisberg. What a day. What a race. First up, racing with your brother, super cool. And being on the podium on such a special day with such incredible crowds, even more cool.
I'm so happy. It was a great race. It was such beautiful scenery on the bike, and it was amazing to have my brother there, even on the first run lap. Like, I felt so good, and then Suddenly the hammer kicked in and I was gone, and I didn't expect to finish. I stopped twice at the station to fill up my bottle with just Coke, drinking Coke and Coke. I was just trying to survive, and suddenly I was back. I was back and I could run fast, and I didn't believe it. I saw it on my watch, like, oh, I'm going good. And yeah, I think I could keep it up for 30 minutes like that, and managed to get back in third. And then the hammer came back and I just tried to finish the race. It was a perfect race, like it was so hard, and yeah, I need to train so much more for the Ironman because it settled so much harder than a 70.3.
Final couple of words from you for your countryman Jan van Berkel in his last professional race.
Yeah, it's amazing what he achieved in the last years, especially in Ironman distances. You know, he's the Keto Cop. He's famous for just destroying everyone on the field, and for the first time I felt it here as well because I raced him for the first time on Ironman, and I started in the front and I knew, yeah, Jan is coming, just waiting for him, and I didn't even think about following him because I knew it would destroy me. So yeah, he's an amazing athlete, and good luck on your next career.
Thank you very much, Andrea Salvisberg. What a race. We hope you've enjoyed it at home too.
Well, I love the respect coming from Salvisberg, knowing that he had no chance, and Jan van Berkel would have destroyed him. Great stuff from Paul K in the Hyperice recovery zone. Hyperice is proud to be the official recovery partner of Ironman. Athletes can immediately start the recovery journey by visiting the Hyperice recovery zone, where we saw those 3 athletes getting their recovery started. Located just beyond the finish line, this area will be a critical stop on an Ironman athlete journey. And as we see Jan van Berkel getting more support, you are watching Ironman Switzerland Thun, brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Athletic Brewing. Brew without compromise. Joe, what do you think about it? To me, the standout on that was that interview. It kind of says it all, from the respect from that third place athlete, Salvisberg, on who Jan van Berkel is in this country.
Yeah, no, you said it. Respect, I think that's the right word. Yeah, as we both know Jan and known Jan for a long time, and he has the utmost respect for him across the triathlon community. Yeah, amazing to see his career turn out this way, and amazing career, and to finish it off on such a high note, and to thank everyone, and to show all the people that have got him to this point in his career, the love and thanks that goes beyond and behind the scenes effort that goes into one of these races. He gets to sort of share that now with everyone that's got him to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, to me, it almost seemed like Salvisberg, it was an honor to get beaten by Jan van Berkel in his last race. It really did.
It really was, yeah. It seemed like it was a bit of a passing of the baton to the next generation of Ironman athletes, and I think he set the bar so high, and he reminds me of like the Craig Alexander for Australian athletes. Like the utmost respect for him and how he handled himself, and I feel like Jan is like that for the Swiss triathlon community and the up-and-coming athletes.
Absolutely. You can see our 5th, 6th, and 7th place finishers. It was a Brivehold just by 13 seconds over Svenningsson, and Maurice Clavel ended up fading a fair bit in the end there, losing 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes to those 2 athletes coming across the finish line in 7th place. But even with that patient race, look at the pain on the face. Do you like Ironman or what? I guess so. He does. He's a big thumb up, but he is in a world of hurt right now, Joe.
Yeah. No, well, I think he enjoyed it. He said it was great. So, yeah, I'm not sure how he'll feel tomorrow morning, because it's always the worst.
On his girlfriend's bike.
That's incredible.
I mean, there's no way that fits right? Like, and the fact that...
He looked pretty good.
He looked fine.
We didn't pick up on it.
No, but I mean, the fact that you wouldn't have cramping or anything like that, like, because it can't be the same fit, right?
No, and the flow to his run, how how well he covered the ground was amazing. And knowing that now, I'm like even more impressed. So a very bright future for Leonard Arnold from Germany.
And great respect between these 2 veterans, Maurice Clavel and Jan van Berkel, you know, trading applaud for each other's race on the day. And there we go again, the mayor of Thun there to be a part of our Athletic Brewing podium presentation that we're going to go down to in just a few moments. But Jan van Berkel is going to get on that podium for the last time. and as he said, maybe the best time.
Yeah, he's really going to soak this up, and really, as he said in his interview, it's going to be one of the things he looks back on for the rest of his life very, very fondly. So, yeah, he just needs to take a deep breath and enjoy this moment. It doesn't get much better than this in endurance sport.
Oh no, it certainly does not. Very, very close race in the end. I don't think, again, we wouldn't have thought that it would be that close on the bike ride, and then certainly somebody giving Jan van Berkel such a fright on that run, making him work so hard at the very end. But let's head down to the Athletic Brewing podium presentation.
Handing out the flowers, Athletic Brewing beer for Oliver Schick and the medal of the chairman of the City Council of Horsfall-Turner. Second place today on debut, representing Leonard Arnold. The beautiful flowers. An ice-cold Athletic Brewing craft beer, alcohol-free, and of course our medal. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been built the last dance. What a way to finish your final race as a professional triathlete, as a Swiss professional triathlete, than to win Ironman Switzerland Thun, Jan van Berkel! Oliver Schick, Raphael Lantz, chairman of the City Council, the City of Thun. There they are, Jan van Berkel, Leonard Arnold, Andrea Salvisberg. And how about we spray those beers all over the place? Alle zusammen. Und unsere liebe Fans auf 3. 1, 2, 3, come on! And what about a quick...
You stick this pod on this pad and boom, instant relief wherever you need it. With 9 different variations of heat and vibration, you can soothe your sore muscles instantly. The tight spot on your neck, that little knot on your back, that shoulder that always bugs you, and your tight calf after a ride, say bye-bye to the pain and soreness. Heating up 6 times faster than any other heating pad. Ooh, that's hot. It's designed to get you out and moving. What are you waiting for?
And there we go. There's our winner, Jan van Berkel. Joe, amazing performance from him. And again, the shot caller was able to finish it off. And he called the shot, and he did it. No, I wouldn't say he didn't call that he was going to win. He called that this was going to be his last race. And, he said that it was just about getting to the finish line and about the people that were there to support him. And if Jan's saying it, I believe it. It wasn't about the win for him today, but the fact that he got it made it storybook ending for his career. And welcome back into the studio. Again, I'm Matt Lieto with Joe Gambles here. And Joe, I can't tell you, I get a little goosebumps again, but Jan van Berkel is one of the classiest professional triathletes I've been able to encounter. And to be able to see him do what he did today to end his career is that's inspirational. It's sweet.
Yeah, it really was. It was an honor to actually commentate today and watch Jan deliver on his 4th Ironman Switzerland title and did it in such a class way, mature way, executed exactly how he would want to race and how he's won many Ironman titles. So, yeah, it was really amazing to see. I've still got goosebumps. It was an exciting time and, I can't wait to actually see Jan in person down the track and congratulate him in person.
No, me as well. And those other athletes that were out there, some great performances by our second and third athletes, debut Ironman and then second Ironman. And Joe, let's take a look at how it all went down here at Ironman Switzerland Thun. Started a little over 8 hours ago as the athletes were lining up and all trying to see what the best line was. Looks like the brothers there having a little bit of talk, finding the best line. And it was straight off the bat. And, that group, I think, surprised us, Joe, in that choppy water that it stayed together for as long as it did.
Yeah, no, it surprised me too. We had the Salvisberg brothers really setting the pace early on. But then you see here on the left, the Brit really going to the front and sort of setting the pace for the remainder of the swim. But yeah, it did stay together. I think we ended up with about 6 athletes all coming out of the water and a pretty slow swim. Very choppy, but sort of 52 minutes is pretty slow for the quality of swimmers we had out there today.
Absolutely, and it was Horsfall-Turner that was out first, and then last out of the water was Ruben Zepunkt, who seemed like he was on and off the back and definitely the one that was fighting to stay on that group. As I got on the bike, you see Maurice Clavel and Horsfall-Turner getting on that bike. It was Horsfall-Turner that was able to get on his bike first and start setting that pace. Those two were the ones at the front of the race, Joe, trying to set the pace early on in this rolly section of the course.
Yeah, they definitely shared the workload and definitely kept the pace really high over those first 20 to 30 kilometres. But then we did see a pretty strong move here coming up by Zepunkt. He really put in a move, went straight from the back to the front and then just basically watched him right up the road and he just kept building time, and especially on the technical aspects of the course, he really managed to get a lot of time.
He was not kidding around, Joe, and got almost 10 minutes off the bike and looked really, really good, especially considering he was kind of that uber cyclist that hasn't shown that he can run much under 3 hours, certainly after a big bike ride like that. And then it was this large group of 10 athletes that came off together. Literally every favorite that was left in the race was in this group, but it was Jan van Berkel that went out on that run, but not first out. It was Salvisberg that was first out that set the pace, joined by his brother for just a second. But it was still Ruben Zepunkt that was in the front of the race trying to hold off the fast chasers as long as he could.
Yeah, Zepunkt really held on strong until about the 24-kilometre mark, 15-mile mark. But then he was passed by the debut Ironman athlete from Germany, Leonard Arnold, who really put it to Jan van Berkel and really didn't want to give up that lead until very late stages of the run.
No, and here he is running very, very well. And, it took Jan van Berkel till over 33 kilometers to pass the rookie athlete and put in a hard surge to make sure it stuck. But then it was Jan van Berkel soaking it up, getting his 4th consecutive win at Ironman Switzerland Thun. And Joe, his last race as a professional athlete. Second place was Arnold, a fantastic debut, 2:42, his first marathon, and rounding out the podium, just as excited as those two athletes that came across the finish line. First was Andrea Salvisberg, getting a cramp across that finish line. But these athletes, again, with that slow swim, great performance, Joe. And as we see our leaderboard board there. Jan van Berkel, Leonard Arnold, Andrea Salvisberg.
Samuel Herslier, you're going to help me out on this one.
Jan Serveus Breifhold.
Rasmus Svenningsson, Maurice Clavel, Nick Thompson from Australia. Great performance there. Fabian Dolty and Ruben Sapunkt, leader through 24 kilometres, finishing up in 10th place.
Great to see him finish up
that was
on that
fantastic
leaderboard.
to see him battle it out and finish off. He's still in the top 10. In amazing field.
Yeah, great performance from him and the rest of our athletes. And I will say thank you so much for watching Ironman Now coverage of Ironman Switzerland Thun on the Ironman Facebook and YouTube channels, as well as L'Equipe Live in France. Our next broadcast is on July 16th when we bring you Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. Coverage of the professional female race begins at 7:30 a.m. Central European, 1:30 a.m. Eastern, leading up to the start at 8 a.m. Central European. This broadcast will stream live on the Ironman Facebook and YouTube channels and on L'Equipe Live. For Joe Gambles, I'm Matt Lieto, and I can't tell you how much of a pleasure it was calling this race with you today, Joe, and to end the career of Jan van Berkel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Enjoy the moments and images from today's race.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation. This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be